Good morning. It is June 3rd, 2019. We are in the Senator hearing room, and this is the Marion County Budget Committee. We'll call the committee to order. First item on the agenda is to make a comment about the fact that notice has been given and we have a quorum. Second item is to elect a chair and vice chair.
Mr. Vance.
It's that short?
I would move that we re-elect you as chair.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded that Mr. Vance be elected chair this year. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. Next one is to adopt committee procedures.
No, the vice chair.
Vice chair.
Oh, vice chair, I'm sorry. And the vice chair has traditionally been the chair of the commission.
So, Chair Vance, I'd not like to nominate Commissioner Cameron as vice chair.
You say not like to?
I didn't say that,
No, I
but
thought
I
you said
meant
not
it.
like to.
But you're gonna do it anyway.
We're starting off real well here, aren't we?
Just like normal.
I'll second that.
Nomination and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? None. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Welcome. Next item then is to approve committee procedures. John or staff, have you suggested any procedure changes from last year? No. Okay. So, and a copy is in your manual somewhere. So I would entertain a motion to accept and approve for this year's, to govern this year's meeting, the meeting procedures that we've stood by for the last several years.
So moved.
So moved, thank you.
I'll second that.
Second, Dave, thank you. Discussion, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Third item is approval of the minutes. Minutes were distributed. And here's, let me see, there's a copy, an updated copy of the April 22nd meeting. You'll recall that we got together to do some updating on April 22nd. So
I would move the board approve the minutes of April 22nd, 2019.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further discussion, hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 And the motion carries. Thank you to staff for that. Mr. Latimer, good morning, sir.
Mr. Chair, how are you?
I couldn't be better.
Good. Mr. Chair, members of the Budget Committee, I'm going to probably bore you to tears, but Sam, that doesn't mean you can go to sleep. Because I'm going to do a bit of a look back. After 15 years of doing this, I thought you might like to remember some of those wonderful years we had. Some of them weren't so great, but we had some good ones. So I'm going to do a little look back and then talk about my budget for 1920. I remember in '03, I started in November, before Sam did, by the way. And before I even got on the payroll, they had a goal-setting meeting. And I don't know, some of you will remember Michelle Kennedy. She helped them with that goal-setting. And that was my first view of department heads and elected officials. And I don't think any of them are here from that time. So I try not to insult anybody that was. But it was an experience. It became very clear to me that the department heads and the elected officials were special, and they all like to run in their different directions. I mean, this county was so siloed, it was unbelievable. And at the lunch break, Michelle, I'd known Michelle for years from other venues, and she came up to me and she said, "John, this isn't working." She said, "We're not going to get anywhere with this." And I said, "Michelle, you're good. Keep trying. You'll get there." And it did work. So what it said to me, and I took this to the board when I finally got on the payroll. I said, I would like to try creating an enterprise approach to managing county government. And I had to explain that. I had to explain it to department heads, too. They thought I meant centralized. That's not what I meant at all. An enterprise approach is where everybody works together and finds common ground and breaks down silo walls. It took about 8 years and probably some changes in leadership to get that to happen. But I think most of you have seen over the years how that has changed Marion County. We're a much closer-knit group that works very well together in all variety of ways. From the sheriff working with the health department, public works working with both of them. It's amazing how we've managed to integrate the county in an enterprise. So I'm fairly proud of that, and so I'll probably mention it a lot. In 04-05, that was my first budget, and it was my 35th public budget. I've been doing this a long time. And I came to the board hearing that we had two commissioners arguing over the deficit in the general fund. Was it 6 million? Was it 2 million? Whatever. So I did something that nobody seems to have done. I opened up the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. We had a $14 million ending fund balance in the general fund. And so we went on and proceeded to spend it, which is what we like to do. And something I've told board members and others since I've been here is read the CAFR. You don't have to understand the financial statements in there, but read the management discussion and analysis, read the auditor's report, read the budget, the footnotes, because they'll tell you what's going on in the government that you've got a financial report for. So clearly when I got there and did that first budget, it was clear that we had some issues with financial planning and understanding what was going on with our finances. Jan Fritz, who's sitting over there, by the way, and I spent a lot of time working out some financial plans to really create stability and a strong transparency in financial planning for the budget. We spent a lot of time doing that financial planning because it took some time to get it all put together. We had issues with the budget that I don't need to go into, but we had to do a lot of work to create a new fund structure. We focused on aligning business practices. We wanted to try and reduce debt too where we could. I've never been a big fan of debt unless it's done for a purpose that makes sense in the long run for the organization. And then it was, I'll talk quite a bit about Jan, but Jan's worked with me all those years on the budget, and really couldn't have done it without Jan and the rest of the budget team, because unfortunately for Jan, we think alike. So, any future is going to be probably the same. You aren't going to get a whole lot of change. Probably ought to go to the next one. Oh, you're there. One of the things that we did in that 04-07, PERS was charging us 8% interest on our unfunded liability. So we thought it'd be a good idea, since we could get a loan, we could sell bonds for 4% and save that 4% over the years with that by using a statutorily driven ability to sell bonds for PERS debt, and it creates a side account in PERS for our PERS, and it really reduced our PERS costs over the years quite a bit. Not only interest on the unfunded liability, but it also meant that that side account helped keep our costs down, our PERS costs down over the years. So when we got that done, and then we paid off a whole bunch of small loans that had been developed over the years. One for the Work Release Center, now called the Transition Center. There was a special public works loan for the highway just outside of the Oregon Garden. We refinanced the Courthouse Square participants certificates of participation. I could never understand why anybody would sell COPs for a huge building, but we did. That was before I got here. So we sold bonds at a lower rate of cost, and got rid of those COPs. So that's part of the thing we were trying to do, is reduce debt, because I could see it coming when we might not have the money to do that. The board adopted a policy to maintain an unrestricted general fund balance of no less than 8% of the general fund. I kind of think now it should have been 10%, but we did it for 8%. Then reduced it to 5% when we went through the bad recession that we did in order to keep the budget whole. We also created policies that we would always project roll-up costs on any expenditure that we put in the budget. Now, a lot of people wondered why we would project out that far, but roll-up costs, particularly in human resources on personnel, can bite you fairly quickly in the future if you're not careful. And so we decided we were going to project those roll-up costs on anything that we put in the budget each year. We also established annual budget parameters that were approved by the board. So these included interest rates that could be budgeted in funds, in those other funds that are held by the departments, COLAs, health insurance, PERS. We also required a justification for temp employees. We had a new fleet requirement, too, for maintenance and replacement of those costs. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then we also established we couldn't have more than 10% contingency. In 04-07, the Budget Committee reallocated $6 million in excess insurance fund reserves. And we reallocated that money for an internal service fund, new capital improvement fund, fleet management fund, rainy day fund, and created a finance department with a chief financial officer. We really needed to work on upgrading services, so we spent a lot of time working with that. We even had some consultants that help us to take a look at how we were organized and how we were managing county government. We took a look at our capital stock, and one of the things you'll notice here, both this year and in past years, we had a lot of issues to take care of in IT and in our buildings. We took a look at one thing. We had departments that were buying their own cars and had their own fleets, and it was very expensive. So we got a consultant to come in and show us how to create a fleet fund and manage the fleet centrally, and that's being done now at Public Works. Actually, it was a good thing we did. We were able to get rid of a couple dozen or more cars from the sheriff's fleet that were costing us a lot of money to maintain. And now we have a very good fleet funding system that keeps us in maintained cars, maintained vehicles, even in Public Works in their work fleet. So, and then finally, one of the things we also did was we created a finance department. And we went with a chief financial officer. It took us 2 years to hire a chief financial officer. And finally, Jeff White came along and took the job. By the way, Jeff's not here today because his son is graduating from dental school, so he's there, and I applaud him for doing that. One of the reasons we had such a hard time hiring a chief financial officer, I found out later, was we had a really bad reputation for our finances in Marion County, and people didn't want to come here and be part of that. But Jan fixed it with some of my help. In 05-06, it worked so well, what we were doing, that in 05-06, Standard & Poor's gave us a AAA bond rating. That's when we were doing redoing the certificates of participation, getting rid of those and bonding for Courthouse Square. And in their report, they said, Marion County, Oregon reflects continued economic strength centered in agricultural production, solid financial performance, and a manageable debt burden, which provides credit stability. And that's, as some of the board members know, that's been important to me to maintain a good debt bond rating, because when you have to sell debt, if you don't have a good rating, it's going to cost you. In 06-07, one of the things, I mentioned the CAFR. It's important to read the CAFR. One of the things I found in there was this little footnote about a conduit bond for the Oregon Garden. I said, what's that? Conduit bonds are really like revenue bonds. And the Garden Foundation was supposed to make the debt service payments on those bonds. Well, guess what? They weren't doing it. And one of the other things, I looked at I asked for somebody to show me the, what do you call them? This is why I have to retire. I can't remember anything. The covenants in the bond requirements, and they were required to have an audit every year. So I asked the financial people, where's the audits on that? Well, they didn't have any audits. And as I looked into it, I found that they had some real difficult financial problems. So I went to the board and I said, we really need to do something about this, or it's going to be very hard on our bond rating if we don't, because our name's attached to this, even though it's conduit bonds. And we decided to go and get a business lawyer to look at it, and he suggested that we put them in receivership, which we did. And we've been there now for a long time, but after 12 years, we're finally out of our debt for the Oregon Garden, which is a good thing. By the way, that lawyer was George Jennings, who some of you know, but he's retired. But he was a really huge help in getting that problem we had with the Garden Foundation rectified. In 07-08, we sold $9 million in trans. Now, that's It's not transportation. I can't remember what trans stands for. Jan? Tax revenue anticipation, yeah. Okay. Well, one of the reasons we did that was because we needed money for cash flow. And we would borrow from the road fund and pay the going rate and interest for that road fund. And you know me, I don't like to pay interest, so sold the trans. Now, it's expensive to sell the trans, but we could arbitrage that money, and we actually made money off those trans. And also, the big thing about really we noticed coming on to 07 and 08 was that there was going to be a coming downturn in the economy, and it had already started. We were having trouble really deciding what our revenues were going to be anyway, because the federal government was suggesting that what we were hearing was Congress was not going to reappropriate secure rural schools money. And the county had been getting $2.5 million for roads, $1.4 million for the general fund, and $800,000 for schools. And so that was pretty big money. One of the things that I suggested when we were getting those dollars was that we not, and this is has always been one of my mantras, not to spend limited resources. Resources you don't know are not going to continue on ongoing programs. So we didn't do that with those school funds. We put it in one-time projects. And so when they went away, unlike some counties that you all know about in Southern Oregon, who really based their whole budget on those SRS funds, we didn't get hurt so badly as some of them did. In 08-09, the economic downturn hit us hard. We really faced a fairly difficult financial decisions, and one of the things the Board and Budget Committee did was to create a budget task force. And through that task force, we created a structurally balanced general fund. And, but I think it's important to understand we made it through that downturn because the previous 4 years, we had done a lot of work to maintain a well-structured general fund. And so that was really important. And it's you folks, the board and the budget committee, that helped us do that. So in March, this was an interesting time. I don't know how many of you remember, I remember it clearly, the last quarter of 08. The economy went, whoa. I mean, it went down so hard that it really surprised a lot of people. We call it a Great Recession, but I think it was more like a depression. We really suffered for a number of years. That downturn was really swift. In the state's economic forecast, you all remember Paul Warner, who was the state economist and then legislative revenue officer. He said the fourth quarter in 2008 was brutal to the Oregon economy. I'd never heard anybody talk about a brutal economy, but there it was. And we had to make a lot of difficult choices that affected our employees. And it's important for me to talk about that because these are the folks that really provide the services that are provided out there in all of our departments. So we worked real hard to try and not affect them any more than we had to, where the state and some others were laying off a lot of people, where or requiring furlough days. We didn't do any of that. We had some, but not a lot. Like the city of Salem laid off, I think, a couple hundred people. The downturn was swift. Unemployment was at 6.5% in August '08, 9% in December '08, and 12% in March 2009. In Salem, it was 11.1%, or 6.5% higher than the previous year. One of the interesting things about that time was I literally had to prepare 3 different budgets, because we start preparing budgets in December, and it was clear that wasn't going to work. And then in March, it was clear it still wasn't going to work. And then by the time we got up in the spring, we knew I had a big problem. But we had to keep providing services. One of the things that always been my mantra, and you've heard this before, if we're going to tax the citizens of Marion County for services, we're going to provide the services. That's what we tax them for. And so, among other things, and I'll talk about some of those things, we reduced the ending fund balance, and we changed the policy that it should be no more than 5%. Now, keep in mind that the Government Finance Officers Association recommends 3 months. Well, it used to be 15%, I think. Now they've changed it to 3 months. If we did that, we'd have to keep almost $15 million in our ending fund balance. But during those next couple years, if we did that, we would have been laying off a lot of people. We would have been doing like the city of Salem did. So we took a chance. And fortunately, the board was willing to take that chance with me. So then in 2010-11, that was an interesting time too. And in 2010, an engineering, well, let me back up a little bit. When I got here, I don't know, I think maybe it was '09, I walked into the men's restroom and the tiles in the floor were tenting. Well, that's not right. What's going on here? So we got an engineer to take a look at the building, and he said, oh, it's just settling, it's okay, we'll just fix the floor. Well, then we got into a situation where there was water pooling in the parking garage downstairs, and windows were moving away from the wall. That wasn't right either. So we brought in some more engineers, and they said that the transit mall wasn't safe, so they had to shut down the transit mall. And then the city structural engineer took a look at our building and said, it ain't safe. So the city of Salem declared it an unsafe building, so we had to move. We had to move about 305 county and transit employees in 3 months into 5 or so more locations, and we did it. We had to move our data center for IT out of the building, and anybody in IT would tell you that that's not easy. So there we were, out of the building, and we were out for 4 years, starting in 2010. The remediation of this building and the transit mall and parking garage took 4 years and cost $35 million. The county share of that was 26. Now, in the meantime, I had convinced people to sue the insurance company because they didn't want to give us any money for this. I'm telling you, I cannot explain the legal reasons why they wanted to do that. But we got a lawyer from Portland who sues insurance companies, and it was an interesting process because the insurance company was in Boston, and we went to remediation, and these lawyers from Boston came in, and I met them when they came in the building up in Portland to do the remediation. The guy doing the mediator was a retired Supreme Court justice from the state of Washington. Interesting guy. And I heard these guys from Boston talking that they had a plane to get out of there. They wanted to get back to Boston. I thought, uh-oh, you're in trouble, guys. So they came in with a proposal. I think our lawyer said we'd be lucky if we got $4 or $5 million out of them. So they came in saying they would only pay $2 million. I said, nope, we're going to court. So they went back, the mediator went back with them, and they came back, I think it was like $5 million or $6 million. I said, nope, we're going to court. And the time was ticking, and I could tell it was ticking. And finally, we got $9 million out of them, which was not anywhere near the cost to fix it, but it was something. And then, of course, we also went to court with the folks that built the building and got some money. And in the long run, we got a little over $12 million to help with the remediation. I said to this Supreme Court justice somewhere along in the evening, I said, you know, why do we buy insurance? They never pay. And he said, John, you know why you buy insurance? I said, yeah, I do. It's called something around risk management. So in 2012-13, we could see that what's going to be happening to us now, and we had something portending the future. Okay. We're going to take a quick break while Jan fixes the
I think HP, Mr. Chair, I think HP fell asleep on the wrong button back there. He's been peeking through the curtains and, you know,
Did I hit
HP, is this your fault?
I blame HP for a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think I can blame him for this.
It's probably like that little box underneath our conference table that you kick with your feet and unplug it.
How did
think I
HB
did
get clear to there to kick that? That's
No,
interesting.
He's a
John,
remarkable person.
You got to watch me. I might take down the
yeah,
whole
see,
computer
that's what
system.
it was. It was him.
Yeah, I'll,
Watch your feet. Get
I
him
got
that
big
little,
feet.
get him that little box we have.
Well, this is all going to be changed eventually. In fact, we got these stripes all over the floor where they're going to put in a whole system below the floor. Where was, 12-13. And I call this portending the future because this is where we began to see the increases in health insurance and PERS. And they were fairly dramatic. PERS increased from 8 million to 14 million from 06-07 to 12-13. But we didn't provide, because of the downturn, we didn't provide any COLAs, we didn't provide any health care increases, health insurance increases for 5 years in all. And for the unions, for the management, we didn't provide health care insurance or raises for 5 years. We reorganized some departments. We reorganized Community Services Department, who took on the dog shelter, among other things, and code enforcement went to the sheriff's office. And we combined the 3 justice courts into one. That was an interesting experience, wasn't it, Sam?
Not very.
We had all 3, I had all 3 commissioners convinced it was a good idea. Then one of them fell away. Yeah, Sam will remember that too. So the 08-13 Great Recession, over 5 years, we reduced 73 positions. Now, we only laid off 34 people. One of the interesting things we had, I'll never forget this, we weren't making any money in building codes and planning because there wasn't any building going on. So we were going to have to lay off a whole bunch of people from building codes. They came to their boss, who came to me and said they were willing to take a reduced pay for the time period until we got through this recession. I said, more power to you. And the union decided that wasn't a good idea. So we had a meeting upstairs. I'll never forget it. I never said a thing. The union was there, and all these employees from Public Works were there. And I thought the union was going to get their heads torn off because they were arguing we couldn't do that. And guess what? We did it anyway. And the union understood why that was an important thing to do, to keep people employed, because if they took off, we might have trouble getting them back, and then we'd have people that weren't trained. So during that time, that great recession, we didn't do any increases in materials and services. And that was something we decided when we decided early on in parameters. We discovered that we were always turning back all kinds of money in materials and services. So we just wouldn't let departments increase the materials and services. We still haven't, other than through decision packages. And of course you had to, or you have ongoing service agreements, multi-year service agreements, like in IT and other places. We had to, but we still turned back materials and services at the end of the year. We kept capital improvement projects at a minimum. So then in 13-14, we were starting the recovery. And a lot of things were happening. The Coordinated Care Organization was developed by the state, and this was CCO 1.0, and it was Marion and Polk counties were involved. And the 2012 legislature adopted House Bill 4165 that eliminated the State Commission on Children and Families, sunset local commissions on January 1, 2014, and eliminating the funds by June 2013. Well, guess what? We still fund children and families out of the general fund. Right, Sam? Okay. And in 13-14, we really had been looking at our capital needs and our capital stock. We had some really big problems with our buildings. The health building, for example, was built in 1974 before HIPAA, and so it really was difficult to organize the building to have the kinds of requirements that HIPAA have that keeps everything confidential. So we decided we were going to refurbish the health department, and we did. Interest rates were a historic low, so we could borrow at fairly low rates. We got a tax-exempt loan for $9.95 million at an interest rate of 3.12. We used that to upgrade the HVAC system in the transition center and jail. Part of it to help finish the costs for Courthouse Square remediation. And then we had roof repairs at the jail, and the exterior walls needed to be sealed at the jail. They keep calling it the Works Center, but it's really the Transition Center now. Sorry, Sheriff. So in 2014-15, property taxes began to rebound. General fund resources increased 5.18%. So it was a good time to make strategic investments. And I say that because we made a decision not to enhance programs or start new programs. We decided that we would fix our capital stock. And we started doing that. And we renovated the health building. Remember those people I told you that really make this county work, the employees? we spent 1.7 million in COLAs for the first time in several years, and I was happy to do that. One of the things that happened, Commissioner Cameron, messing around with the juvenile administration building, put his finger through one of the window, what was it, one of the window sills or something? Anyway, we knew that we had problems with that building. I didn't realize that we had that much rot in the building, but we did. So we decided that we needed a new juvenile administration building, new sheriff's office, and public safety building that would include parole and probation. Parole and probation staff were in a temporary building. They'd been in there for 20 years, and the floors were about to go through, so we needed to do that. We borrowed another $9.95 million for 1.99% interest, and for those things. In 26-17, again with the growing economy, we had the lowest unemployment rate since World War II. Construction activities and asset values increased in the county, and the county reached a record 1,400 employees with a growth of 8.69% over 4 years. Most FTE increased in our large departments, the health department, sheriff's office, and public works. Tax collections were higher, even lottery revenues increased. In 17-18, as we really continue to move forward with capital projects, we took another $5 million capital loan at 3.15% interest, and we used those dollars to finish all of these projects we'd started. It's interesting that we were finding that every year as we went to a new construction, the cost per square foot was going up dramatically. And that's because everybody was doing construction in the area, and so people could charge more, and did, and to get them to do the work. So it was costing more than we had anticipated. The sheriff's public safety building, $11.2 million, the juvenile courtroom, $1.6 million, and the new juvenile administration building, $8.5 million. But now we're fixed. I mean, we've got new buildings, a good structure, and they'll last for 30, 40 years, hopefully, long before I'm still around. And then we did the 175 years of service. And from 1843 to 2018, we found an old budget in the archives, and it included revenues and expenditures. And this budget is a bit larger, with $103 million in the general fund and $445 in the total funds. But so you can see there that they had 11,000 in taxes, 750 in grocery licenses. That was new to me. I worked in states that had sales taxes, and they did not tax groceries. That was against the rules. They had ferry fees and courthouse rent payments. I don't know who they were renting to. They spent $700 for a county judge and $107 for 2 county commissioners. How would you guys like that? We spent $957 for sheriff's services, $259 to board prisoners, $438 for prosecuting attorney, and $2,200 to support paupers. So there was a welfare system even back in 1843. But one of the reasons I wanted to put this in here was it was almost all for public safety, and we still prioritize public safety. So we had 15 years, I think, of great progress. And I can't take credit for that. I do feel great about how I proposed that enterprise management system and how we made it work, and how the departments we now have work so closely together to get the job done for the citizens of Marion County. The leadership of the Board of Commissioners, the efficient, effective programs that we have, the enterprise approach, and professional services of our residents. Marion County is a leader in the state, and those of you who go to these statewide meetings know that Marion County is held up as being one of the best. One of the things I think most important about the enterprise management approach, people are rewarded for being innovative. And we have done that through the years. We have rewarded people for being innovative, and we were the first county, for example, health department to be certified by the nationally certified. So we're doing those kinds of things, and it's really great for all of us, and particularly the citizens. I thought I'd talk a little bit about some of the changes that have taken place over the years. You can see up there that the county budget has increased rather dramatically, a difference from my first budget to this one of $150 million. The general fund has gone up $35 million. Personal services have increased 95%, and salaries and wages have gone 69%. The big, and I've talked about this before, the big increase has been in PERS and health benefits, 206%, 158%. And that's not going to change, folks. Now, we know that the legislature just passed a bill that's going to do a variety of things with PERS if it gets by the courts. And one of the things they're going to do is going to spread out the debt over more years. It just means you're going to be paying it longer over the years. Of course, I'm going to be one of those who you're paying it too. Thank you very much. So one of the things that I thought I'd point out also, that materials and services went from 100 million to 100.3. So we have kept those down. Health benefits, and PERS have gone up. Capital outlay went from 16 million to 36 million. And that's really important because we've done a lot to maintain our capital stock. And it's only going to get worse, I'm afraid, because the costs of information technology are just going through the roof. It's happening not just here, it's happening everywhere. It's happening in business, it's happening all over the country. And so you're going to see those costs for IT go up. And they have to, or we won't be able to function. Also, an important thing is that the people we use to provide our services, their costs are also going to go up. And so you've got to be aware of that as those things change over time. I won't be here to yell at you about it, so Jan will. And you'll have to watch that fairly carefully. There are multiple factors that affect a budget, and you've all seen this because I've talked about it probably every year for the last 16. But tax revenues, PERS, health insurance, surrounding economy is important, as we found out during the recession. The county population is another thing that people don't think about. It's now almost 345 million in Marion County. And a good example of how population changes drives costs. We have put a lot more money in roads and policing up in North County because they were getting very little. And the population of that part of the county was really exploding, has been. So those are costs that we've got to maintain and keep up. The unemployment rate here is in April of 19 was 4.4%. So that's a far cry from the 11.1 that we had back in '09. So the improved economy, increased population is reflected in demand for services and the corresponding growth in revenue and expenditures. So this is the total budget for 1920. 103 million general fund and 352 other funds for 445 million total budget. So what did we do to balance this budget this year? We had the departments send in 59 decision packages for 4.8 million. And that included opening the G-Pod in the jail for 1.1 million. If funded, the general fund would not meet the required 5% reserve. In the long run, those costs would keep going up, and we could go broke. Limiting most decision packages, including the G-Pod, it results in if we didn't eliminate it, would result in an inability to meet reserve requirements in 22-23. And so I'm suggesting that you need to watch your dollars and what you're spending in the next 3 or 4 years, because it's going to get tight. Tax revenues are projected to increase 3.75% a year for the next 5 years. Personnel costs will go up 5% at least annually, depending on what you do with salary and COLAs and those kinds of things. But just with all the retirements we're going to have, you're going to have new people whose salaries will go up 5% a year anyway. During that same period, PERS will nearly double, 8.7 to 14.5 million in 5 years. Health insurance will increase from 8.5 to 11.5 million, or 11.8 million, so nearly 12 million. So for this budget, increase in property taxes that we budgeted this year was 4.3%. Other receipts don't go up as fast. Other receipts for the general fund don't go up as fast or go down as fast as property taxes. That's why we're projecting property tax increases. If you project them over time, will be about 3.75% increase, depending on not having another downturn. As property values increase, property tax compression decreases, and the big thing is all of those urban renewal districts in the city of Salem cost us well over $2 million, and will continue to increase. Debt service we have in this budget appropriated for 2 limited pension obligation bonds. You know, we did that to create the side account. That's costing $7.6 million a year. Debt service on courthouse square bonds of $1.5 million, but we pay those off 23. So that's $1.5 million in 23 you won't be spending on debt service. Then we have $2.3 million for all of our construction costs, debt for our construction costs. Total debt service budget is $11.4 million, well below our statutory debt limit of $844 million. Let's talk a little bit about our reserve policy. I've been suggesting around the office that this really ought to go up from 5%. It ought to go back at least to 8, maybe 10, because I really worry about where this economy is eventually going to go. We could have a huge downturn in just a few years, given what, I know it's lovely right now, but we're doing things in this country that I'm worried that the economy is not going to withstand. The policy that the board has adopted requires ending fund balance of 5%, contingency of 1%, and adjusted general fund resources. The proposed ending fund balance is 7.2% of general fund, and the proposed contingency is 1.7. We have a rainy day fund of $2.3 million, and that is set aside for PERS. I'm suggesting you not use that until you absolutely have to, because once you spend it, it just bounces right back the cost bounce back the next year. Combined, these reserves total $10.3 million, or 11.4% of adjusted general fund resources. One of the things we did recently was we put together a veteran service program, and we get $219,770 from the state for that, and this budget has $22,000 in county general funds. We're contracting with the Community Action Agency to provide administrative services. We have a new VSO office and 3 FTE veteran service officers. This last year, the compensation board made their recommendations are included in this budget, and it includes a 2% COLA for elected officials. And the Budget Committee recommended all elected officials accrue vacation days and sick leave hours in April 2019. ORS 204-126 states that the compensation of elected officials be changed by the Budget Committee, so it has to go through this committee. We have had goals and objectives now for a number of years. And we've gone over them every year with the board, and they're really about communications, customer service, economic development, public safety, public health, behavioral health, government efficiency and transportation infrastructure, waste management, and emergency management. And we're doing all of those things in this budget and doing it well. And as you know, our employees are committed to delivering exceptional professional services to our residents every day, and they do. We've built strong communications with residents, continue to increase social media presence in that evil Facebook. You know, I'm not a member of Facebook and won't ever be a member of Facebook, but Jolene keeps putting me on there.
Yeah.
So if you go on there, you may see me. So we increasing social media. Board meetings at off-site locations in Gates, St. Paul, East Salem, and upcoming county fair. A monthly column by the chair on emergency topics of interest. And then we do radio segments, press releases, e-newsletters, opinion pieces, and they all help keep our constituents informed. In customer service, the board has a strong interest in a responsive program delivery and quality service to all customers. One of the things that has happened with the new management at Public Works, they're really doing a lot to improve customer service in an area where we get the most complaints, and that's in essentially building codes and planning. In a few years, they will have created a system where people can combine the permits, they can get all their permits online, and then they can submit them all in one fell swoop. So that will be very helpful. In Health and Human Services, this is our largest department, $74 million budget and 451 FTE. They're implementing a 2018-2023 strategic plan, and if you haven't seen that, it's really a very well done strategic plan. and they changed their name from Health Department to Health and Human Services. In January 2020, the department will be working with, I think, two CCOs, or Community Care Organizations, under CCO 2.0 in behavioral and physical health. And the department's implementing a new electronic health record system. This is a system that's required by the feds and state, and it's hugely expensive system to keep track of health records. In economic development, that program's coordinated in community services, and the county staff and leadership have strategies for rural community development, broadband access, and we're addressing region-wide water and sewer infrastructure needs in North Santiam River Canyon, as well as the transportation and other needs in North County. In public safety, I'd like to thank somebody that I've worked with for a long time now, Sheriff Jason Myers. He's been a phenomenal sheriff and done a great job for us, and we will miss him because he's walking out of here hand to hand with me on June 30th. The sheriff office serves more than 100,000 residents, served within nearly 1,200 square miles with a budget of $89 million. And they manage a jail, which is, I think, about the fourth or fifth largest jail in the state. They've also established a public safety system in East Salem, in that East Salem Service District. They'll be providing 10 deputies to work in East Salem because that's where they get most of their calls. The sheriff's offices, along with the DA, are in developing evidence-based approaches to keep mental health and substance abuse issues from entering the criminal justice system. I should add also the courts are working with them on that. They're part of a national data-driven justice initiative, and the new DA, Paige Clarkson's office, prosecutes 12,000 cases annually, provides victim assistance, has a medical examiner, and we're increasing the staff there with this budget. And they responded to 991 death investigations in 2018. So that's a lot. Waste management. The county manages a nationally recognized integrated system ensuring safe and sanitary disposal of solid waste. This county has always prioritized waste reduction and recycling. And we've got a lot of programs to help that happen. But we're monitoring some proposed legislation in the legislature that may make that difficult to do. And we're also in process of working on a new contract with Covanta, who manages the burner. Stay tuned, because our whole waste management system may change dramatically, depending on what the legislature does. Public Works Department proposed budget of $127 million. They maintain 147 bridges. That's not easy because bridges deteriorate and they have to be, one of the things they're using now are drones to check under bridges to see how the bridges are holding up. 1,118 miles of roads and 28,000 signs. That's a lot of signs, but they have to maintain those all over the county. They're going to be doing 52 miles of chip sealing, an additional 29 miles on the North Fork Road, and 7.4 miles on Gates Hill Road under the federal SLAP program. 7.6 miles of slurry seals and 26 miles of road resurfacing. And they have hired a new emergency manager. Okay, let's talk about the decision packages that I approve. Community services, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That dog shelter keeps on costing us, and as does the fairground. In health and human services, we've added behavioral health nursing services and a human services data analytics and infrastructure program support. That's the EHR. Or no, that's others, not the EHR, because that's going to cost a lot more than that. In finance department, we have a new auditor, so we had to increase the cost of audit services. Information technology, I told you this is getting expensive, and it's going to get more expensive over the years because our equipment at most lasts 5 years, and a lot of times it's less than that. And then the new technology is constantly changing. And if you don't change with it, you lose your ability to operate, because those technology companies that provide us services, technical services, they don't want to work on that old stuff, and they can't make it work forever. In the sheriff's office, we've increased money for communication services, upgrade the portable radio jail, in the jail, radio system in the jail. We've done some work on the juvenile food contract by eliminating the requirement of Department of EDA, agriculture requirements, so we can provide better food for the kids. And then we've also done some work with a new scale attendant in Public Works at the Cavanda Center, and we've provided cell phones for our legal staff and legal services for labor relations. In business services, we've upgraded our active shooter training. That's Alice. And our, I didn't write it down. What's SDS stand for? Safety data sheets system. We're doing that electronically so that people, when they have safety issues, they can look right at what the data sheets require them to do or have. So we're winding down our major building projects. In the future, several large IT projects will come in this budget. The RMS JMS system at the jail, that's the management system and the records management system and the jail management system. The jail doors have to be redone. They open and close with an old pneumatic system, and we're going to make it electronic. The EHR system at the health department, it's the electronic health record system, and a new tax system. Actually, the new tax system hopefully will start next year. I want to spend a little time thanking folks. We've had a lot of folks over the years who have helped me with this budget. And the current budget team are as good as any we've had. But, you know, Jan's been at my side for 16 years doing these budgets, and I really couldn't have done it without her. Jeff White, who's not here, a Chief Financial Officer. Debbie Gregg has done a huge job with redoing the budget. Daniel Adado and Alicia Henry. Cindy Johnson, who's also leaving June 30th from our office, worked on the capital budget and kept track of the capital expenditures. Cynthia Granatier, the chief accountant. She got here a little before I did, and she helped Jan and I with the numbers when we were doing the budget. By the way, Jan and I did the budget by ourselves for what, 3 years or 4? I don't know how many. And that was arduous, to say the least. We did a lot of weekends and a lot of holidays to get that budget done, but Cynthia kept our numbers straight. And when we had to redo in the early years, we had to redo the structure of the budget and the accounting system, Cynthia made all those crosswalks work for us. So Cynthia's been a great help. And then Hitesh. Hitesh has done these PowerPoints every year I've been here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Hitesh is
Yes,
like the
Kevin.
Wizard of Oz. He's behind the curtain. Nobody
That's right, behind the green curtain, literally behind the green curtain.
Yeah.
Open the curtain, Hitesh. Hitesh has been a lot of help. And then there's some folks in the audience who worked on these budgets for their departments. And they really do a lot of hard work. I see folks from the sheriff's office, and that is hard, isn't it, Pat? And other departments who have worked so hard to make these budgets work. And we couldn't have done it without them. So let me close a little bit more. I think this board and this budget committee over the 16 years has done a great job of keeping this county financially solvent. Oh, excuse me. Financially solvent. Without this board and budget committee, we wouldn't be in the good financial straits we're in today. And so I guess I want to thank you for that. Sometimes I get credit for it, but I think it's really the board and the budget committee that really need the credit, because they have worked through these budgets over the years. You remember, well, some of you won't remember. We had, 7 books, something like that you had to go through? I think Patrick was here when we were doing that.
A big cart, it was a great
Yeah.
big cart with racks and racks.
And now we've got it down to 1 book. And one of those things that we've just changed the whole way we produce the budget, the way we present it, and it's been much easier, I think, for the budget committee to understand and review. And I thank the staff for helping us do that, particularly Rich Meinecker. I had a quote from Rich somewhere. Where did I put that? Oh. Because I want to thank, Rich is retired. Where is that quote? Oh, yeah. We'll always remember Rich, who always had this assertion when people would argue about numbers in the budget. It's only an estimate, for crying out loud. I'll never forget Rich, and I don't think you will either. So those are some of the things I wanted to say. I think it's also important to remember that the budget itself is a policy document. It's actually a statute because you adopt it as an order, and it really sets the plan for the delivery of services in the county. And as you go through the budget, you'll see the services we provide and how they're being provided and what they're costing. And they set the priorities for the county. And that's the important thing about what you do here in adopting the budget. And one last thing. I wish you fond farewell. I'm done.
I want to call the committee and the audience's attention to the quote by Voltaire that has been appended to Mr. Latimer's report.
Did I leave anything out, Jim?
Can I interrupt?
Go ahead.
I just feel the response isn't correct for the moment, so would everybody stand up, please?
provided us the expertise during the good years and your wisdom during all the difficult times we've gone through. We will miss you and wish you the very best in your retirement.
Thank you. I really couldn't have done it with all these folks sitting here. And, you know, one of the things I think I can't say enough, we have one of the best management teams that any county could have. If you look at the department heads we have here, they're working together, they're doing good jobs, they're creating services for the people of Marion County, and I couldn't be any prouder of what they do.
Thanks, John. I would comment, because I was here before you got here, and I remember the days beforehand, so I know some of the brush clearing you had to do and some of the beating on the drum to get people marching together. I think Marion County benefits from the years you spent in public service in different venues, and you brought that toolbox here, and it's a phenomenal toolbox. Also, for the younger managers that have worked with you, and that modeling and mentoring that you've done, I think you've enhanced their careers. I think you know you've done that. I don't know that it was deliberate on your part, because your real goal was to run a good county. But I think that one of the byproducts of that was some wonderful tutelage to people about a good way to get things done. And then the third, I do want to comment about, as you did this recap, 15 years, there wasn't any hand-wringing in it. It was all, well, we faced this problem, we identified this problem, I noticed this problem, and we marched together to get it done. And I think that's a valuable skill, that a leadership skill. And it's not just about finance, and it's about leading and pulling a team together that we will miss. The county will miss that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I suppose we should get back to business.
Yeah, you should.
Mr. Chair, I do.
Yes, sir, Kevin.
I do. In all seriousness, John, thank you for, and I know we got a couple more days of this budget, but I know this morning when he was making his coffee, he didn't bring me coffee this morning, which I was a little disappointed in. But I told him I would miss him greatly. We all will.
Yeah.
But he said, then who's going to give you a bad time after I leave? And I said, well, Commissioner sits right next to me. He does a good job of that. But, you know, the whole culture of what's, I think, represented in this room here today is, what's good is we're going to miss John, but it's going to carry on.
Yeah.
Because of the culture that you've established and the way people work together and break down silos. And you can just see it. And around the state, people ask us how we get those things done. It's because of the leadership that's sitting out here that has been brought together over many years under your leadership, John, and Commissioner and former commissioners. It's a good thing. So thank you very much.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Well, I'm the newest member of this budget committee, and I appreciated the walkthrough over the last decade or so, but I'm not new to Marion County, and I want to attest to what's been commented here. John, honestly, I never thought I was going to see this day when you retired.
I'm old.
But that being said, everyone in this room should understand that Marion County is a special place. And I see that in a new way in my other hat down the road, and solving problems for other counties at the state government level, and how we do things here in Marion County. I'm so used to it because this is how it's been for so many years, but this is not the case in other parts of our state. And John, you've had a tremendous influence on that, and the stability and the leadership that you've brought to this community will be remembered. And please know that. And if you ever get bored, and there's a whole lot of opportunity down the road for people who need your assistance. Thank you for your service.
It's my turn, huh?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm late. You missed the whole festivity here.
The good part.
My first 6 months of the festivity. I just want to thank you for your more than anything, I hope and I trust that I'll still be able to call you and ask for your advice as I learn a little bit more about this job, because you've already forgotten more about it than I know, and so I trust that this won't be the end.
No. Everybody here has my phone number, but keep in mind that I'll be with my grandchildren most of the time.
Kind of like taking care of us.
I'll do it later.
Oh. Okay. Other comments? We're scheduled a few minutes ago for a break, so let's take a break and stretch and gear up and come back to work. Let's meet back here at 10:30, and Debbie can start in on the presentation there. So we'll be in break time. Okay, committee will come back to order. Next item on the agenda is Debbie Gregg, budget structure and overview. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Vance, Commissioners, members of the Budget Committee. I wanted to spend a few minutes going over your budget books and kind of the layout for the presentations, budget presentations for the rest of today and tomorrow. Just a little history before we do that. I know John did some recap in his budget message, but I believe back in the 03-04 Budget Committee meetings, the Budget Committee met over like 9 days and approved a budget of $228 million back then. Fast forward to today, and our budget has nearly doubled. It's $445 million this year, and we're meeting over just 2 days. So hopefully we've gotten a lot more efficient, but yet we still provide the same amount of content in your budget. So in accordance with local budget law, this meeting was noticed in the Statesman Journal and also online on our website, and the budget is actually available upstairs, 5th floor at the Board of Commissioners office, and also online as well if somebody would like to download it. We've included 2 opportunities for the public to make comment. That'll happen this afternoon at 5:15 and then tomorrow morning at 8:45.
And Debbie, both of those have been noticed as well.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, all in accordance with local budget law. As John mentioned also in his budget message, we begin this process actually back in December with developing budget parameters. Those are in your budget book on page 1, and it's really just sets the foundation for the 1920 budget. Those were brought to the commissioners and approved by them, and we communicated those to the various departments. We met with the Council of Economic Advisors. They assist us in helping us develop and approve the property tax increase for the 1920 budget, and that is an increase of 4.3% in conjunction with the assessor's office, also their estimates. So that's included in your budget book this year.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
just so
Yes,
the people that are watching, I just want to make sure that it's not a property tax increase, it's the property tax revenues that are increasing.
My apologies.
No, I just wanted to make
You
sure.
are correct. Very
Point
important
well taken.
distinction. Property tax current revenues increase. Thank you. Your binder is organized. There's a table of contents in the front, and I'd like to just briefly go over just a few of the important areas that we'll be looking at over the next 2 days. So the overview section really just talks about our county budget process and our requirements for local budget law. If you would like to turn to page 11, that's actually in the About Marion County tab. If you'd like to flip to that, we have a really nice summary section in here that Jolene Kelly with the Board of Commissioners office prepared for us. And it just really highlights our investment in the community this last year. It's got a couple of pictures of some capital improvement projects we did this last year, the Public Safety Building and the Health and Human Services Silverton Road Campus. So that's really a nice addition to the budget book this year. Kind of makes it look pretty too. If you'd like to turn to actually page 29, that's under the summary section. This really just goes over our budget, countywide budget, really at a really high level, and talks about our county resources, which are revenues that we're expecting or estimating this 1920 budget year. On the next page, it's kind of has some colorful pie charts to kind of display more visually appealing on where our resources really come from, and also
Sorry, Debbie, what's that page number again?
page 30 is where the pie
30.
chart, is. And so it's just really nice to kind of have a quick visual picture of really where our revenues are coming from, and then our requirements are later on in the budget, in this section as well. And we also have broken it down in this summary section. We also go over the general fund, which really talks about the majority of those resources go towards public safety, about 77%. So there's a graph later on in that too. The departments will come up and talk about their budgets by programs, but really required by local budget law is that we adopt the budget by fund. And if you turn to page 43, there's a big kind of pullout that really translates that information from department budget to fund budget, because we'll be adopting this budget by fund. So that's a good depiction of that information. Non-departmental budget, which is a blue tab behind all the various departments, is really just operations that aren't any part of any one department's budget. So it goes over our debt service, our self-insurance fund, and we'll be discussing that budget and the capital budget during tomorrow's presentation. There's a detail section behind the capital and non-departmental that really provides the information at an account line item detail. So if you're a in-the-weeds kind of person like I am, I love that stuff. I go right to it. So you can find out what we're estimating for passport application revenues this year, and you can also find out what we're going to possibly spend on ferry maintenance. So there you go. The appendices will cover some additional information, budget terminology, but it also has a nice FTE summary by department and by fund. So you can look at the 2 historical years that we have, actual years, the current budget that we're in, and then 1920 proposed budget. And then in the very last section is a summary list of the decision packages that were presented to us and requested by departments this year. And it goes through and talks about it's really summary level, but it identifies the approved decision packages and also the disapproved decision packages. And tomorrow, after the presentations are all done and all the departments bring their budgets to you, I'll provide a quick recap of the countywide budget. And then I also wanted to bring up too, last year's budget committee, there was a budget note that was provided by Commissioner Carlson, and I just wanted to give you a quick follow-up on that budget note. The budget note had to do with the Sobering Center and a project that it was being led by the City of Salem. And the budget note basically stated that the Marion County Health and Human Services Department should be consulted for during that project. And I just wanted to give you a quick follow-up on the status of that. So the Sobering Center, the Sobering Center is currently not moving forward at this time. The City of Salem, who is managing that project, has removed the contribution from their 1920 budget. So Marion County's participation in that project is currently not required. So I just wanted to give you a follow-up on that budget note from last year. And lastly, I cannot emphasize enough that this is a team effort. This huge 600-page budget book cannot be done by one person alone. So I do appreciate the leadership that John has provided, and Jan, also Jeff White, the Chief Financial Officer, various individuals in the finance department. John has already mentioned them. And as he said, really the unsung heroes are those individuals and budget analysts in the departments. They really start this. They are quick to respond to our questions. They are quick to respond to make adjustments for us. So I really appreciate their efforts in this budget. So with that, if you have any questions, we could.
Questions for Ms. Gregg?
Great. I believe Health and Human Services is on deck.
Good job. Thank you.
Oh. That's right.
Mr. Latimer.
We have been receiving the GFO Distinguished Budget Award since 2013, every year. I sort of decided this back then, that we should be doing the budget in a way that presents it well to the citizens of Marion County, and we've won this award ever since, and we did this last year. So I'll present this to Debbie.
Thank you. I'll take it for the team.
Yeah, good job.
And the budget you see now really first one was put together by Rich Menaker.
Yep.
And he grumbled all the way through it.
Thank you, John. You know, you had mentioned other accreditations that departments have won, and this is a good time to point out that recognition by government professionals that are your peers in other governments, it's a pretty neat honor. You know, it's one thing to be recognized by the boss. It's another thing to be recognized by your friends. But when other people who do your work say, this work is exemplary, that's a pretty neat thing. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
There's only 5 counties in Oregon that get this every year.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Oh, it's heavy. It's heavier than the book.
And speaking of awards and recognitions, Health and Human Services, Carrie, it's nice to see you. I suppose you have to identify, we all know you have to identify yourself for the record.
Yes. Good morning. I am Carrie Moeller. I am the Administrator for Health and Human Services.
And I'm Ryan Matthews. I'm the Administrative Services Division Director.
Good morning.
So before we get into the details of the budget, first and foremost, I would like to do some recognition, please, if you will. I'd like to recognize the exceptional contribution the employees of the Health and Human Services Department provide to this community. John spoke to that, and I don't think we can recognize that enough. I would also like to recognize the tremendous contribution the executive leadership team and the management team provide in our department. The executive leadership team, they are a talented, dedicated, hardworking, and exclamation point, flexible executive team. You have known Ryan Matthews. He continues to be instrumental in our budgeting process, as well as the Administrative Services Division Director. He brings a keen finance mind and a deep understanding of programs, and that combination in somebody in Ryan's work is really exceptional. Sydney Nestor, Human Services Division Director. She brings an exceptional clinical and program development experience and continues to remind us of the important voice and vital role individuals, families, and members of our staff play in the organization and the overall healthcare delivery system. This year marks a complete turnover of our executive team with the recent joining of team members Katrina Rothenberger, Public Health Division Director, and Carolyn Fry, Behavioral Health Division Director. Both of these individuals come with many years of relevant experience and, as with the rest of the team, contribute so much to the success of this department. I'm truly grateful to each of them, and I'm honored today to represent Health and Human Services Department and the high quality of services we provide. So if you will, we are on page 209 for starters. And you have a graphic of our organizational chart, as well as the mission statement and the goals and objectives of our department. I think it's worthy to spend just a few minutes, if you would bear with me, on the mission and the goals of our program. John mentioned the important strategic planning efforts that we have done in this department, and I just wanted to recognize that the value of that work leads us every day in our decision-making, both great and small. And the mission, I'll just read it here again, to create a safe and welcoming community where all people can access high-quality health and human services. All people, from every corner of this county, every age, young and not so young alike, from all socioeconomic groups, with a diverse experiences that reflect the population for all those who strive to live a healthy life and choose a healthful and complete life as possible. So today I wanted to recognize that and our unwavering commitment, and most importantly, our unified vision to guide the decisions of the department. And in that, again, it's critical that I recognize our staff. You'll see it here in the goal 4 of the strategic plan, the value that each and every employee, we strive to engage them in improving the experiences of our employees who come to work every day and directly impact the lives of our community. The quality of the water we drink, the air we breathe, reducing the spread of disease, and helping individuals find and thrive in a safe place to call home. increasing the number of individuals who go to school, who are employed, giving new moms, families, and infants the best possible start, hiring many dynamic staff with lived experience who connect with individuals and services in such a profound and powerful way, living the message of hope, supporting people in their recovery, to be free from the impact of addiction, to know that mental health and wellness is attainable, believing that every person has the right to receive services and supports that are free from stigma and shame. So with that, I would like to turn to page 211, please. And this is our resources and requirements page. So today I'm seeking your approval for an overall Health and Human Services budget. The total budget, $73,564,087. And as you heard earlier, with the largest department by FTE of 451.16 full-time FTE, the budget represents 4 divisions and 15 budgeted program areas. In the fiscal year 18-19, the Health and Human Services Department served 42,994 individuals with 450,726 free encounters or visits. This budget does, however, represent a slight reduction from the current fiscal year, and the decline is really due to a reduction in some of our Medicaid revenues, as well as networking capital used for major investments, including the new Integrated Adult Behavioral Health Services building on the Silverton Road campus, and our investment, as you heard earlier, in the electronic health record. The total FTE is a 4.17 FTE reduction from last fiscal year, and represents my strategic and conservative approach in this response this year, given the big system change that the Health and Human Services Department is facing. The budget includes estimated funding based on the current funding level from our coordinated care organization, Willamette Valley Community Health. And we estimate, and in this budget, given this conservative approach with the changes in the system, we eliminated 18 vacant positions, and we really rolled up our sleeves and worked really hard to come in line with a budget that is both anticipates some changes and meets our strategic plan initiatives. And we reassigned 10 staff to ensure no layoffs in this 19-20 budget. Our goal was to minimize the impact on our employees while focusing on and maintaining access to our most essential and critical services to meet the demands of our payers. This budget includes an estimate funding based on our current coordinated care organization. Our current contract with WVCH and its delegate, the BCN, is $14 million. In January of 2020, John referenced earlier, halfway through this budget year, there will be a new CCO, and if not, most likely 2. Oregon Health Authority is currently in the process of reviewing applications, and in July of this year, they will issue a notice with an intent to award for the new CCO contracts. I just wanted to underscore that gives us less than 5 months to negotiate and sign new contracts from the time the contracts are awarded, with being up and running on January 1st. It will be a busy fall. Okay, so with that bit of an introduction, if you could, 213, please, for our Addictions Treatment Services program. The Addictions Treatment Services program was the first of 3 programs to move to our new Silverton Road campus. It represents the department's commitment to a better experiences through an integrated care model. Oregon, as you may know, has one of the highest rates of prescription opiate misuse in the nation. The addiction treatment program continues to see increase for demand of services with a rise of more than 40% last year. In response to this high need for service, we've done some pretty innovative things that I'm very proud of. We've created a rapid access model for addiction treatment services, which means same day or next day access for anybody who's seeking services. That was a heavy lift, and we're, for individuals in the moment who are recognizing that substance use disorders are having a negative impact on their lives, the ability to catch them in the moment and make available services for them is very significant. And we also have a contract, it's a pilot project with Oregon Health Authority this year and Salem Hospital to do immediate outreach to individuals who've been identified in the emergency department as having an opiate use disorder or an overdose at the time, where we're reaching in to the hospital to help folks get immediate access to service. And I received a note of appreciation that I thought was very meaningful, and I wanted to share. I wanted to apologize for being so frustrated. I hadn't slept or eaten due to non-stop panic attacks. I really appreciate how kind you were. I haven't been treated like a human for a while by any medical care type. I have a lot of hope that this program can save my life. I have suffered from a myriad of health issues and began losing hope that the stigma of addiction is all healthcare professionals chose to see. I'll be safe over the weekend, and I'll call you Monday, brother. God bless you. So it's good work that we're doing, and the power of the work that we're doing, I think we sometimes forget that, but I did want to bring that to your attention. Also in this program, we've got our LEAD program. You've heard a lot about this. It's a great collaboration with the District Attorney's Office, local law enforcement, where we've got 2 current navigators, and we're planning in the next year to hire 2 more in cooperation with the Sheriff's Office on another grant. And then finally in this program, I'll just highlight the Her Place. Her Place is a program where moms and children can stay together during their treatment recovery. We own a house, and it was in dire need of some repair. So we did that, but I think importantly, while that house was being renovated, one of our community partners allowed us to move that program into a vacant housing unit that they had to serve those women without interruption while the building was being renovated. So on pages 213 and 14, we had 3 FTE reduced in this program. It was the conclusion of 2 programs. We've had general fund transfers for the 2 lead navigators, and decrease the transfer out and contingency for the renovation of Her Place. Let's see, next program are Children and Youth Mental Health Services, 215. So this program, let's see if I can, in 2017, with the advocacy and support from Commissioner Carlson, the Marion County Youth and Family Services Program was established independent of the Psychiatric Crisis Center. We had been providing kids and family crisis services inside of the crisis center, and learned that we could provide a better experience for youth and family if we could outside of the Psychiatric Crisis Center. It was really designed to serve adults. So now, with more than 18 months of experience and data, we've modified this program quite significantly, and it resulted in a significant savings to the program. We restructured the days and times of services and reduced the number of staff associated with this program to the tune of about 8 FTE. Over the years, Children's Behavioral Health has been responsive to the needs of the community, developing an array of specialized services to meet the mental health needs of our community. Access for high-quality care continues to be our main focus, and the service array has been comprehensive. I anticipate a more refined response to the highest needs youth in response to the changes with the CCO. So again, on page 16, we've got the, 216, the reduction of FTE. We've also increased our resources in this program area. We got a additional grant to provide an evidence-based practice called Parent-Child Interactive Therapy. It's a really dynamic therapy by which We are providing real-time support to moms and dads parenting, and we have an earbud in the ear of the parent and a therapist behind a glass window who's providing coaching supports to parents, and it's very effective, and we're very proud of that service. In this program, we've got lower rent. We have vacated a building on Lancaster and consolidated our children's services to a Beverly complex, a lower rent, so we've seen some savings there. And because of the restructuring with the FTE and moving, as you'll hear later, some services, adult services in alignment with our strategic plan, we've had a reduction in our networking capital in this program. 217, adult outpatient mental health services. This program has seen a significant restructure, and of probably most important, or at least a nice thing for us to be able to talk about, is the Silverton Road campus. It's a beautiful building that represents our values in terms of having a welcoming and experience for both our employees and our individuals in service. It also meets my interest of improving the experience through the integrated and comprehensive care model to individuals who have both substance use and mental health disorders, and facilitates the goals set forth by Oregon Health Authority for integrated, well-coordinated care across behavioral health services. The Marion County Health and Human Services serves adults with complex needs, and I anticipate this area will continue to expand in the contracting cycles with the CCOs. The integration of these services will allow for improved care and reduce services and duplication. Prior to this, we discovered that many individuals had duplicate care plans, and so part of the goal of integrating the service is to align services and supports. So we're anticipating that it will be a much better coordinated experience, a primary person helping to facilitate that care, and with a single plan, and hopefully better health outcomes. So in this program area, page probably 218 helps describe it the best in terms of what's happened. So when integrating adult services into this adult campus, the changes here really are about transferring those positions out of this service area into the adult service area. We've also, so historically, our wraparound and care coordination services that were combined in this budget. So we've seen a increase in our state, local, and networking capital to reflect the integration of adult services, and an overall increase in our requirements due to the reallocation and the new location. 219 is our forensics and acute forensic services. Mostly you know that as PCC. So here, the Psychiatric Crisis Center, as you all know, is the hub where our crisis, public safety, and hospital systems come together to support the community. Services such as mobile crisis intervention training, where we have trained more than 600 law enforcement and staff in crisis intervention training, jail diversion, crisis outreach response, aid and assist. Our community is a better place when individuals with intense behavioral health needs are connected to services, diverted from further involvement in law enforcement, and supported in the community. So of note here in the acute and forensics program, the Psychiatric Crisis Center, which is located on the campus of Salem Hospital, is currently in the process of being renovated. They are receiving a much-needed facelift, which includes reconfiguration and expansion of the reception area to provide a better service for individuals who come for service. And noteworthy and quite impressive, I might add, We have been providing services without interruption during the renovation because of our commitment to ensure that people who need crisis services, who know about PCC, don't get lost in the process. So we've been doing this this renovation in phases to ensure that we can continue to provide access to individuals during the renovation. We anticipate a July or August completion date. And then in this program also is where we provide our mobile crisis services. Mobile crisis, you might imagine as a 911 response for folks with mental health challenges. So we're paired with local law enforcement and a qualified mental health professional. The program currently has 3 teams. We're adding a 4th team sometime this fall. So we'll have 1 team with the Marion County Sheriff's Department, 1 team with the Woodburn Police Department, and a 2nd team will be in Salem to take us to 4. So FTE, no significant changes here. Resources, you'll see on page 219 and 220 that we've increased our intergovernmental. So we've discovered a need to sort of rethink in communication with our current CCO and the BCN on how we charge and pay and bill for services through our crisis services. So we've historically had a fixed allocation, and we've been talking with our payers about encountering and billing for our services differently. So what you'll see here is an increase in our governmental local due to those billing practice changes, a decrease for charges and services, which was due to an adjustment in our anticipation of the volume of service, increase in admin cost recovery, and an overall increase in our operational cost. And then the one requirement there is a much-needed vehicle purchased for the Psychiatric Crisis Center. Page 221 is our intensive services and supports. And this is, again, related to the earlier comments I had around under the kids program. Again, the changes here reflect the integration of services on our Silverton Road campus, and the significant FTE reduction that you see here is, as I was saying earlier, is due to the transfer of those services from the other program. So we had the transfer plus the elimination of vacant positions. For this service area, I expect the contract negotiations to focus on these highly effective community-based care coordination services for both kids and adults. Here, in this program area, what's left is primarily our kids services, and where we're focusing on evidence-based practices. We offer centralized peer services in this department, intensive care coordinations to children and families, and where highly specialized intensive services help to keep them on track and engage other healthcare and social service providers in their support. And I think the changes that I've indicated, I've already spoke to, but you'll see them here on page 222, resources, realignment, networking capital, both because of the program FTE mix and the reduction to align services for declining resources. So that represents our behavioral health services. And last year in the redesign, we've added a human services department. So you'll see that beginning on page 223. This had been an important change for me. Besides the exceptional health services that we provide to this community, we also provide some really important human services. And in the human services division, you have primarily the developmental disabilities program and our residential services and supports. So through a series of moves, we should really recognize our facilities crew and in all of these moves that you'll be hearing from me today. So we terminated our lease at Lancaster, and a series of other moves happened in order to sort of get us to the stable place that we are today. The adult behavioral health services moved to Silverton Road. creating capacity for us to move our developmental disability services to the Center Street location. And I will say they have had a sense of deep gratitude for this move. The quality of the facilities and the access were remarkable. So in this program area of IDD, it's funded through the Human Services Division at the state. All of our other services primarily are funded through the Oregon Health Authority, so I think that's important to note. We purchase services on behalf of children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And in this program area, we've seen more stable funding and more stable and predictable funding due to caseload growth and a model change at the state, which also produced a rate increase. So here on page 224, resources, FTE is flat, and the intergovernmental state increase is due to caseload growth. General fund transfer decreased due to revised estimates on a general fund match, and increase in networking capital increase due to the rising program cost, and a relatively flat funding is expected in 2019 and 20. And the requirements for materials and services decreased due to the move, but increased because of the admin charges that are assigned to our Center Street location. Residential services and supports, 225. I would say, in my opinion, very few services take on as significant a role as the overall health of individuals' well-being in the community as housing. There is a growing awareness that the impact of where we live, learn, work, and play has on our overall health and the health of our community. It is clear that what happens outside of a provider's office has as significant of an impact on our overall health. My expectation in this coming year is that I expect that in this coming year there will be an acceleration on community coordination to address issues such as food, housing, education, and transportation needs. Housing services and supports have been a growth area for this department and has been a significant focus of our strategic plan. We offer a wide array of residential supports for those experiencing homelessness who are transitioning from the state hospital or other institutions. We have many in this community. Group living and folks seeking independent living. The success of this work is really rooted in our collaborative relationships with housing authorities, landlords, and other social service agencies. Our rental assistance program continues to stay at or near capacity. And really the biggest barrier here are simply the low vacancy rates. We have a licensed residential program, Horizon House, and after some analysis, we are currently asking for a additional bed, a licensed bed with the state. We have the current staffing capacity without additional staffing increases and to gain some revenue that we think will be a good offset to some of the costs there. And I also wanted to tell you, I'm trying to give some personal meaning to some of this work that we do, because I see it every day, I hear about it every day. I want you to also hear and share with me some of the great successes that we're having. So the rental assistance team housed an individual that has had experienced homelessness for the majority of his life, who lived at the Union Gospel Mission for 7 years. After being housed in his unit for 6 months, the owner sold the complex that he was housed in, and all of the tenants were given a no-cause notice to vacate the unit. Fortunately, this team of dedicated, committed staff on the ground rehoused this participant before his time to vacate was up. He's been successfully housed now for more than 2 years. He has more stable housing now and no longer relies on medication for his mental health stability. He's currently waiting for a Section 8 housing voucher, which is the intention of this program, to help and provide resources to folks to get stable, have some good rental histories, and then eventually, many of them hope to get support through the Section 8 voucher program. So on page 26, 25 and 26, 2, 25 and 26, the FTE remains stable here. Some increases in intergovernmental local because of the revenue generated by this rental assistance programs. The networking capital has increased a bit. We've got some increased operational cost and some increases in our adult abuse investigation program, which also sits inside of our services and supports here. And we've also had some increased costs due to the Silverton Road location, which also impacted our contingency. Okay, public health. We've had a very significant year in public health this year. We're continuing to focus our efforts on modernizing our public health system, which means everyone in Oregon can expect basic public protections, including clean air, safe food and water, health promotion, prevention of disease, and responding to new health threats, such as the highly visible events of water quality and responding to communicable disease outbreaks. Without hesitation, the CD team and many other employees across the department willingly stepped up to assist these intense public health efforts. I cannot say enough about the dedication and commitment this department has to the health of our community. It's really a really important reminder of the key role Health and Human Services holds in this community, where dedicated Marion County and Polk County sometimes come together to see and respond to significant events that touch both of our communities and to share resources. It's an important partnership. The alignment of our Health and Human Services Department strategic plan and the modernization, we are sharpening our focus on the health of the entire community through prevention and population health approach. We will focus our efforts on our community to where we can have the greatest impact. And again, a brief little note here. I received a note from a citizen wanting to share with me the highlights for how our services and how we served one individual might potentially impact many. I am currently incarcerated at the Marion County Correctional Facility. You took the time to come down here and vaccinate us so we could be healthier. It's very greatly appreciated and did not go unnoticed. Because of you, because all of you, there will be a lot of us here who will be prevented from getting the flu or tetanus and everything else that you helped us with. Thank you for what you do for us. Page 227 and 228 is our communicable disease program. And in this program, we're responsible for screening, detecting, investigating emerging infectious diseases like tuberculosis and measles. We're managing outbreaks, and we play a critical role in the mass dispensing of medication in a public health emergency. In this program, we see no significant changes in FTE. And the resources here, there's a funding mix change between federal and state. We anticipate funding increasing due to the unprecedented number of TB cases in Marion County. Unprecedented. We've had a continual increase with tuberculosis in this community at the same time when we were managing the measles, and then the really other significant and important work that we do around the transmission of sexually transmitted diseases. So again, it's been a very busy year for these programs in public health. The next program, prevention and health promotion, and the changes in the way we think about healthcare and with the coordinated care organization. I hope in this next evolution of CCO 2.0 we'll get what we call upstream a bit more, where we can really focus on the prevention of disease and illness and the promotion of health of our community. So this program was the third of our primary programs to move to Silverton Road. And again, it allows for the intentional collaboration and coordination between our internal programs. Central to this mission in our strategic plan is to drive system change to support healthy communities. And here we're responding, one of the things we're responding to is the significant public health crisis with the increased incidence of suicide in this country and our community. The prevention team and the behavioral health team have launched multifaceted suicide prevention campaigns, a community-based coalition building effort to reduce the prevalence of suicide in our community, and a zero suicide initiative to increase department-wide awareness and for our staff to imagine a workplace free from suicide, the efforts to prevent suicide for individuals we are serving. It's really important and exciting work for this department. The prevention program is responsible for coordinating the Community Health Improvement Plan, and this year the CHIP focused areas for improvement, prevalence of substance use disorders, increase access to behavioral health care, and the reduction of homelessness. These 3 priorities will continue to galvanize our collaboration and integration work between our 2 behavioral health programs. And you'll see on page 229 and 230 the details there. No FTE changes. We did have a reduction in tax revenue in this program. It was unanticipated, with a reduction of more than $650,000 across the department and $200,000 specifically to this program area. Slight increase in materials costs, which means a reduction in our contingency. Emergency preparedness, 231. Events such as the algae bloom remind us of the critical importance of the work of our preparedness and the important role that we play in the countywide incident command structure. I'm very proud of the fact that we have trained all of our staff, every one of our staff, in the basic incident command system and are working intentionally to strengthen our response by coalition building and convening other entities in preparedness. We exercise regularly within the department and with our community partners to ensure we are ready as we can be for a public health, a response to an emergency. We have a defined role in the incident command system, and our role is to coordinate all of our medical services in this community in the event of a response. And we also are responsible to ensure the most vulnerable people have access to critical service in the event of an emergency, including our behavioral health citizens. Page 231, FTE is overall flat, and the resources and requirements here were decreased due to the elimination of a vacant position. Next, environmental health, probably one of our more identifiable programs to the community. It's the public-facing services like restaurant inspections, investigation of food and waterborne outbreaks, drinking water standards. We had a longtime supervisor retire here and restructured the management of this program. We've also had an increase in our inspection fees, and those will start in January of 2020. In here again, you'll see the FTE changes were due to realigning our supervisor. We added a little bit of department support here, and our personnel and admin charges slightly increased due to those FTE changes. Next is our maternal child health services. Probably one of the most well-recognized services in this program is our Women, Infant, Children Services, known as WIC. We also provide, as you see here, services to nutrition services. We provide support for breastfeeding moms. We also provide home visiting to at-risk youth. Babies First and Cocoon is a targeted case management program for prenatal moms and babies. Babies First is for babies babies up to the age of 5, where we're providing support around health issues and also some supports to get them other assistance as needed, helping them with food security and home safety. And Cocoon is a collaborative program with our coordinated care organization and our intellectual and developmentally disabled program, where we're providing supports for children up to age 21 with complex developmental or health challenges. We continue to see in our WIC program, as we have across the state and nationally, a slight reduction in the services for women who are coming for service here. And in this program, we had a elimination of a peer support program, breastfeeding support program, with staff leaving with a credential. So those women who need that support get it through the larger WIC program, and so the FTE changes you see there are due to that. Clinical and preventive services, page 236. So again, this is where we'll see the impact of the modernization, I think in some ways very directly. The modernization of the public health system in Oregon will influence the amount of community clinical services we provide. Modernization means our department will be able to acquire new functions and advance current roles to prevent death, disease and disability, and address emerging health threats. As more residents have access to Oregon Health Plan or insurance, the will help support them to get their care at their primary care office. I see this as a critical and a significant issue for contracting with our CCOs. We currently have a contract for our public health services, and depending on what emerges with those contracts with our new CCOs, yet to be determined. So the resources here remain for FTE relatively flat, and the networking capital decreases due to the elimination of those vacant positions. Oh, sorry, did I get that right?
Oh,
Lost my place here.
sorry. No, the networking capital had been increased in fiscal year 18-19 to deal with some uncertain funding, and then as we've learned more about sort of the reproductive health funding model, we were able to reduce that networking capital in fiscal year 19-20.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, let's see. Oh, in this program also, we're doing this is where our services and supports around the reduction of sexually transmitted diseases lies. We had a grant from the state where we retrofitted a van to do some mobile outreach. And the impact of transmitting disease in this community is significant, and I think it's worth underscoring. In Marion County, since 2013, between 13 and 17, we experienced, and this isn't a typo, 635% increase in gonorrhea in this community, 1,268% increase in syphilis rates in this community, both of which can have serious consequences if left untreated. So this outreach van is specifically intended to target the reduction of the transmission of diseases. And this is a really innovative program, and we're working really hard to ensure the community knows about this really important service, and it really highlights some of the innovative work that we do in this department. So in 2019, we visited 6 different locations, performed 93 rapid HIV tests, and 125 other tests for the transmission of diseases. We are planning for new sites as we speak. So let's see, FTE remains relatively flat, and then you'll see here on page 237, we had a decline in federal funding and an increase in fee-for-service. Our networking capital returned to previous levels that we were sort of estimating in 18-19, and then the decrease in transfer out again was this for the mobile outreach van. And then finally, vital records, excuse me. This is probably how I would refer to our small but mighty program. The only services in vital records is the issuance of birth and death certificates. We saw that number John referenced earlier with the number of medical examiner investigations this year. And this number for certificates has exceeded our expectations. So the other significant changes here, a longtime supervisor supervising this program retired, and with that we restructured it a bit, resulting in some cost savings. And then administrative services, finally. So I continue to marvel at this committed and talented team within the Administrative Services Division. So in addition to the regular sort of anticipated services like contracts, billing, accounting, budgeting, personnel supports, and facilities, many aspects of our strategic plan will be directly supported, are being directly supported by the Administration Division. As John indicated, the implementation of the new electronic health record is anticipated. I'm crossing my fingers, is anticipated for 2019 and 20. This is a significant investment for us and my top priority. I would like to recognize the intentional investments and support for our employees as part of our strategic plan and just the overall work that the employees do for this department. They are engaged in activities and part of that is our investment in developing a well-trained and improved communication within the department, including my commitment to personally welcome every employee to the department. Several new programs in the Health Administration Department, data analytics, quality improvement, and a much-needed utilization review coordinator. I see this role as being very important in the new CCO contracts, where the expectations about the level of service, intensity of service, and how long individuals remain in service will be important, and that will allow us to continue to serve new folks as they need services. So these investments are significant, and I feel the dividends will be greatly received through these investments. So again, the heavy lifts here are infrastructure. We've added new staff to help manage our electronic health records. We have a data analytics person, and again, the utilization review. So significant increases here of 5 FTE, and then you'll see with regards to resources and requirements what we've done here. So we've had a decrease in our admin recovery and a reduction in our networking capital, and that, again, it has to do with our significant investment. The decrease for transfer out reflects the large capital improvement projects, the purchase of the EHR, and it means less funding, of course, set aside in our contingency. The contingency set aside here is greater than 10% to allow for some flexibility of these large-scale projects and the funding uncertainty with the CCO as we're preparing to negotiate our contracts. So finally, I'd like to say in closing, I'm so proud of the work this department does. The quality of staff, the quality of service the staff provide to the Marion County is exceptional. The leadership team here is superb. And we do not do this in isolation. Our good work is achieved because of the great collaboration we have with the other departments, our communities, and across programs. Last week we hosted a first behavioral health fair in a long time, and we had more than 200 employees participate. It was just phenomenal. The energy in the room, the collaboration, the sharing of information was really, it was a fun day. I hadn't felt like that for a long time, I think. And it was intentional, part of our strategic plan. We are a complex department. Big, complex, multifaceted, as you can hear. And what I've been hearing is even within the department, not all staff knew about the resources internal to the department. So it was with that intention that we hosted a behavioral health fair, and it was just phenomenal. So I just want to end by saying how privileged I am to be in this leadership role. I wanted to thank you, the board, John Latimer and Jan. You have been champions for our causes, challenged us to be the best we can be, and have supported us in strengthening our great collaborative efforts. I wanted to give a special note of thanks to John. What I've appreciated a great deal about you, John, is the high regard you hold for the employees of Marion County, your appreciation for the exceptional services we provide. And thank you, John, for your years of service, your leadership, your advocacy, and your commitment to have the hard conversations when they're needed. Thank you to the board, the committee, for your time and interest, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions for Carrie?
Thank you. Thanks, Carrie, that was great. I have a question broadly about the bilingual services provided and what languages, how you are managing a lot of different languages in our county, and the impact that has on access to care.
Thank you. Let's see, that's a multifaceted question. So we
Just
have
hit the
been
high notes.
intentional over the years in terms of increasing access to services for all of our community members. In a recent conversation I had with CCO applicant, they have identified services to Hispanic adults with significant mental health challenges as a primary target. So we have increased our bicultural staff significantly over the years. Woodburn has one of the highest Hispanic populations in the state, I believe, and so we've definitely done some intentional work there. The number of languages, Ryan, do you have any?
In terms of employees, it's primarily Spanish-speaking, although
Okay.
we do have interpreter services with a multitude of languages, really any language that we could foresee in the community. And one of the things I think we did with our interpreter sorry about that, a little too quiet. One of the things that we did with our interpreter services also is we really synced up our contracts with our local CCO. That is actually one of the medical benefits that CCO members have, is they have access to interpreter services that are paid through the CCO. And our ability to have the same panel of interpreters has really, I think, enabled the individuals seeking services to have an easier time making sure that we have people there to represent them and to communicate the information.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Mr. Cameron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carrie, I've got 4 questions.
Okay, perfect.
Page 213, general fund transfers for LEAD. Don't we have grants for that, for the LEAD program for the next couple of years?
The general fund transfer, and Ryan can certainly help me here, reflected the 2 initial lead navigators that we have. And so those will remain consistent, those general fund transfers, but they're really about the implementation of the program. So we had a grant with WVCH, as well as your support at the board for the decision packages in, I think, 15, 16, and no.
I think it was 16, 17.
Yes.
I think is when it started.
Yes. And then, yes, going forward, we do have a current
Justice.
It's
Right.
a justice grant to fund 2 positions going forward. So we anticipate those in late fall.
Okay, thank you. Page 223, what did I have? FTE is flat, however, you cited caseload is going up. And the question I have is your staff going to be able to handle that caseload? This is on,
It's on page 220. I think that has been an ongoing concern of ours, is the growing caseloads and the demand that puts on our workforce. I think one of the things to keep in mind here is we are entering a new biennium, and so while we've kept the staffing model flat, not knowing exactly what the funding model is going to look like, I think our anticipation and our hope is that because of the increased numbers of people that we're serving in that program, that we'll receive some additional funding that'll come through that we could add in a supplemental budget and potentially add staff to help mitigate the issue you just mentioned.
okay. Carrie, then you cited an individual who was, I think, 7 years in
Gospel Mission.
Gospel Mission, is on his own, but he's waiting for a Section 8 voucher. Is he in Marion County or is he in Salem Housing Authority with that voucher?
I can't tell you for sure. I do know the wait lists tend to be 18 to 24 months. We have worked out a collaborative effort with our local Marion County Housing Authority to have
Preference.
But the dynamic between when their names come up on the list and the available housing options is significant.
Yeah, the reason I asked the question is because I know we've given preference for our clients. Has Salem Housing Authority given preference for our clients?
I believe that's
So
only our Marion County.
Can we follow up with
Sure.
this individual and where their voucher is from and whether they're getting preference or not? And then page 240. Oh, yeah. So this is a big IT project, I believe, that you're citing, right? On the electronic health records. And it looks like we're going to have, is it 5 FTEs as a result of that? If I look at the bottom of page 240, the increase in FTE includes new positions to provide support for electronic health records 3.0, as well as 2 other positions. So, and I guess this is something we can talk offline, maybe in a work session. My concern is we're spending money on technology, which I think we need to. However, I would think it would improve productivity, and when we're adding a bunch of technology and adding FTEs to go with it, is that temporary, or will those new FTEs be permanent in the long run?
They're intended to be permanent. The internal support for the maintenance and the use of the electronic health record, this has been intentional and is a whole different system. But Ryan can speak to that a bit. The infrastructure and support required to maintain a well-functioning health record will require these staff ongoing. So there'll be some like front-facing positions for our employees who are struggling or need sort of help desk sort of support internally, and we want to develop some expertise in the program to manage this health record.
Did you want to add anything, Mike?
No, I did want to point out that the electronic health record, it's those 3 FTE. Those other 2 FTE that are mentioned as an increase in administration are for different functions, not necessarily related to the electronic health record.
Which 2 are not?
The
Or which
data
ones?
analytics and the utilization review that are just part of those 5. It's just there's 3.
Okay, it's just the 3 that are
that are
being
directly
added
to
due to the
support the
technology
electronic
that
health
we're investing in.
Correct.
Do you see any, well, maybe we can talk about this later. I wonder where the productivity improves as a result of improved technology, because if we're just continuing to add FTEs and not getting any more productivity, i.e. is that caseload that I referred to earlier, can people handle more caseload because of technology?
And not only that is the data that we're going to, we hope to achieve out of the system that will help drive some of those decisions. We're going to have, as healthcare, this is central to the effectiveness of healthcare, and we're going to be held to a standard in terms of being able to report how effective our services are. So this is absolutely where we're headed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for entertaining those questions, Mr. Chair.
David, you had a question?
Oh, go ahead, Denise.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not used to being allowed to ask so many questions.
I'll yield.
I actually had some questions also around the electronic health records. First of all, has a vendor been decided upon?
No. It is a very complicated process. We actually hired a consultant to help us write the requirements of the RFP, more than 1,500 functional requirements in the RFP. And so we're right at the verge of issuing that RFP. So, and it'll probably be out for
3 months.
3
I
months.
think, yeah.
So again, fingers crossed that we'll have a vendor selected within this fiscal year.
Okay, and then also on this, I would just wanted to encourage you to be able to produce data as easily as possible, because there's a whole bunch more reporting coming at you
Yeah, yeah,
from the Oregon Health Authority.
yeah, thank you.
Kind of got your eye on that horizon.
Yes.
Yeah. David?
Okay, I guess my question is a broader budgetary question. There's a number of program areas where there's a note under resources that indicates the increase in net working capital is needed to cover increased operational expenses or increased personnel staff. If that's the case and in multiple of program areas, what does that mean in terms of the overall revenue for the department for all its programs areas? And does that mean that you're going to have to start scaling back program services, staffing in future years? Yes, you can cover it this year, but what does it mean for the year 2, 3, 4, 5?
So I'll speak to the sort of the higher level, and Ryan can get to the budgetary detail there. We deferred our investment in where we provided services, in my opinion, for quite a long time. And so the move to Silverton Road was a significant and important investment in the quality and the location of service. So what you see that throughout the budget is the impact of that relocation to our Silverton Road campus. Our intention to be careful and strategic, the reduction of 18 FTE and the transfer of 10 positions was really while we're waiting in this sort of nebulous time between current CCO and new CCO contracts, and then our reserve supports that. I don't anticipate, to the best of my knowledge. Don talked about, where we're headed economically with all of the dynamic things going on in this world. But to the best of our ability, we will be, we're solid.
Yeah, and I think Carrie really sort of hinted at that. We have some uncertain funding that's on the horizon this year, so I think a lot of this budget was to maintain the current level, our current service level to the best that we can, even though we did have to take into account eliminating some vacant positions and reassigning some resources. I also think that really to get at Commissioner Cameron's point about cost savings, I think as we do things like implement a new electronic health record, as we've continued to make investments in quality improvement with our department, I think we're really looking for ways that we can do things more effectively, more efficiently, cut costs, and I think that that's going to contribute to sort of the long-term plan to be able to sustain our services with the fact that costs rise at a level that's usually quicker than revenues increase. And so I think that that is something that we have some foresight on and some vision towards managing and maintaining, an appropriate level of risk. But I do think that it requires a lot of these other projects really coming to fruition to hopefully put us in a position where we can maintain those services.
John or Jan, you want to wait?
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yes.
This is not anything new with this department.
No, it's not.
I remember the former director was always worried about the reduction in revenues and having to scale back staff and trying to do it over time rather than all at once. Their primary source of revenues is Medicaid. And you know as well as I do, we never know for sure what's going to happen at the federal level or at the state level in terms of funding for Medicaid services. So you're kind of caught in a bind in not knowing for sure. And of course, they haven't even adopted the budget yet. So at the state, so we don't know where it's going to go. We've had discussions with previous health department staff about this, and it's an ongoing discussion.
Thank you.
Questions. Carrie, on page 227, Communicable Disease Control Program, it looks like in fiscal year 16-17, we had 22.96 FTE, and now at 11.68 FTE. That's quite a bit of a drop, especially since we've had issues with measles and some other communicable disease. Can you talk a little bit about what the story is there, what happened over the last few years in this department?
I think that with part of this is around people having access to care. We've seen some programs realigned with the move. I spoke a little bit to that earlier. I will have to say, in terms of our revenue and funding for public health, these guys do amazing things on within very close margins. We do provide a bit of support. Rather than, Ryan, do you?
Are you talking between fiscal year 16, 17, and
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's really 16, 17, 17,
So in
18 was the big
fiscal
change.
year 16, 17 was also the first, so that year is sort of prior to our reorganization. So if you think about that, a lot of what is now clinical preventative services, things like immunizations and some of those services have been moved to a separate program that did not exist in 16, 17, and those staff and those programs resided in communicable disease. So we got a little bit more refined in terms of how we categorize what was purely communicable disease services versus what was our direct service that we were providing individuals in other areas. So as you look through our budget, that's one thing to sort of keep a note about, is the fiscal year 16, 17 actuals really were reflective of the prior health department organizational structure and not the organizational structure that we know of as Health and Human Services.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then we've been talking a little bit about the new CCOs coming, and you and I have been in conversations with them. Have you had any further conversations with them about contracting, or is that still on our to-do list?
We have had, I had a conversation actually last week with one of the CCOs about contracting. The public health services, I hope that we can get much more engaged with them about what those services are. There's a significant safety net function that the public health department provides, as well as the mental health provides, and this contracting conversation will really lend itself to ensuring that we are supported by however many CCOs are in town to provide those safety net services, and we do a lot of that work around a healthy community and ensuring people have access to care is central to our conversation right now with the CCO. So nothing more formal than that, but just starting to talk conceptually about how both the behavioral health and public health services support the overall achievement of the CCO goals and metrics. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Other questions? Okay. A couple of quick questions. One, on that same page, 227, communicable disease, I noticed that what you're looking to get from the federal government has dropped to 0. I'm assuming that's because that'll pass through the state. It's not that the feds are no longer concerned with communicable disease. It's just it's going to come through a different funding stream.
Right, so the state receives funding, and the funding mix that we end up receiving can kind of vary from year to year. So what happens is, I think that the state is probably potentially keeping what is the federal contribution, and what they're passing to us is what's, state general fund, a state contribution contract. So really it's not so much a funding reduction, it's just a shift in the category of funding that we receive.
Okay. And then a second question, and that has to do with electronic health record and a big investment in time and treasure for electronic health record, but that's pivotal also to cost recovery. And as you're looking at 2 Medicaid intermediaries to try to deal with, the precision of the data you can prepare for them in your billing and the staff training it'll take to do that I think that's critical for anybody who's really a health provider, which the department truly is. The precision is outrageous. And you forfeit if you don't. That also brought to mind the notion of incident command structure and the cost recovery if there is an incident and if federal monies become available and if you have people who are incident command structure trained and know how to save a receipt for something, you get reimbursed. If you didn't save that receipt, but you tell them, you sent 2 trucks from here to Vancouver to pick up medication, so you don't have a receipt. So I think I didn't know you were doing that. I think that's phenomenal, that all of your people will understand that incident command structure in case it's ever needed.
Yeah, I think that really speaks to the support we've had from Commissioner Brentano over the years to really sort of be ready whenever we can to manage some of these things. And measles and algae bloom have really helped us to exercise that muscle and around the level of detail that you're talking about. The other thing, Patrick, I appreciate your comments about generating service and reimbursement out of the system. The other big player here is the state. I cannot tell you the amount of data elements we're required to report to them through our contracts, through our IGAs with the state. Sure. And right now we're doing it, but it is so labor intensive. And to Commissioner Cameron's point about the productivity, not only from our staff, but the administrative staff that support the functions of our department, they're significant. And so again, it's a huge priority. We hold our breath every day that the current record system that we have, it gets us to the selection of a new vendor, but it's a big deal.
And then a final one, and that is a comment about the languages spoken in Marion County by the people who come to you for service. The Somalis and the Mexicans who come up here but don't speak Spanish as a primary language. They speak Triqui or Nahuatl or Mixteco or one of the other indigenous languages, learn Spanish in the public school when they had a public school in the village, and then come here to work. And I think that's a real challenge. It would be interesting, and we talk about this periodically, you and I and staff, to see what whoever the geography center at Portland State or whatever, who are all these people we're dealing with, refugees from Tashkent and Mexican laborers who come here from Mexico or Venezuela or somewhere. That's a challenge. It's a challenge to get to them in a language they understand, especially around issues of pregnancy, issues of communicable disease, issues of access to fundamental services.
If you haven't seen, I'll just end here. If you haven't seen our community health assessment plan that our staff provided primary support for, the wealth of data, both health and community health is phenomenal. There is some information there in terms of languages. I'm not sure it's as refined as sort of what you're suggesting here, but if you haven't seen, please, we have a link on our website, and there's some really, really important data there. Should help inform all of our decisions.
And as background information to why we're talking about these dollars, I think, oh, that's right, this is a challenge you don't normally think about. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Final questions for Karen? Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Karen.
Mr. Budget Officer, we're running about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. What's your pleasure? We'll take a break? Committee, what's your pleasure? You want to be back here at 10? Oh, no, you got your staff prepared to be here at 1, so we get some extra time. So we will recess long enough to grab some lunch and be back here at 1 o'clock.
Awesome.
1:15, I'm sorry, for the
job,
sheriff.
Mr.
We'll be back at 1:15.
Did you have a refillable thing like I do, or did they have to give you one?
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is 1:15, and we will come back to order. Sheriff, I see you out there with the crew, and we would love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're very honorable, commissioners, and the Budget Committee. For the record, my name is Jason Myers. I'm the Marion County Sheriff, and with me today is Commander Jeff Wood and Commander Joe Cast, and they are going to be presenting on our proposed fiscal year 2019-20 budget, which begins on page 413 in your workbook. With that, I will turn it over to them.
It's good, Sheriff. We've also got some extra pages here that were handed out over the break.
They will call your attention while they do their presentation to those.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Gentlemen.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office is a unique organization consisting of 13 programs with 357 and a half employees, 4 divisions, and 3 state-certified disciplines. The Sheriff's Office is unmatched in the role that we perform in the criminal justice system and the influence we have on keeping our community safe. The Office of Sheriff is unique in their ability to collaborate with community partners, governmental agencies, and members of the community. With that being said, I will provide you an overview of the 4 divisions that provide the important public safety services in our county. This handout number 1 which was provided to you, delineates. Our divisional breakdowns include the Operations Division, which carries out administrative functions, records, civil process, judicial transportation and security, concealed handgun licensing, professional standards, public information, and includes the Community Resource Unit and code enforcement. The Enforcement Division includes detectives, patrol, search and rescue, K-9, SWAT, Marine Patrol, traffic safety team, contracted law enforcement services, and the newly informed Enhanced Public Safety East Salem Service District. The Institutions Division includes the jail records, jail operations, the transition center, work crews, and inmate medical services. Parole and probation, or community corrections, manages approximately 3,100 parole and probation offenders, treatment contracts, and the Marion County Reentry Initiative and Justice Reinvestment Initiative programs and services. Our budgeting approach at the Sheriff's Office is, as in the past, we take a zero-based budgeting approach to create a fiscally responsible budget. We begin by building the budget at the account level for each service and each program within the Sheriff's Office. In this process, we analyze resources and requirements and trends, as well as increases to our operational cost. Budgeting in this manner has required us to plan for today and into the future. In addition, it has increased our office's fiscal accountability and transparency, created efficiencies, and has enhanced our ending fund balance. Handout number 2 is titled Budget Highlights. This document highlights changes in the overall Sheriff's Office budget, including resources and requirements by fund, FTE changes, materials and services, capital purchases, and the budget officer's approved decision packages. Some of the areas where we've seen success. To start with, we'd like to thank John Latimer, our County Administrative Officer, Jan Fritz, our Deputy County Administrative Officer, and our County Commissioners for their forward-thinking and strategic investments in prioritizing a number of upgrades and infrastructure renewal projects throughout the Sheriff's Office. During fiscal year 18-19, we moved our enforcement and parole and probation staff into a new building, the Public Safety Building, providing our staff the space and unprecedented access for collaboration across divisions. We'd like to point out that that building was completed on time and within budget. Additionally, projects were completed at the Transition Center, which included replacing the roof, installing a new HVAC system, and some minor cosmetic remodeling. With enforcement moving from the former Central District office, we were able to provide enhanced services at the Transition Center as originally designed. The Demunis Resource Center, our one-stop shop for those involved in the criminal justice system, has been able to double their footprint to deliver services. We've also been able to provide space to our contracted treatment providers to deliver services in a more confidential and therapeutic milieu. At the jail, Facilities has contracted with security consulting firm, Day CPM, to develop recommendations related to our door control systems. Implementation for that is planned for fiscal year 19 and 20. Information Technology is also contracted with WireMap to complete planning and development for the Sheriff's Office security camera systems at the jail. And implementation for that is planned for fiscal year 19 and 20.
Members of the Budget Committee, at this time, I'm going to highlight a few of the programs that we have designed to address some of our most pressing needs in public safety, including homelessness, addiction, and mental illness. As many of you know, Marion County's adoption of the Stepping Up Initiative, a national movement designed to reduce the number of persons with mental illness from entering the criminal justice system, has proven very fruitful. Stepping Up asks communities to come together to develop an action plan consistent with the initiative's 6 questions for county leadership to ask. We have a work group of stakeholders around this initiative that has been regularly meeting with the Sheriff's Department, and at the end of the month with the Sheriff's retirement, which I want to make clear, he didn't clear this with any of us prior to his announcement. I will be working with our nonprofits, our board, and our collaborative partners in the coming months on this initiative. We have long recognized the problems associated with incarcerating individuals in jail who suffer from mental illness. Most often, these individuals have been arrested for low-level crimes such as criminal trespass or causing a public disturbance. Within the United States, annually, about 2 million people with serious mental illnesses are detained. Almost 3/4 of these adults also have drug and alcohol issues. Once incarcerated, individuals with mental illness tend to stay longer in jail upon release and are at a higher risk of returning to incarcerations than those without. Research has found, on average, the cost to incarcerate an individual with a mental illness or mental health condition is 2 or 3 times higher than the cost associated with the person without mental illness or those mental health conditions. The human toll on this problem is staggering, and the cost to taxpayers is equally onerous. With support and leadership from the Board of Commissioners, Health and Human Services, our district attorney, and other state agencies, we believe our community is committed to the initiative. We have implemented a timely screening and assessments, collecting baseline data, and have completed a process map for the target population to address these service gaps, progress, and policy implementation. Within our law enforcement services, officers in Marion County have been trained in Crisis Intervention Training, or CIT. CIT is a nationally recognized model that provides officers with the training and skills to identify, approach, de-escalate, and refer individuals with mental illness to appropriate services within the county. Marion County has 3 mobile crisis teams, with a 4th to be added by Salem Police within the next fiscal year. Each team is composed of a CIT-trained officer and a mental health clinician who respond to an in-progress mental health calls anywhere within the county. To ensure services are provided at the first touch point of law enforcement contact, our Crisis Outreach Response Team, or COURT, reviews police reports from local agencies and follow-ups with individuals who've had police contact or who may benefit from community-based resources such as counseling, medical care, insurance sign-up, peer mentors, alcohol or drug treatment, or veterans services. Speaking of veterans services, since 2018, in July 2018, COURT has been assisting our mental health court with follow-up contacts for these individuals participating in the diversion program. Mobile crisis teams are available 18 to 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. Without the ongoing support of the Oregon Health Authority, Salem Police Department, Woodburn Police Department, and Marion County's Department of Health and Human Services, our county would not be in the position to have these necessary and needed resources. Whenever an individual is lodged in our jail, they will be screened for mental illness. Information from the screening and further assessments is shared with our mental health clinicians that work within the jail, as well as our behavioral health unit, which is the Crisis Outreach Response Team, or Mobile Crisis Response Team, and a deputy district attorney who focuses on specific mental health caseload. While justice is at the center of any charging decision, the deputy district attorney is aware of the array of services available to individuals suffering from mental illness and the importance of getting an individual with mental illness connected to these services not found in jails. These services can include the Psychiatric Crisis Center, a 24/7 day a week, 365 day a year drop-in center for individuals who are suffering from mental health crisis, mental health specialty court, law enforcement assisted diversion, or LEAD, Bridgeway Recovery Services, Marion County Health and Human Services Department, or Northwest Human Services. The results of these combined efforts have been significant. Since the strategies have been implemented, Marion County jail bookings have maintained a downward trend from 19,000 in 2006 to 15,574 in 2018. Marion County's aid and assist usage for the Oregon State Hospital for misdemeanor offenders has been reduced from an average of 6.3 admissions in 2014 to 3.3 in 2018. The collaboration occurring within Marion County and our criminal justice system has allowed us to focus our efforts on those who pose the greatest risk to community safety, while at the same time providing appropriate alternatives or services to individuals with mental illness by connecting them to community-based services. Based on our 2018 jail survey, we know that almost 50% of the jail population lodges are suffering from mental illness. In 2018, the jail provided mental health services to over 1,200 inmates and spent $141,000 on psychotropic medication. Additionally, we cared for 710 inmates of the jail who were on suicide watch while at the jail. This is the reality of managing a population that is suffering. The need for a continued focus on this population is necessary to help and maintain medical services, medications, suicide prevention, hospital care, and a continuum of care when they are released back into the community. To enhance some of these efforts that we're currently doing, in the summer of 2018, leadership within the state of Oregon requested technical assistance from the Council of State Governments, or CSG, to use a data-driven behavioral justice reinvestment approach to improve criminal justice outcomes for this population. A steering committee was formed and co-chaired by the Oregon Health Authority Director Pat Allen and our Sheriff Jason Myers. Amongst other accomplishments, the committee worked to draft and submit Senate Bill 973, which establishes a behavioral health justice reinvestment program. My understanding that this bill is currently at the state capitol on the floor right now, and as currently written, would provide $10 million throughout the state for programs that I've just been describing. Additionally, CSG has reached out to our county indicating they're looking at us as a possible pilot county for behavioral health investments. The primary target population for these monies could be the high utilizer or 370, which we have determined to be those who are unable to aid and assist in their own defense, as well as provide diversion from the jail, criminal justice system, emergency rooms and departments, and the Oregon State Hospital. One of our ongoing goals for this coming fiscal year has been the continued focus on the public safety system and our contacts with persons suffering from behavioral health issues. This includes our efforts on the mentally ill and persons with drug addictions. One of those programs that highlights these efforts is our Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program, LEAD, or as we like to locally and affectionately refer to it as MCLEAD. This program originated from a very quiet visit back in 2016 up in Seattle to see how their program was being implemented and had been running for the last several years. Modeled on a similar program in the United Kingdom that demonstrated a significant decrease in recidivism, LEAD has equally shown impressive results in Seattle and the surrounding King County area. LEAD brings law enforcement together with health and social service practitioners to divert individuals with low-level drug charges from the criminal justice system and provide immediate supports to those who are targeted in these target areas in the community. For our local LEAD program, that is the Salem core area and the East Salem Service District areas that we are implementing right now. With startup funding, rather modest startup funding of about $83,000 from Willamette Valley Community Health, or WVCH, Marion County started its program last year, almost at the same time we were giving the budget presentation right now, and hired our first lead navigator, who I will say and will continue to say is the heart and soul of this entire program. LEAD currently has 30 participants. In most of these cases, each referral had multiple warrants, which were cleared immediately, bypassing the jail altogether. Participants receive addiction services, mental health supports, and housing where appropriate. At the end of our WVCH funding, we have been very fortunate. Again, almost exactly 1 year ago today, we had a commissioner writing a BJA, Bureau of Justice Assistance, LEAD grant that we were applying for. We were told by the federal government, you can apply. We would encourage you to apply for multiple categories. You might receive one. You'll never receive two, but in any case, you'll be fortunate to receive those monies if you do. We're very fortunate to receive both categories. We were a little stunned and surprised, but we moved forward as if we knew what we were doing and moved ahead, and we are very happy to be implementing a hopefully 4-year program with approximately $1.3 million, so we'll be able to expand and enhance those services within our LEAD implementation and connect more people with services, hopefully diverting them from the criminal justice system altogether, and be able to do it for 4 more years. LEAD in Marion County serves an example of the collaborative spirit we have within our community. I'd certainly like to express our appreciation and gratitude for that leadership by our district attorney, who I believe is still behind me right now, the Board of Commissioners, Health and Human Services, City of Salem Police Department, and the city attorney in Salem. Transitioning a little bit, I would like to talk about our pretrial efforts that we have been implementing over the last year. Previously, within 2 years ago, representatives of the Sheriff's Office, Board of Commissioners, District Attorney's Office, Salem City Attorney's Office, and the Marion County Courts, Public Defender's Office, and the municipal judge met to devise a pretrial system within Marion County with the ongoing mission to format program designed to divert eligible people from jail pre-trial so that they could be monitored safely without any threat to the community within our community so that they attend court hearings, attend their court cases and resolution, thereby decreasing some of the utilization of our jail beds. We know that judicial decisions about pretrial release and detention of criminal defendants can sometimes have significant and very detrimental impact on their criminal case while causing operational stress to the jail which holds them. With the decision package that was approved by the Budget Committee 1 year ago, thank you very much for that, by the way, we were able to recruit, hire, train 2 case aides to provide pretrial monitoring. Additionally, with assistance from our partners, our collaborative partners within information technology, we've contracted with a software vendor for our caseload, notification, statistical, and record-keeping needs. In mid-April, we hit the go switch and gave the green light. To date, we've processed over 40 people within this program, currently monitoring 19 pretrial defendants. In the coming months, we'll be increasing program capacity while tracking court attendance and violation rates, and then measuring the program's overall impact to the jail's ratio of forced releases. One of the issues that has been on our radar for a number of years is our record management, jail management system. And just to give you all a brief update, and I'll refer to this collectively as the RMS-JMS project. RMS-JMS request for proposal was launched at the end of 2018. We received 4 proposals and accepted 3 to score. Representatives from all 4 divisions in the Sheriff's Office, Information Technology, and Finance scored the different vendor proposals during demonstration this last April. In June, we'll be sending a team to observe performance of the top vendor system live in a criminal justice setting. If the product works as demonstrated, we'll begin contract negotiations with the vendor and set dates for training and deployment within this next fiscal year. The project will replace the end-of-life legacy for our patrol records in jail, allow for increased efficiencies within the Sheriff's Office, and improve connectivity to our collaborating agencies. And at this time, I'm turning it over to Joe.
I'm back. Our East Salem Service District, again, thanks to the efforts of the county commissioners, we've begun implementing the East Salem Service District this current fiscal year. It will be fully staffed in the 1920 fiscal year with 10 patrol deputies. The East Salem Service District, which is comprised of the January Gardens area, also known as Hayesville, and the Four Corners area, encompasses 5.59 square miles, has the population of around 36,000 residents. If it were a city, it would likely be the second largest city in Marion County. This particular area also accounts for about 54% of our calls for service on the patrol side. It's only about 0.5% of the square miles of the 1,194 square miles that our county covers. The calls for service in this area also often require more resources. So we also have 2 substations in there, one at Chemeketa Community College up off of North Lancaster, and the other in 4400 block of State Street in the Four Corners area. These substations will provide local offices for these deputies to work from and meet with local citizens, connecting our frontline deputies with those community members they serve on a daily basis. This also impacts the rest of the county in the fact that the deputies that used to have to come in from the outlying parts of the county to help cover this 54% of our call load will be able to free up a little bit and go back out into those parts of the county. Additionally, we've been working on radio upgrades. The radio system is a key safety issue for our staff. Due to some unforeseen issues in the radio project installation, funds from Phase 3 are being repurposed to rebuild Channel 1 and to rebuild the jail system, which is also not working properly. Currently, we're working with the Director of Public Works, Brian Nicholas, with Finance and IT to build a statement of work, which will include engineering, assessment, and installation of the new radio equipment for both radio systems. These new systems, for the first time, will be digitally engineered. This will enhance radio coverage and provide much needed improvements throughout the county. Also with Title III funding, thanks to the efforts of the commissioners, the ability to spend our Title III allocation on patrol services was reinstated with the approval of the federal budget in 1819. We've resumed our program, and as of July 1, 2019, we have a deputy assigned to the forest area using these Title III monies. This strengthens our presence in the East County, especially in the areas of Detroit and the Mount Jefferson Wilderness area during the peak recreational seasons. Another area we've had some success is one of our key indicators, the code enforcement response. One of our most important key indicators for this upcoming budget year will be our continued focus on the impact that code enforcement is having on our community's livability. In 2018, code enforcement processed 1,585 cases, which is a good indicator of their workload. The number of cases closed in 2018 was 1,454, which shows the effectiveness of our efforts and helps us to know where to focus the resources on the community's behalf. Code enforcement works collaboratively with community and public safety partners with an emphasis on preventing crime, problem solving, and be responsive to the community's needs, which is in alignment with the county's strategic goal number 2, growth and infrastructure. As described in our budget document, our code enforcement team is focused on proactively addressing livability issues in the community before they become significant complaints. As part of our ongoing strategic plan, the code enforcement team will work to educate community members and encourage compliance with ordinance and code requirements, work to bring resolution to several multi-year enforcement cases which require extensive coordination and collaboration with multiple county departments and community stakeholders. One area we believe will be a growing issue for the Sheriff's Office and in our community are crime-ridden nuisance properties, often referred to as zombie properties. These properties create significant crime, drug, and livability issues within our communities, sometimes rising to the level of a public health issue. The nature of zombie properties is as complex as the variety of sources for how they are reported to our office, including from patrol, building code, Department of Human Services, neighboring properties, and anonymous correspondence. By the time information comes to the Sheriff's Office, and code enforcement, we are often playing catch-up. The response to zombie properties is also complex, requiring subject matter expertise, extensive resources, multi-agency collaboration, time, and follow-up. We also remain cognizant of the homelessness issues and attempt to avoid further contributing to homelessness in our community when dealing with these properties. While we have seen some success leveraging mortgage companies to address these issues, we know this will require continued collaboration between the board, legal counsel, public works, health and human services, and multiple sheriff's office programs. As an example of one of the successes in this area, we'll talk about the Phipps Glendale easement case. We took on a project near the intersection of Phipps and Glendale in East Salem. Residents and business owners in the neighborhood expressed concerns to both the Board of Commissioners and the Sheriff's Office about a long-standing easement which turned into an unofficial walkway between the Phipps neighborhood and Devonshire. This area was known to be a source of countless calls for service for issues such as graffiti, drug and alcohol use, disturbances, and other issues. This pathway was also being used by local school children to go to and from the bus and to school. The Sheriff's Office collaborated with community residents, Courthouse Fitness Club, Public Works Director Brian Nicholas, County Surveyor Kent Inman, and the Board of Commissioners in Salem-Keizer School District to develop a solution for the area. Sheriff Myers coordinated with Superintendent Christy Perry of the Salem-Keizer School District to reroute the buses so that to Devonshire Court so the children would not need to use the pathway to catch the bus. Director Nicholas and his team researched vacating the easement and scheduling a public hearing with the Board of Commissioners to divide the ownership of the easement property to the adjacent homeowners. Sergeant Landers and his team at the Sheriff's Office coordinated with the property's owners and inmate work crews from the Sheriff's Office to clean up overgrown vegetation and build new fences to close off the area. Patrol teams and deputies provided additional patrols in the area and area checks near the easement to increase our visibility there. As of the end of May, the fencing project was about 50% complete. The neighbors are already reporting a decline of criminal activity occurring in the area. We will be continuing to collaborate with the residents and businesses in this area to make the short-term reduction in criminal activity a long-term and sustainable project. As we approach the new fiscal year, there's a few challenges and future plans that we want to address at this time as well. The first is our jail medical costs. The population that's within and releasing from the jail have significant medical needs. Additionally, Medicare, Medicaid funding for this population is not an option, and reinitiating those benefits upon release takes time. During this transition, those with health issues are likely without medication or services. To address these gaps, Sheriff Myers has asked Commander Ted Larson from the Sheriff's Office and the Sheriff's Office Association Jail Command Council to work with the Oregon Health Authority on medical reimbursements through a waiver process. We're aware that managing and monitoring our jail medical costs has been and continues to be an ongoing issue. As illustrated in handout number 3, we had an unanticipated rise in medical costs and hospital services within this fiscal year 18-19 due to a couple of acute cases requiring extensive medical services and ICU stays for our inmates. Based on our historical averages over the past few years, we're not anticipating the same level of medical costs due to the resolution of those particular acute cases. But we do see that that's an ongoing concern and an ongoing thing we'll need to continue to monitor. Dispatch services, in late 2017, Metcom, which is one of the 2 public safety answering points in Marion County, provided a quote of what it would charge the Sheriff's Office for dispatch services. As a matter of background, the Sheriff's Office has been contracting with WVCC here in Salem since 1995. While the Sheriff's Office has been satisfied with the WVCC contract, yearly cost increases for services and communication issues associated with having 2 public safety answering points in our county has been a concern. In an effort to be transparent with our intentions, the sheriff gave an opt-out notice for our contract with WVCC so that we could explore options for dispatch services. As the Sheriff's Office, we must navigate all of the communication challenges of the 2 public safety answering points within our county. We believe that consolidation of the 2 public safety answering points into one entity would be the best outcome for all public safety agencies and citizens who are associated with these answering points. A work group, inclusive of the Sheriff's Office personnel, the Board of Commissioners' Office, and representatives from WVCC and Metcom, has been established to explore consolidation. This work group will thoroughly evaluate all the options and will be making a recommendation to the user boards of Metcom and WVCC on which course of action would be the best moving forward. In 2018-19, we renewed our contract with WVCC through June of 2020, with the expectation that the consolidation discussion will continue in good faith. We also provided an opt-out so that the Sheriff's Office will have options if consolidation does not come to fruition.
Transitioning to one of our current challenges, I feel like we do this every 2 years. The sheriff has talked about this repeatedly, but at this point in time for our budget, we do not know what our community corrections will be for baseline funding, and candidly for any of the funding that we have right now. We budgeted that the numbers that we budgeted on were based on the governor's recommended budget, which, to give you a little color and context, baseline funding statewide 2-year number is $273 million. The governor's balanced budget, or the governor's recommended budget, was actually $259 million 2 years statewide. As if you do the math, that is a significant decrease in our current service level. As you may or may not know, county funding for baseline funding for Marion County is determined by 3 things. One is the total supervised population statewide. The second, which arguably is the most important, is that capitated rate, our daily rate that we get per person per day for the people that we supervise throughout the state. And then third is the county's allocation share. Within the last 30 days, we just received information from the Department of Corrections that our county allocation is actually going down. We usually receive 9.4, or this last biennium, we've received 9.4% of that total statewide allocation. That's dropping to 9.1%. To kind of throw these things into a little more confusion, that capitated rate, that daily rate that we get per person per day, is currently $11.69 a day. The governor's recommended budget just gave an inflationary increase to that daily rate of $12.07 a day. Throwing all this sort of into the mix is a statutory required function that we have to do every 6 years, which is called an actual cost study. This is a very time-consuming, painful process for all of our staff in every county throughout Oregon to determine what do we spend on each individual who's on supervision, what is that inflationary rate, and how much time do we spend with clients, whether they're on a high-risk level, a medium-risk level, or a low-risk level. And what we found in doing this very exhaustive process is that daily rate is actually increased to $14.25 a day. And although statute requires us to submit this actual cost study to the legislature, my understanding is there's no statutory requirement to accept those new numbers. And so there is still argument between what is a fully funded community corrections system in Oregon. And although a couple dollars a day, a price of a cup of coffee if you go to Starbucks, doesn't seem like a lot of money, if you add all that up times 30,000 people currently under supervision, you get at about a $50 million difference. As we go into the new fiscal year, we know we'll need to make adjustments in the first supplemental funding. We'll, of course, keep the board apprised of any of those developments developments. We are hoping for the best, but we are preparing for the worst, if you will. And again, more money coming from that too. But that well, again, as we say, baseline funding serves as the foundation for everything that we do. Our successes that we've seen with the Justice Reinvestment Initiative, our Measure 57 funding level, our family sentencing alternative pilot project programs will all be affected by what the state determines in this last month as we close down to sine die. Transitioning a little bit, I will talk about recruitment and retention. The recruitment and hiring of professional criminal justice personnel remains a core function of our office. According to the Department of Public Safety Standards and Training, there were approximately 200 openings throughout Oregon this year and as many as 500 additional positions next year. Within our new state-of-the-art public safety building for Community Corrections and Enforcement Division, we're able to use the space and showcase that space during the recruitment opportunities that we've been having over the last year. Typical hiring, which can be job announcement to hiring, in criminal justice has generally taken about 4 months. Some of the members of our recruitment team have worked to streamline our process without lowering our standards through alignment and engagement by the larger recruitment team. This concept is illustrated by a recent mandatory staffing requirement, or MSR, recruitment for female jail deputies. To generate interest from female candidates, the recruitment team hosted a women's self-defense class. We also opened the recruitment in time to allow for candidates to participate in a free physical abilities test to optimize accessibility for our applicants. The successful completion of the physical abilities test has been a potential barrier for hiring a diverse workforce. Another example of the work to reduce the length of our recruitment process was to consolidate 2 portions in the process within 1 single day. We reduced the time it takes to hire an employee by combining our pre-screening process with the panel interview. This approach also reduced the frequency our applicants have needed to take time away from work or school. We have also reduced the administrative preparation time by approximately 4 hours for each recruitment. During this one-day process, the recruitment team members engage with applicants during the process, providing mentoring and support to reduce the time for potential background investigations. The results are pretty good. Within the last 12 months, we've hired 41 employees, 11 within the enforcement division, 19 within the jail, 4 JSU temps, and 7 non-sworn positions. We also anticipate another 13 within the jail, which would be 2 licensed practical nurses, 7 deputies in enforcement, and 4 deputies at the jail coming on board in the near future. And as we speak, the hiring and recruitment teams are preparing to hire another 6 deputies for positions at our jail.
And in closing here, the Sheriff's Office continues to focus its attention on our citizens and the community's needs for public safety services with a priority of fiscal accountability and demonstrating a good return on the taxpayer's investment. We continue to work closely with our public safety stakeholders and other law enforcement agencies, our citizens, and the communities as a whole. With the focus on our office's core functions and top 10 objectives, we collaborate under a common goal to make Marion County a better place to live, work, and play. We're very proud to report that the amazing staff in your Sheriff's Office continue to do great things for our community despite many of the difficult challenges they face in their important job of conserving the peace. Whether it is facing a dangerous situation, holding an offender accountable, affecting a behavioral change, supporting our office's operations, or just stepping up and being there in the time of need, our people are exceptional at what they do. We would like to personally thank the Marion County Commissioners Sam Brentano, Kevin Cameron, Colm Willis, for their ongoing commitment to the public safety and the trust and confidence they place in our office. Finally, we would also like to thank County Administrator Officer John Latimer for his years of dedicated service to the county and the communities we serve. His leadership and guidance has been instrumental in so many areas with so many of us at the Sheriff's Office and throughout the county. I'm going to go off script for a second, too. We also, Commander Wood and I and the budget team also want to thank Sheriff Myers and Under Sheriff Clausen for the leadership that they've shown our office for certainly the last 10 years in their positions, but also for nearly 30 years of law enforcement experience. Many of us have worked with them nearly the entire time. And their leadership, their dedication to this office, to the county, and to the communities we serve has been a great example for the rest of us. We want to thank them for that. With that, we present to you the Sheriff's Office proposed 2019-2020 budget of $71,589,675. We want to recognize and thank Sheriff Myers, Under Sheriff Clausen, Commander Tad Larson, Commander Eric Ladd, Sherry Hickam, Gail Dick, Alicia Weathers, Sarah Zavala, and other administrative staff for their work in assembling this budget. I also want to thank Jan Fritz and the entire County Finance Department for their work and support throughout this budget process. And now we would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Parole and probation, Jeff, you mentioned, I'm sorry, Commander, you mentioned, honorable Commander, by the way. I was just wondering who the sheriff was referring to when he said honorable up here.
Have to be elected.
Oh, okay. Commander, you referred to in the budget 2.0 FTE going down and 3.0, so like 5 positions, right? That's based on the governor's recommendation. So we will know, and I think you said this, we'll know by July 1st if that changes, correct? And we'll have to change that in the supplemental.
That is correct. We should know, I believe the legislature will close within the end of June. It does typically take the Department of Corrections about 30 days to unpack the budget, so to speak, but I would say we'll have a good picture of what our total budget will look like funding-wise from the state within the next 30 to 45 days.
And then one more, in your graph, thank you, in your graph you handed out, which I thought I put here behind, on the medical cost, does that include, that does not include our nurses or personnel that provide medical services, correct? It's just the drugs, anything outside hospitals, et cetera.
That's correct. That's the hospitals, the medical costs, those things, yes.
It'd be interesting to know what that total amount is when you add up personnel that provide medical services that we have. And did I hear you say 1,200 inmates on mental health over the year? Is that?
I believe that's close. There was about
Yeah.
it was 1,200 and some odd inmates, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Martano?
I'm not happy with what I'm going to ask, but community corrections, I tried to listen when Jeff was going through it. I see you have a write-up here. It says it decreases $1.3 million, but then you have a lot of, like, I don't know what you'd call them, but push, well, let's see, charges for service reasons. So it isn't all bad. But still, I can't compare it with anything. And shouldn't we annually have a discussion what it really means to continue taking this money and at some point tell them to take a hike? Because is this that point? Is it that low? I can't get anything to gauge it, but it smells like it, and we ought to be talking about it.
I think having a conversation about the future of community corrections and whether it's still in the county's best interest, I think is always a good idea. I believe there are statutory requirements that we often refer to it as opt-out. There are statutory requirements for the state to open up that availability for counties to say, State of Oregon, you are no longer adequately funding community corrections, therefore we are giving that back to you. For those of you who may know this, both, I believe it's Lynn and Douglas County are run by the State Department of Corrections. Historically, there have been 3 windows where that has been available. Only twice, only during 2 of those opportunities did those counties, quote, opt out. That said, that's where initially the governor's balanced budget did trigger opt-out because they made a statutory requirement on a population. I won't bore anyone with the details. Right now, it does not look like that window will open. But I would argue, and I think maybe that's what you're getting at, Commissioner, the actual cost study, and I'm not just saying this because of the painful process and the great extent that our staff dedicated to this. If it doesn't if it doesn't trigger the opt-out, it certainly violates the spirit of that state-county partnership, and it really should. Those numbers, if nothing, are low, but nonetheless, I will say they are accurate. The State Department of Corrections did an absolutely fantastic job compiling the data. We validated the data, and that true cost, that $14 per client per day, is really where we should be for adequately funding community corrections.
I'm not going to make a note or anything like that, but it really ought to be an annual discussion at community corrections, whether we want to continue and send the message into the state, either come up. This is just unforgivable at time with all the revenues, all the things they're doing to raise revenues, and then even talk about cutting back services we do for them. I don't get it. Sorry.
I get it.
I want to piggyback on that. Commissioner Cameron, I think, said that we're eliminating 4 or 5 positions as a result of these budget cuts. Are those positions that are going to be eliminated? Are people? What's the situation with those employees?
We're eliminating the positions, Commissioner. We are not eliminating any people in those positions. Those are vacancies right now.
Good.
I will say that, again, it's working with sheriff and undersheriff over the years. We are very conservative with our budget numbers. There were some hints, call it reading tea leaves, if you will, that we saw some budget issues coming forward, so we held off on those positions contingent on this legislative session.
Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that.
Commissioner? No? Dave? No?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I might add, I think it's important to understand that we use some of these dollars to help fund the jail. And if we give this back to the state, then we have a different kind of problem. So there are a lot of pushes and takes that we've got to be aware of when we talk about that.
Okay.
So I want to push a little, that's all.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I won't be around for the takings.
Bragging, bragging. Ms. Clarkson, I see you out there. You're up next. Are you all by yourself today? Are you all by yourself today?
I am all by myself.
Oh, my goodness.
I think the staff might be showing up at some point, but I wasn't going to make them do this with me this time. So, good afternoon, Chair Vance, commissioners, members of the committee. My name is Paige Clarkson, and I'm the district attorney here in Marion County. This is my first official budget process in this chair. I've certainly sat next to Walt for a few years in this process, but it's my first time sitting solo and going through this process, so I'm sure you'll take it easy on me for that reason. Briefly, I wanted to tell you the question I get the most that I've received over the past few months, almost on a daily basis, is do you like your job? I hear that a lot. The minute they find out what I do for a living, people then follow it up with, do you like your job? And my answer usually is, I love my job. But if you ask me at any given moment during the day, my answer might be very different. And I'll leave it to you to decide what kind of moment this is right now. But nonetheless, I really do love my job, and I consider it to be a privilege to serve as the district attorney of Marion County. Our budget is on page 163. And it's a little bit simpler than the budget you just went through, the budget you just heard. We have a few less programs that I have to manage. Nevertheless, it is a total proposed budget of $12,976,385. So still a sizable portion of the general fund for sure. We have a 91.1 FTE in our office, and that is our funded FTE, obviously, but as you all well know, we have a very robust victim assistance division that boasts numerous volunteers that serve the public every day and sit with victims through an entire process in the criminal system. And I would be remiss if I didn't at least note their services, because it is free to us and it's worth thousands and thousands of dollars every year. But the programs that are included in our budget are the adult prosecution. This is probably redundant for most of you, but adult prosecution includes just that, as the prosecution for adults that commit crimes in Marion County. The medical examiner's office is listed there as well. The statute actually changed the title of the medical examiner because the medical examiner now refers to the state medical examiner's office, which are physicians, they're doctors that perform autopsies and determine cause and manner of death at the state level. Nevertheless, we still call it the ME's office here in Marion County, but by statute, they're actually called medical legal death investigators. We have a chief medical legal death investigator and 2 full-time employee deputy MEs. They are charged with investigating all of the death that occurs that is not attended by a physician within a county jurisdiction, and that's over 900 every year. That's included in your information. We have a child support enforcement division, which again it is exactly what it sounds like. This is the enforcement of those that owe money for their children. And our support enforcement division works really hard every year to make sure that parents are meeting their financial obligations to children so that they can grow up happy and healthy and have every opportunity that they should have in our community. I'm really proud of our support enforcement division because not only do they make sure that that money is paid, but they make extreme efforts and strides to help those that owe money or that need to be paying for their children to find the means to do so, to actually get jobs, get skills in order to get jobs. We find that most people want to take care of their children, and if with a little bit of help, our office has been able to increase the amount of money that we receive on behalf of children in our community. We have a victim assistance division. As I stated earlier, we have full-time employees there. They have a fairly robust budget, but they do just that. Our victim advocates, both volunteer and our paid employees, walk hand in hand with victims through the criminal justice process. That includes from the moment a crime occurs. In fact, one of our advocates was out in the very wee early morning hours today, responding to 3 families who lost their teenage daughters in a DUI crash just last night in the city of Salem. And my advocate has been sitting with those families for the last several hours as they are on the cusp of the criminal justice process. This is really heavy stuff that these folks do every day in our office, and yet they bear that burden with happy hearts, and they're proud of the work that they do, and they try to make that process easier for victims of crime every day. And I frankly can tell you that as DAs that handle these cases, we couldn't do it without them. They are absolutely the heart of what we do, and frankly the reason why we do it. We also have a juvenile enforcement division. I'm going to talk a little bit more about them in my time this afternoon. But that is a division that manages, at least in the past fiscal year, 2 separate components of our juvenile department. One is delinquency. So those are offenses that if they were committed by adults, they will be considered crimes, but they're committed by juveniles, and therefore they are in the delinquency process in our juvenile enforcement division. And over the last fiscal year and over the last many years, we have handled also dependency cases. I'm going to talk about that as part of sort of the changes of our budget in this year. But our dependency DAs over the last year handle those cases in which children are taken or are in the foster care system, taken from their parents because they just aren't fit to currently raise them in a healthy and safe environment. So our delinquency or our dependency attorneys help manage that process. That is part of a significant changes to our budget in this next year because of some state changes that we frankly did not seek out to change, but nonetheless had to adjust our budget because of that. So that's what I'm going to talk about just now, is sort of what the changes are to our budget from last year to this year. Really not a lot of significant changes, although one of them does involve this juvenile system. Our juvenile enforcement will no longer be handling juvenile dependency cases. And as I just stated, this isn't a change that we sought out in Marion County. In fact, I'm very proud of the work that our dependency lawyers do here in Marion County. We handled these cases very well, and we really did so in the best interest of our families and children in Marion County. Nevertheless, the state has retracted that work for themselves. So the Department of Justice and the Attorney General's office, as part of a statewide movement to handle dependency across the state, has retracted that contract and therefore that money for themselves, and they are now going to be representing DHS in those dependency processes. As a result, that's a significant loss to our budget. It's a significant change to what we do. Not only is it a monetary change, but it is just, quite frankly, a process change. We have been very accustomed in Marion County to be very involved with DHS and with these families and these children who find themselves in the situation that they are in, and these children in foster care. But as a result of losing this contract with the state, and again, we're not alone, this has happened statewide, we weren't singled out. In fact, Marion County was quite frequently used as the example of how to do these cases right. But we are, because of some changes that are, at least in the AG's opinion, preferable across the state, we are sort of the victim of maybe other counties not doing it quite the same way that we do. And that therefore we're losing that money. So we are no longer going to be directly involved in these dependency cases. So that is a change in this new budget year for us. And I think it's kind of goes without saying that has been the theme of my office over the last year, is change. Clearly, I look different than the guy who used to sit here. I think behind me, not sure. Yep, there they are. My staff did come in. Behind me is Dawn Thompson. She's part of that change. Dawn Thompson is our new office manager. As many of you remember, Vanessa Coggins retired. I think last year was her last budget season with us. I think you probably remember noting that when she was here before, but Dawn Thompson is now our new office manager. Dawn and I are very grateful that what didn't change this year was what we call affectionately our Pammy. Pammy Guerra is right behind me as well. Whenever there's a budget question, Pammy is our expert. She's our budget analyst. And whenever someone comes with a budget question, Dawn and I usually answer, I don't know, but that's why we have a Pammy. So Pammy is here as my lifeline today in case there's anything that I can't answer. She'll do it for you. But that has sort of, the change has sort of been our theme. And this juvenile dependency change is one of the themes, along with the change of me and the change of Dawn. And then sort of just changes to how we go about our job and the way we go about doing it. One important thing to note about our dependency process is although we will not be filing those dependency petitions on behalf of the state any longer, we are still by statute at the district attorney's office a party to dependency cases. What that means is we still have a seat at the table in these cases and in the worst of cases involving our families and our children in Marion County. And we are going to continue to seize that seat at that table as necessary. Specifically, as we were going into this budget process, we were discussing how do we still maintain an ability to understand what is going on in what I would call crossover cases with dependency. These are cases where we have a companion criminal case that goes along with the reason the children were taken into care or placed in foster care because of their situation. As you can imagine, many times children are taken because of neglect, abuse, substance abuse, behavioral health issues that sometimes lead to criminal behavior. What that means is we have companion criminal charges on the adult criminal side of things. And so not only is there a dependency case that is proceeding in juvenile court, but there is an adult criminal case that is proceeding forward in our adult prosecution side of our office. We are going to maintain a seat at the table in those dependency cases, meaning lawyers from our adult criminal section, those deputy district attorneys who handle those criminal cases, will be appearing in those dependency cases. So it was very important to us that we be able to maintain the resource, namely the personnel, to continue to show up in those cases, despite the fact that we were losing that money and that contract from the state. So we are going to continue in that crossover model and having a DA or a deputy DA still show up. What that means is you have our key indicators in one of your pages there. One of our key indicators is number 4, juvenile enforcement dependency petitions filed. We're going to have to alter this key indicator going forward next year. It still was a key indicator this past year as we have been involved in dependency cases and will continue to be so for the remaining 30 days of this month. But as of July 1, we will have to adjust that key indicator next year. I assume that next year when we come back, we'll be be talking more about these crossover cases and how many of those we actually appeared on that had both the criminal component and a dependency component to it. That is probably one of our biggest changes to the key indicators. One of the other things I would like to talk to you about while I have your time this afternoon is just the decision packages that we put forward. There were 2 that were granted, and those, again, in that theme of change, these were necessary in our view because of changes that we see going forward in the DA's office. One was just an increase in our materials and services budget. Specifically, it's $25,000 over last year. I continue to be concerned about this particular line item in our budget. And again, it's that theme of change. There is just some change in how we do our job and what is expected of our job. To give you some examples, the complexity of our cases are changing. We are seeing a number of really serious cases where behavioral health issues, specifically defenses that require significant aid and assist evaluations or guilty except for insanity evaluations, are required. What that means is, from the state's perspective, we have to pay rather expensive experts in order to meet the demands of a beyond a reasonable doubt standard to prove those criminal cases. So these experts includes forensic psychologists, psychiatrists, all kinds of other doctors that we might need in order to meet the challenges of those kinds of cases and prove that somebody is actually culpable or responsible for their criminal behavior. Other challenges we have is a young workforce. As you know, we've had a number of retirements out of the DA's office over the last several years. It means I have a younger workforce that just needs increased training, and those dollars all come out of our materials and services budget. It's actually really exciting. We have a lot of really excited young lawyers who aren't bitter and angry yet, and they're still really excited to do this work. Was I looking at someone specific? Not on purpose.
A young lawyer who's maybe bitter.
Yeah, see, not bitter and angry yet. He's still excited to do this work. Needs training. Yeah, but needs training.
How long have you been a DA there, Paige?
I know. I've been the DA for like 6 months, but I've been at this work for 20 years.
Yeah.
So
Are you bitter and angry?
You know, I like to tell people that if you get bitter and angry doing this job, you're doing it wrong. You're not paying attention to the good that is done in this community. And so, again, it depends on when you ask me at any given time during the day. Most days, I find myself pretty positive about the work that I do.
Thank you for getting us back on track.
Thank you. It's easy to derail, right? So the complexity, that's that change that I'm talking about, right? All the complexity that that happens in our cases just engenders a need for some extra materials and services money. And so we had a decision package that was granted for an increase in that. We also had a decision package that added a legal secretary 1 position in our office. We already had a .33 legal secretary 1 position. We shared that with Health and Human Services. And as we were preparing this budget, I was able to collaborate with Carrie Moeller of Health and Human Services and look at whether that was a position that we could split back up again, that she could take the full position back in her office, and I might be able to add that extra and get a full position in our office. The timing of it became really necessary because when we restructured our juvenile department, knowing we were losing that dependency money, we lost positions there. Not people, just vacancy positions. We had a retirement of a manager. My change in job allowed me to bring a manager downtown to replace my vacancy as a manager. So we'd had some shifting we could do. Didn't lose people, but did have to shift some jobs. When we did that, we took away some legal support out at our juvenile department. This legal 1, or legal secretary 1 position allows us to split it between our medical examiner's office and our juvenile section out there now. So that position will kind of be 50-50. Geography-wise, those are located right next to each other out on Center Street. It makes sense that that's a job we can easily split. And Health and Human Services found that they could use that full employee in their division as well. So it worked out to be a pretty good change for us. And we no longer have a crossover position over 2 different departments, which quite frankly was a bit confusing in the budget process. So I think finance is actually kind of happy that we did that as well. It simplified things for them. Returning to those key indicators, though, and into my theme of change, I'd really like to focus on one key indicator today in my remaining time here with you, and that's number one, the adult prosecution criminal cases that are submitted. In the calendar year of 2018, so just this past year, we had 10,655 adult criminal cases submitted to my office from 44 different law enforcement agencies. That's just the adult side, and that's 44 law enforcement agencies. Those aren't all Marion County agencies, but as you can imagine, there are many agencies that work statewide, even federally, and sometimes cases that originate from outside of the county but end here in Marion County. So we work with a number of law enforcement agencies really across the state and federally. The bottom line is, if all else was stripped away, the main effort at the district attorney's office is really the accountability and the safety of our community through my office handling those cases responsibly. The way we respond to those varies. It is very fact-specific. It is driven by different responses that are necessary for justice in each of those circumstances. But it is important to note that this is how we hold people accountable for criminal behavior. And it is frankly the basis of a safe community, is to make sure that we can hold offenders accountable, that my counterparts in law enforcement, and you just having heard from one of them, the sheriff's office, when they start a case, we really have to be able to finish it. And the DA's office is where that happens. We know this number is going to continue to climb, not because necessarily crime is getting worse or we're not able to manage it, but because our population is growing. And that's just a necessary side effect of that. We know that our response to this particular key indicator is directly related to and specifically in furtherance of the county's strategic goal number 3, which is creating safe and secure communities. That is our goal at the DA's office, and that key indicator number, for me, is a daily reminder of just how hard the folks in my office work for safety of this community and justice for the individuals involved. Overall, when I think about the changes that our office has gone through, and I think about my work that is still to be done over these next few years, the DA's office is really in a great position going forward. I am the beneficiary of really professional, ethical, amazing previous district attorneys that I got to work with, and that I got to work for, and that I got to learn from. I am a beneficiary of county commissioners and county administration who are very supportive of law enforcement and the work that we do to try to keep this community safe. I feel really fortunate to work among people who understand that law enforcement really is the key to a thriving community. Our DA leadership team in my office is really the strongest and smartest that it's ever been. And again, I've been there for 20 years, so I feel like I can say that. I've been through a number of different leadership models, and I really am proud of the work that my leaders do every day and the decisions that they make, many of which are really hard and heart-wrenching. We are proactive in predicting the challenges that can face us over the years to come. And yet we really have to craft a budget that is responsible and also still nimble in a profession that is largely driven by things that happen outside of our control, that we don't expect and that we would never wish upon anybody to occur. So at the end of the day, I want to echo the sentiments that have been said so many times this morning, but I am really grateful to work in a community where law enforcement matters. I'm really grateful to the leadership of John Latimer and of Jan Fritz, who have been nothing but supportive of our office over the years, and I've really valued that relationship and how they go about it. And I valued the relationship with our commissioners, who have always made our office a priority, and the work that we do something that they value and something that they see as essential to our community. So to bring it back to the beginning, if you ask me if I like my job, my answer is that I love it. Even today, even right now, I still love it. And I thank you for the opportunity to be here and talk about our budget and the work that we do. And I'm happy to take any other questions you might have.
Thanks, Ms. Clarkson. Any Questions, comments for the district attorney?
Mr. Chair, I was trying to think of one that maybe she wouldn't like to hear.
That's what I was trying to do.
No, but I don't know that I'm going to like my job then. What are you going to do to me?
Nothing.
Okay, good. I appreciate that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to hear that we didn't have to let anybody go.
Right.
When that money went away. It looks like there were about 4 FTE that went away, roughly.
Yeah, so it was actually just a shift. It was actually a change. So one of them was a management position at the lawyer level. Again, with my change, with when I was elected, it opened up a management position. What we did is shift that just downtown. So the lawyer management that will happen out at juvenile in that delinquency world will be happening from downtown now, and it will be directly related to our child abuse team. Brendan Murphy is our child team leader of that team, and he will also manage our juvenile delinquency lawyers that will remain. We shifted one lawyer position downtown. We had a retirement of a support manager that was actually physically managing out at the juvenile department. When we lost dependency, that it really meant we didn't need an on-site legal supervisor manager. And Dawn Thompson has graciously agreed. She goes out like once a week and hangs out with our juvenile employees out there and learning the ropes, and is really able to manage from a downtown location. So I think it was a total, Pammy, how many, am I missing a number?
No, it was something like, it was like 3 positions, because then we got a position.
Right, and then we added the legal one position, which was going to allow us to hire somebody out there in the new fiscal year.
Okay, I have a follow-up. But your budget went down by about $500,000.
That's correct.
So where does that money come from?
It really was the fact that we did not replace the management positions. That's really where the bulk of that cost was. So we were able to shift some of that work downtown, replace it with just a legal support one position.
Okay.
Anything I'm missing, Pammy? Okay.
We did eliminate some positions.
Yeah, just not people.
You eliminated 1 position, 2 positions?
I think it was actually 3.
You eliminated 3 positions? Oh, okay.
Yes, it was 3 positions, not all general.
Okay.
Correct. If that, yeah.
Vacant positions.
Okay.
If nobody heard
Thank
that, it was 3 positions, but not all general fund, all were vacant. So it was just a shifting of work that we did.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
Thank you. Okay, you mentioned that this is due to the Department of Justice taking the contract. When has that started already? When did that start?
The transition has begun, but the contract mirrored our fiscal year. So as of July 1, we will be completely out of the work.
Okay.
But we have started the transition. So the Department of Justice, those lawyers have begun to come in. We've been working hand in hand with them so that the handoff is clean. And that we don't lose track of our kids and our families that are in this process. And because of juvenile timelines, they really had to come in a little bit sooner in order to get those cases on their calendars going forward. There's really strict timelines in the dependency world. So the transition has begun. I'm actually really hopeful that it's going to be a smooth one. It doesn't mean that we're okay losing the work. I wish we would have retained it. It just wasn't up to us in the end. But as of July 1, mimicking this new fiscal year, we will be out of the dependency work.
Okay, thank you.
Officially. Yeah.
It would be interesting to maybe check in a year from now and see how that's going. Not that this was your choice, but just
Right.
from a policy level.
I
So-
agree, and also how those crossover cases are working. If our vision of how we're hoping that this is going to function going forward continues to actually function that way, I agree.
Thanks. I actually have one more question.
Sure, certainly.
You were talking about the medical examiner.
Yes.
And the 900 plus. What are the triggers for setting out a medical examiner?
Anytime anyone dies in the county that is not under the care of a physician, so it's usually not in a hospital at the moment, will trigger a call from law enforcement to the medical examiner's office. Whether it's actually, quote, a medical examiner case depends on whether there is an independent physician who is willing to sign off on a death certificate. If that person is not currently under the care of a doctor, it becomes a county ME case, and we have a physician under contract who signs the death certificate, but our investigators initiate that process and work that case through to make sure that we're making good cause and manner decisions in individual cases.
That's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I have a follow-up because I'm just confused, Paige.
Yeah.
Learning curve, go ahead.
I know,
Go
I
ahead.
apologize.
You and me both.
So what it looks like in the juvenile enforcement program, your resources went down by about $500,000. And that's what we were just talking about.
That would be accurate. That's the loss of a contract.
But then when I look at the summary, it says your intergovernmental state is roughly the same. Your fiscal year 18-19 was $518,234. And your fiscal year 19-20 is $507,294. So it went down about $11,000.
I can see Pammy whispering. I'll see if she wants to.
So did we get more money from the state somewhere else? If they stopped giving us,
Yes.
Oh.
Thank you.
Debbie,
Hey, wish you had come up to the microphone.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Pam, I was going to ask you about Pammy, and
Yes.
as long as she's adding to the testimony.
I'm sorry. I was thinking juvenile too. Are you thinking the
All around.
all around?
I'm just thinking you're
criminal?
all, yeah, so if we
Got it.
lost $500,000 in state funding, we had to get it somewhere else in order for our total budget to be.
Yeah, that was,
Okay.
we had a liaison DDA 3 position that we've contracted. It's all money that's coming, it's funneled through us, passed through funds. We're not paying anything for it, but it's an additional position that we've added.
Yeah, so
So
I can
that's
explain.
additional
I can explain that a little bit. Statutorily, under the support enforcement budget, there is a state-funded DDA that is supposed to be a statewide liaison for district attorneys who handle support enforcement matters across the state. Some office needs to actually employ that person in order for that liaison to work between support enforcement offices and the state. No other DA's office currently has that ability. We are, by geography, located here in the capital, and that person works mostly with AG-related employees. So we are the pass-through funnel money for that DDA position, so it's not really ours. It's state-funded, has nothing to do with juvenile, has nothing to do with our criminal prosecution. It is a state statutory position that we get fully funded for because of that.
So that increased our funding.
But that wouldn't have increased it $500,000. Or would it?
Wouldn't have
Is that person getting paid that much?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm not sure what numbers you're looking at. If you want to
Yeah.
point that to me, and then I can certainly round back and get that information to you separately if that's easier offline.
Yeah, I think maybe I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me know.
Yeah.
I'm happy to answer those. If you can point me to the numbers, we'll figure that out.
Right.
Yeah, I think I was talking about, some of this money was transferred to other parts of the budget.
Yes.
So I think that's part of what
Okay.
my confusion was. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pammy. I
Final
told you I
questions?
might need a lifeline.
Okay, hearing none, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
How are we doing for time? Run about 15 minutes ahead.
He's chomping at the bit, ready to go.
Okay, let's we do it. Yeah. As long as you're all set and
Chairman Vance, Commissioners, members of the Budget Committee, my name is Troy Gregg. I'm your Juvenile Department Director. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I want to take this opportunity because I was very poorly managed last year, and that I didn't thank Kathy Linville Grace, who is our Administrative Services Manager. She just walked in the door, so it was perfect timing on her part. But to thank her for the hard work and effort that she put into managing our budget, getting the information out. I would also argue putting up with me as I continually kind of tried to look at different angles and look at different ways to do things. So I really want to put a lot of thanks to her for the work and effort that she's done. It makes a huge difference for the Juvenile Department and made my transition really smooth, as I'm only about a year and a half in. In addition, I want to thank the Finance Department, specifically Daniel, who worked with us very hard when it came to our decision packages and getting those worded the way that we needed them to do. And I'll also say that I think personally, Debbie Gregg is pretty awesome. I just want to put that out there straight up. So. There's really no benefit for me to say that now, but she agrees. Our budget begins on page 285. And reflects a total budget of, I better get my glasses on here, $16,332,044. Our total FTE is 108.21, which is no change from last year. Within our budget are 4 department programs. We have the Juvenile Case Management Program, which houses our probation staff, our probation officers that do the vast majority of work that we work with kids. The Family Support Program, which is our early intervention program that works with kids from 9 to 13 years old prior to them coming into the system. And then education advocates that work with kids as they work through school issues, school-related issues, and we target them specifically for that. There's a slight change in FTE on that one. It's a half position, which we actually just moved into administration, which I'll talk to you about why that occurred here in just a minute. Juvenile Youth Services, we have the detention facility, which houses and keeps kids safe for a brief period of time as they enter into the system, helps us to allow time to make sure that when they go back out in the community based on those crimes, that both they're safe and the community is safe as well. We have the Guaranteed Attendance Program, GAP, which is a short-term shelter program, which is a voluntary program that youth come into when they're struggling at home or there's issues at home, and we try to bridge that gap so that they don't go further into the system, but actually have the opportunity to be successful in working back into home. And then the alternative programs, which is a very robust program that we have for those that have been around for several years, which I think is most of you. Our mill is now in full working session. We actually mill our own wood out there, and that gives the kids an opportunity that we work with, the youth, the opportunity to learn a new skill. We also have metal fabrication, carpentry. They do a lot of wood cutting, and then we have the Fresh Start Market as well. And so all the goals and plans that we work when it comes to kids within the system is we try to teach them skills, because it's the addition of skills that ultimately helps kids be successful when they move forward and out into the community for our program or back into the community and home. So. Our other one is the Juvenile Counseling Services. We have mental health counselors on site, making sure that kids, as they enter into detention, because that can be a very traumatic piece for them, that they're safe, that the things that are going on within detention, if they have suicidal ideation or thoughts, we have people available to meet with them. We also work with kids through the probation office, that they do groups with the kids that are out in the community as well in order to help support that piece with them. And then the EQUIP program, which is our newest program, is last year we weren't fully staffed with this one. This year we are. We have 2 counselors, one a bilingual counselor and one a standard counselor. And what we do with that is we work with kids that are struggling within the system or high risk within the system. And then we go out to them and work with their families in the home and work within that environment. Again, it's another voluntary program that we have, but to ensure that those youth and families have the support that they need in order to be successful. So we believe strongly, even though it's not our direct responsibility with families, but impacting the families and giving family services and support is what's ultimately going to help the youth that we work with be successful in the long run. So the last piece is administration, and that's us yucky yucks that try to manage all the great work that everybody else does. We make sure that, like I said, everything is in line. The big change in administration that came for us with where the half addition came in is that we have really focused this year, and we talked about it a little bit last year, is to get a research, data, and evaluation unit together, which is ultimately 2 staff and the record staff and then a supervisor, to really look at the programs that we're doing, to evaluate what we're doing, and to move forward smartly as we create more programs and opportunities for kids in the future. We want to make sure that what we're doing works, and that we're not just spending money on something because it sounds like it's a good idea, but actually to put the effort and resources into evaluating the programs that we're doing, looking to the future, and making sure that everything's in place with that. So this year we modified a little bit, didn't add any, like I said, additional FTE based on this year and last year's budget, but to make sure that we're moving forward with that to make that happen, because we truly value, there's so much data and research when it comes to juveniles and the juvenile system as a whole, that it really helps us to make good decisions when it comes to working with youth and families. And that's our program summary. The most significant changes to the budget that occurs out of there, we're about $300,000 difference between this year and last year. The big change is ultimately the food service program, and I'll talk about that here in just a second in the decision package and how that impacted it. The rest of it just really kind of comes from cost of living and health services funding as well. The outlook for our department and related programs is in November. We will have a new juvenile services building. It is well on its way. If you drive by there, you'll see a lot of steel setting up around the outside. But the great point about that is that the juvenile service building finally brings us all into one location. The department has never, we have a unit that works with Salem Kaiser, and we have a unit that works with the rural areas and the sex offender unit as well, and they are split apart. So we have one that's in the 30-30, and then we have one unit that's all the way back in 30-60, and never the two shall meet directly until they're in a meeting room. But the nice part about that is that we bring the educational advocates, we bring those family support programs, we bring all those juvenile probation officers, administration support and records into one building. So we're real excited and appreciate the foresight that the finance department and the commissioners had in getting that money set aside to be able to do that. We're real excited about what that's going to be in November of this year. We'll have that in place. And then the other piece is exactly what I talked about, is our goal within the department has been about efficiency, flexibility, and evaluation. And that's our goal this year, and I'll talk about a couple things that we've done to kind of help get us there this year, as well as what you approved last year to make it happen. But that's our key focus, and we're real excited about that. We had two decision packages that were approved. One was the new washer and dryer for detention. It's always nice to have clean, good-smelling clothes for kids as they come through. And so we're glad that that was approved at this point in time. And the other one was we had a partial approval for the food services restructuring. So the removal of the USDA restrictions on there ultimately was about $67,000 that we received this year for that. And so moving those USDA restrictions will allow us to be able to be broader in our approach when it comes to food that's applied. And I appreciate the recommendation to move forward on that. I will let you guys know that I think that there's going to need to be more that's going to need to take place to ultimately get to the point of where we want to be. But that's something that we'll work on in the future. And like I said, we appreciate the step in the right direction for this one. And I hope to see some, exciting examples and maybe bring some food for you guys to sample on the new menu here soon. So thank you for that. So our goals and objectives, the differences that you may see in there, is a greater and efficient use of data. Talked about that. Evaluation with the new research and development unit. And then the mindset that we continue to work on within the department is that it's even hard within a small department of ours of having different silos as you have that. You have the probation department, we have detention, you have GAP, and everybody touches a little bit, but they don't intermingle and they kind of focus on themselves. So one of the big focuses that we've been doing is working on a mindset that really focuses outward on branching into each other. How can we resource, how can detention resource the guaranteed attendance program, the GAP program, how can we resource AP, and just bring them all together. And so excited for that piece of it, and so that's been a good mindset, and we're moving forward with that. Another thing that we continue like to challenge ourselves with in the juvenile department is to make sure that we're on the cutting edge of doing good research and good work when it comes to kids. We've partnered with Lane County at the Oregon Social Learning Center for a program called Contingency Management. It's an actual drug and alcohol treatment program that you use within the probation services option. So it gives us an opportunity for probation officers to work directly with kids and families. It's a kid and family program to work with them on drug and alcohol related issues, which is a huge issue when it comes across the type of kids that you work with. Almost across the board, kids have some sort of issue that they're working on as it relates to that. And so we're proud to be partnering with them over the next 18 months with that one. This year's budget also had some benefits, and I want to thank the committee for last year with the approval of cell phones for the probation officers. That has made a huge difference. My theory and our theory has always been the biggest impact that you're going to make on somebody is by spending time with them face to face. And so getting out and about in the field versus being stuck in their offices has been one of the big challenges. In my first year that I was there, I met with all the staff and the probation staff and asked them, how much time do you spend in your office versus in the field? And the range came from both 80 to up to 95% of their time they found themselves in their offices based on the work and everything that they had to do when it comes to paperless. So the big push last year was cell phones. This year we were able to add tablets into that piece of it, so it gets them fully mobile to be able to do their work, the data entry, case notes and everything that they need to do, they can now do out in the field so that they can connect with kids and families faster. The other piece that you'll note, that I would note, is that the probation officers say a kid will answer a text a lot quicker than they will ever answer a phone call. And so it's been very, very interesting that they can get a kid and he'll answer a text right off the bat, but they won't answer a phone call. And so communication has improved a lot with that as well. We were able to start the paperless process for the juvenile department as well. We're moving all of our files onto Laserfish, and so everything is electronic that way, and so it's accessible again through those tablets that people have. They can be on the road and can access that information through that way, and so we're moving that paperless transfer right now. And then the several pieces of AP program equipment that we've talked about. We've got a kiln dryer so that we can get the wood dried faster through the mill, which creates more products for kids to be able to work on and create as well. So it's been exciting that within the opportunities that were presented last year through this committee, we were able to do some things. Even though we didn't get a whole lot with decision packages, there was a lot that was accomplished throughout the year, and so I appreciate that very much. The key indicator I want to talk about, and we have 4, and usually I talk a lot about recidivism rates, and recidivism rates are kind of ones that are hard to kind of change long-term overall. We have done an excellent job here in Marion County with recidivism rates, have kept real low, have been one of the staples in the state when it comes to doing good work with kids. But the one I want to focus on today is the restitution payments to victims and to crime victims, and I think that that's a very important piece of the work that we do. I think it ties to the county mission statement of protecting the public, promoting and enhancing a positive quality of life here in Marion County. And the work that we do through the AP program and the creation of that many, many years ago by Judge Norblad really, I think, brought us to the point of not only just having kids an opportunity to do restitution and community service, but also to learn a skill in the process while they're doing that. And so for us, the numbers are in 2018 and 19. So this is for the closed cases that were within the county itself. So any closed cases that occurred with the juvenile department in 2018, there was about $55,000 in restitution that was owed, and Marion County Youth through our programs paid $53,000 of that piece of it, so it was a 95% payback on where it is with those pieces of it. So that's something I'm very proud of, is the work and effort that we put into continually focusing on and making sure that victims of the crimes that especially have a monetary piece to that are getting paid for what they've done. So, sorry, I want to take a drink? I've been talking. So I also spent time last year going through notes, positive things with kids, and that's an amazing part of what we do, and we get those a lot, families that are appreciative of the work that we do. Not that necessarily every family is appreciative of it, but we do get a whole lot of that. And there's a couple things I wanted to point out, or one in particular with the youth. I wanted to bring up the fact that several of you know that we had a youth that participated in a national program. It was a songwriting program that worked through the local drug and alcohol, and he co-wrote a song with another youth, and they won that national contest and ended up going to the Grammys this year and spent some time down there. So that was a pretty amazing piece, and to be able to see him and the pride that he had in it. I did ultimately listen to it, and I'm getting older, and maybe rap isn't quite my thing, but it was a good. It was a great opportunity and a great experience for him, so I'm real proud of him too. But the other piece I want to talk about real quick is how proud I am of the staff that I work with. I came from Oregon Youth Authority about 2 years ago and love the people that I work there, but when I got here, the quality of people that we work with, the dedication that you have at the juvenile department made a transition for me that was just easy and simplistic with it. They know what they do, they're passionate about the work that they do, they're confident and caring in what they do, and they're amazing people. So I have one staff that just this last weekend coached a semi-pro football team, and they won the championship. So awesome with that one. I have a staff who at 39 years old had always had the dream of joining the military. And so he was right at the cutoff point, and he got in at 39 years old and joined the National Guard and has been serving in the National Guard through that piece. Did his basic training last summer, which I thought was a very interesting conversation about what's basic training like as a 39-year-old with 18 and 19-year-olds. So he has done that through that service of it. I had another staff that was nominated for a Crystal Apple Award here in Salem, which is the local teachers award, which is just awesome and incredible for me. I have a staff member that just got finished almost getting to that point of getting his family to be the empty nesters, and their family was passionate and wanted to adopt a child, and they just got done adopting a child about a month ago, and so they have a brand new baby girl in their family and their life. And I just say with these pieces of it, it just talks to me about the passion and compassion that we have within the department and the work that they do. The last one for my staff note I'll say is I have a staff that I found out was a published author this year as well. This is her book, Storm, A Canine Tale. For those of you that are good readers, it is on Amazon, and a shameless plug for her at this point in time. But it comes from the dog perspective. So the dog is basically telling the story and walking through it. And so it's a very fun story and a great read, and proud of her to be a published author. So, but I'm thankful for that. And I know that, I was thinking about last year, and I ended with a rhyme, if you remember correctly. And I thought to myself, should I do it at least one more time? Whoops, now I'm too late and I've gone down that road. So before I answer questions, let me lighten the load. Chairman Vance, you have led this committee for years through what I assumed is filled with blood, sweat, and tears. Ms. Boyles, for your service, appreciation is great. However, you may just be thankful for a legislative break. Yeah? Mr. Kinney, for years you have served faithfully the public trust. For smooth public works, your knowledge was a must. And your commitment to the county is amazing, to say the least. Your well-earned rewards is to travel and enjoy your ancestral home in the East. Mr. Cameron, you are now the man in the lead, though meetings you run have now picked up speed. With a blink of the eye, they are quick and they're done. Are you trying to roll all your meetings into one? Mr. Willis, the rookie, you're coming on strong. But please don't ask any questions. I just don't have that long. So. Mr. Brentano, nice to see you. I saved you for last to remind you of something that happened in the past. You see, a few weeks ago, one of my staff did they speak about something for which you both in common did seek. She stated she went to school with your daughter. That sets this whole joke like a lamb to the slaughter. She wasn't meaning to imply you were some grumpy old mister, but it wasn't your daughter, it was actually your sister. So with that final nail in my coffin all set, and answer any questions with the time I have left. So.
Bravo.
Start with the new guy.
Just a quick comment. It's been a long time. John, Jen, you may remember one time there was a member of the finance staff who used to come in and do a little poem of some kind as part of his. It's very refreshing to see that skill brought back to the table. Denise? Yeah.
Oh, well, sure. Sorry. You can testify in the legislature anytime. I wanted to just mention that the youth that you were talking about that got the Grammy Award and all that, I had invited them to, their family to the House floor, and they didn't want to perform it I think it was just a little bit too much, but we played it. We passed out the words of the rap music, and I warned my caucus that I brought the rap music to the House floor and to not make any comments negatively about that. But it meant a lot to them, and it was neat to hear the connection here, and thank you for your work, because their whole families is a life change.
Yeah.
And it was really cool to be a little tiny piece to honor them. They were really blown away. It was fun to do. So thank you. And also I wanted to say thank you for knowing your employees so well. That's really impressive. Just as you're moving forward, you've been here a year, because I remember you just came on right as we did this last year. I know there's a lot of change in the juvenile justice system. So I'll be looking forward to hearing from you on that in the future. Thanks.
Awesome, thanks.
I do have a question.
Fire away.
So I'm excited about the culinary arts program. I'm
Yes.
glad at least we're getting something started there.
Yes.
You had mentioned $60,000 for the USDA, getting that restriction lifted, but it says here that the budget officer approved $145,570,000. Can you tell me a little bit about?
I can. That's the total package that was already. So we already had 78,000 that was approved for the contract with our current contractor, and then the 66, 68
Whatever will be on top of
balances
that.
that and makes it up to 145 between the two.
And so the 70,000, is that in addition to what we're already paying our contractor?
No, it's current. Yeah. So there was.
So why was
the
it a
only
decision?
difference here for us on this one is that we were receiving money from the USDA in the amount of $68,000 right in there. And so the approval was, instead of saying, because we're saying, no, we don't want that money anymore, they just had to add the $68,000 in there to balance it.
Got it.
So that's the only addition in there, is the monies that we were losing through USDA. The other monies would have been there regardless of whether USDA was or not.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Sure,
Mr. Cameron.
thank you. Troy, thank you very much, and I'm glad mine wasn't really a joke, because I am trying to combine them all into one. So on the USDA thing, how much time does somebody in your office spend to try to report all those requirements?
I mean, we could reach back to Kathy right now, who is probably just talking to you about a lot of hours. when it
Right,
comes
I can read her lips, a lot.
Yeah.
But what is a lot? I mean, is it 8 hours a week? Is it 10 hours a week? Is it?
You know, I think part of it comes down to is it depends on what's going on specifically. The audit requirements that we had to do this year, I would say that she probably put in close to 100 hours ultimately on trying to get all that information in there. And then it's making sure and ensuring that the products that we have are right there on top of that. So there's hours a week that incorporates on top of that piece of it. So it's a lot of time and a lot of effort for the dollars.
So just in addition to, I mean, we're going to spend a little bit of money, but we're also going to save a lot of time on that reporting period, right? Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Brentano?
Okay, no. I'm trying to really think it through just before I get to my question, because if my sister looks like my daughter, it either says she's really young, or I just can't go there. I don't know what's happening. It happened. But I've been thinking about the FDA requirements, and not budget-wise, but just because I'm thinking of it right now, any liability or I don't know, consequence to somebody saying you're not keeping up with standards. You've done nothing but, I'm making this up, junk food for the last month and
Right.
get some criticism and maybe even worse.
Yeah, and and that was part of the discussion when we had talked about it initially. Ultimately, it's not that the requirement for providing good, safe food doesn't change, but it allows you, because the restrictions were so tight, it allows you to have potentially a piece of cake in your meal versus a piece of broccoli cake, I guess, is where I would go with regards to that, and adding some flavors into things. And so there is more ultimately fat content that comes into play with regards to it, but it's nothing that's like, we're not just serving chips and cakes and cookies.
And they'll eat it, but we're still going to have to be watching and make sure you can answer those questions.
Absolutely. Yep.
That's all.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I'll nominate the commissioner to be the sampler of all the
I'm a pretty
food.
good sampler.
Should we vote on that?
No, look at me, you
I
know
didn't
it's
get a
true.
second.
Troy, I do have a question, and that is about the Fresh Market.
Yes.
And my outside opinion of it is it's a successful thing. I mean, there's youth in there under supervision that are learning and behaving and all of those things that happen. And they're products for the kids that are trying to make some money for restitution. And I see it. I've never gone in there when there was nobody in there. And I go in all different times of the day, sometimes lunch, sometimes coffee in the middle of the morning. Is it a viable and good thing? You see it going, you see it expanding? What do you envision sort of for that
And I
program?
appreciate that question, and really, that was also tied to the original package that we had talked about through the culinary arts program, is you're absolutely correct. The Fresh Start Market does exactly what it was designed to do, give kids opportunities to work in an environment that gives them just a broad sense of being able to do customer service, cooking, all those skills within it, and it does well. It can do better, though, however, and that's ultimately part of the design of what we're looking for with moving forward with the culinary arts program, is to have somebody on board to actually work with kids on the side and actually bring some more fresh baked products into it, work on the menus type stuff, and just be able to add those resources into it. So we have a vision for it, and I'm confident that we'll get there with what we have with resources and just our creativity around that. But yeah, great question, and yep, right now it does absolutely what it needs to do, but yes, we want to expand it and give more
That
opportunities.
makes me smile. Thank you very much. Further question from Mr. Gregg?
Mr. Chair, if I might,
Yes, sir, please.
that Fresh Start Market has been a youth program ever since it started. In fact, the youth built it, the building.
I remember.
And they had a fellow out there that supervised the kids doing that stuff that was just phenomenal. And he retired, but
Yeah.
they did a lot of good with the kids.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry we opened that can of worms. When I'm looking at page 304, and I'm looking in charges for services where it's 840 on down, where it says work crew fees. So there was, like in 17-18, there was, if you add those last four columns up, those are sales, or those are reimbursements, correct? Or are those, it says charges for services. Retail sales, is that?
Where is he?
I'm just trying-
That's the market.
Yeah, is that an income, or is that?
I'm sorry, Chair, Commissioner, I can help if you want me to. Or not, if you do you want? Okay. Yeah, those are work crew fees, charges for services, revenue generating, and those fees were actually, we moved some personnel into the general fund because that's the 125 grants fund. And so when we moved those personnel, we moved these two pieces of revenue, the work crew fees and I believe there was styrofoam and wood compost, yeah, into the general fund to help offset those increased costs. So those revenue fees are now being accounted for in the general fund, non-departmental.
Okay, and then the retail sales, is that the sales at the market?
Correct.
Or is that someplace else? So we're budgeting a decrease of $15,000
Yeah.
in a restaurant operation? I'm not going to let that go. We should be increasing sales at our restaurants.
I agree, which
I'm
is why I
teasing.
put in the juvenile culinary package, sir.
I think you're sandbagging on your sales figures.
It was a little bit less this last year, and I think one of the big factors is because of the work that we ended up having to do on the mill and the mill shed to get that established, it was about 6 months behind on the products, because part of that also includes the products that are sold through the carpentry. And so we had a lower number, and so it'll be interesting to see this year with the mill in full operation and the work that we're doing around there, how those numbers change. So it was hard based on the figures that we had last year to not put an impact on it, but potentially those numbers should go up. I mean, and that's the intention behind what we want to do.
So just to clarify, Troy, that's the plant sales, that's the food sales, that's all the sales that are coming out of that market, not just food sales.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Final questions? Okay. Mr. Gregg, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
See you next year.
Unless he comes up with better poems, no.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you for coming in a little bit early. Let's us move right into the next segment.
Well, thank you, although I'm going to say that Troy is a hard act to follow, so. Mr. Chair and members of the Budget Committee, I'm Jan Zaranoff. I'm the Justice of the Peace for Marion County. My budget begins at page 275 in your budget book. The total budget is $1,014,174, and I have 8 FTEs in my department. The Justice Court processes and adjudicates traffic infraction cases from the Marion County deputies, including the traffic team. It also adjudicates cases for the Oregon weight and tax cases out of the I-5 way station. We hear county ordinance violations, including nuisance abatements, property cleanup, abandoned cars, things of that nature. And then we also have small claims cases. Those would be individuals in Marion County suing other individuals in Marion County where the amount of damages is no greater than $10,000. And then I also hear some game, fish, and boating violation cases as well. So we run kind of a gamut of small cases through the Justice Court. The budget that I have remains very similar to the budget from last year. There aren't any significant changes, and I also do not have any decision packages for you, so that's going to simplify my part of the budget. The last of my goals for the consolidation of the Justice Court, which happened 5 years ago now, come July 1st it'll be 5 years, was accomplished last year, and it's in this current fiscal budget, and that was to get the security and staff into the court so that we did get a scanner, and we have a person operating that scanner only on Tuesdays. That's the main day where we have most of the people in the court system. But that kind of puts the final touch on things that I had planned for when the consolidation first began. So I think we're complete at this point, and I was very happy to be able to put that piece in place for the security of the citizens. Our building gave the staff a lot of security, but other people who came through the door, who were there because they had tickets and so forth, there wasn't as much security for them if we had some disgruntled person walk in on the public side, and so that scanner is helping us keep the citizens of Marion County secure there, so I was very happy with that. As I mentioned, it's been 5 years since the court consolidated. The new facilities were great. We were physically closer to Salem and to the commissioners, and the Justice Court staff began to feel a greater part of the Marion County system. And I might mention that I am one of the few, not department head, but elected officials who is pre-JL, which means pre-John Latimer, who's not in the building. And if you'll recall this morning, he talked about those department heads and elected officials who were in their own silos rather than in an enterprise system. Well, I guess I must have been one of them. But the move to Salem certainly helped to integrate the employees and myself to be closer to the rest of the employees from Marion County. We got to know other people in the health department, more of the deputies, so it was a good move geographically. The staff, consolidating the staff was a greater challenge. John also mentioned this morning that there was some controversy over consolidation of the courts, and when the staff came in, each of those individuals had their own opinion as to whether things should or should not have occurred, and so it made managing those individuals a little bit difficult for a period of time. But I will say, after the 5-year period, I have a great staff. They're hardworking people. I tell them just about every meeting we have that they're the best staff I have ever had all together at one time in one location, and they are truly. They're dedicated to helping people, helping them take care of their tickets, helping them get plates put on their vehicles and helping them try to get their licenses back if they're suspended. It's a good staff, and they really are dedicated to what they do, and I really appreciate the fact that we have them. One of our goals is to provide an impartial hearing of cases in a very efficient manner. And we're able to stay ahead of the case standards that the Court of Appeals have set. They're saying in traffic violation cases, you should hear a case within 6 months of the time the person is ticketed. And in the Justice Court right now, we are doing about a 2 to 3 month time frame from the time the person is ticketed until the first case is set. Now, sometimes someone will ask for a continuance, and it may go on longer than that. But we are well within that time frame of getting cases heard expeditiously for the public. Our key indicators are the number of cases processed and the total dollar amounts collected, and that pretty much tells the business of the court. How many cases are we hearing? How many are coming in? We've been very steady at about 20,000 cases per year since we first opened business at the Justice Court on Portland Road. And at this point, I think we're dipping down just a little bit below that. I think the traffic team perhaps is a little bit low on staff. I know they're training people, and I know it takes about 6 months for them once they hire somebody just to get them trained and up and running. So we are, I think, on the lower side of the 20,000, and our revenues are directly dependent upon the number of cases that we handle. So if our case number is going to be down, our revenue is going to be down a little bit, but I don't see a huge dip there either. The traffic team writes about the largest volume of citations into the Justice Court out of any of the law enforcement agencies that we have filing cases with us. And that traffic enforcement reduces accidents and helps to prevent fatalities. And that is in keeping with the Marion County's strategic goal for public safety, goal number 3, which is to pursue a safe and secure community by protecting the people, the property, and the economy of Marion County. And that completes my presentation. I certainly am open to any questions. I really wish I had a little poem to give you, but there you go.
Questions or comments for Judge Zernoff?
No, you answered my 2 questions that I had, so thank you very much. You
Great.
anticipated them.
Great.
So,
Yes, sir,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Cameron.
thank you. So maybe this is going to require John, because I asked this question to him the other day. So 4.3 estimated collection, where does that money go?
It goes into the general fund.
All of it?
No, not all of it.
All state.
Most back to the state.
You got
Yeah.
the state.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's
I couldn't hear what John said.
Some of it goes to the state.
How much?
I'm going to guess about a third, and that's all by statute. The state gets their money first, and then after the state is paid off, the county gets their money. If it's a non-county agency, like if it's from the Waymasters, that's a state agency. So the state gets the top portion of the money, and then on the fines themselves that are collected, half goes to the county and half goes to the state. Half goes to the adjudicating agency, half goes to the generating agency.
So
Remember that they changed the statute, thank you, when you were in the legislature, that allowed the state to take the first dollars.
So
And so the county gets the last dollar if it's paid. The problem is the last dollar isn't always paid.
So does somebody in the county account for the I'm just saying 18 was 4.292147. Do we have a breakdown? Those are the fines that were collected, right? Of the 19,687. Do we have a breakdown of where that 4.92 went and how much of that went where and came back to us?
There's an accounting system that handles all that, and I wish Jeff were here. He knows a lot better.
Okay, so
than I
Jeff
do.
Jeff could show us, and because that's the question I've been asked, is what
It's the magic system.
what
they
is
call
our
it.
what is our
Magic
traffic
system.
team generating? And this isn't just traffic team. This would just be a normal deputy that cited me in
OSP.
That's correct.
No,
And also the Waymasters. This is our gross from every source.
Right, okay.
But Rule of thumb, I would say, I've looked at the figures as to how much we collect, how much goes to the state, how much goes to the county. And a rough rule of thumb is about 1/3 of what we collect goes elsewhere, and then we get the balance. Now, what John is referring to with the last change in the legislature, some of the monies that we were able to collect up front, I think for the jail fund, are the last $18 or $20 now that we collect off the fine. It's all the way down to the bottom. So it's a mix. Most of the money goes to the state off the top. We share the fine revenues next with whomever generated the fines, and that can be 100% Marion County. If it's a Marion County deputy, if it's a state deputy, it's half to the state, half to the county. And then there's a $18, $19, $20 jail fund that goes to the county, but it goes very last after everything else has been paid, and only if we collect it.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. And John, we can just follow, maybe, or Jan, follow up with that later and have a detailed presentation. Thank you. Because I get to ask that question all the time.
Thank you, Dan.
Well, committee, our next presenter will be Tammy Getch, and she's due at 3:45. Do you want to take the next 35 minutes and run up to the office and return calls and do that kind of stuff? So we just
You have something to do?
recess?
We could call her down
No?
here pretty quick.
Can you?
Mhm.
There you are, 125. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, we are live, back on camera, and Tammy, thank you for changing your schedule and coming in a little bit early to help us get caught up here. So we will come back to order. Tammy Getch, and you're going to do Community Services Department.
That's correct. So, just for the record, Tamara Getch, Director for Community Services, and I'm joined today with
Lori Biggs, Budget Analyst, Community Services.
And without Lori's help, our budget wouldn't look as it is, so just thank her in advance for all the work that she's done to get this to you today. As I mentioned, our budget does start on page 125. Our department's total proposed budget is $7,288,671, and we have a total FTE in our department of 21.65. We've been asked to talk about some significant changes in our budget, so I have a few points that I wanted to bring to your attention as a budget committee. In the administration program area, you may not see it in the overall, but in the detail, it lays out that we have removed supports for a resource portal that was in our budget in the current fiscal year. This service was, before we were able to launch it this year, it was provided in the community by a nonprofit. So we've removed the support that would have been needed in our budget of $30,000 a year. So there is a reduction in that there. Also, we've transferred our core service supports from the children and family program area over to our administration budget to ensure that our Hope Alive initiative has the resources and supports that are needed in order to continue its operation. This was a decision package in John's budget of $25,000, and that'll help us continue to move our budget forward. And as I mentioned just a few moments ago about the transferring of the Hope Initiative efforts into our administration program, the community service program grant therefore is reduced. So we have a reduction in the dollars that are available there. There's also in this budget year, we have a name change. So just for the record, if you're looking year to year, last year, our Community Services Grant Program's name was called Community Service Children and Family. So it's just a name change. However, this is where we will continue in the future to secure the resources for grants needed to support children and family efforts and other programs within the department. On the There is a budget reduction in our Marion County Reentry Initiative. This program area had a large event last year, this current fiscal year, for the 10-year celebration of the efforts on this initiative, reentry initiative. This coming year, we're going to continue to do an event, but at a much smaller, scaled back, financially to support the work that we're doing currently in the community, helping people get reunited into the back into the community, and then securing services that they need in order to gain gainful employment, transition services and supports, et cetera.
Tammy, let me interrupt for just 1 second. That shows here as other revenues. I know that's a fundraiser, so it would be posted to that account, the other revenue?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, that's
Correct.
among other things, but that money would be in that pot.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then under our dog services program, you'll notice that there's no ending fund balance in the proposed budget. Last year we had donation dollars that we had set aside as an ending fund balance. However, in this coming year's budget, we needed those resources to balance our efforts and to provide services to the public. So those donated dollars are embedded into this year's budget, and that's why there is not a carry forward of that ending fund balance in the coming year. We also had a decision package for a little more than $14,000 to support our new shelter management operations called Shelter Buddy. And those resources are going to be an annual allocation that we need to have in our budget to continue operating under the Shelter Buddy program. For county fair, we have you may note a reduction in our contingency. The reduction in our contingency is due to a unique agreement that we have with the Oregon State Fair Council that allows us to do paving in partnership with the Public Works Department. We do a paving project for them. We buy the asphalt out of the fair fund, and then the Public Works Department does the service delivery of the asphalt, laying the asphalt. And then we get a trade for services in lieu of making rent payments for our use during the fair. Last year we used about $40,000 of our reserves to buy the asphalt, and so that's why the reduction in our contingency from year to year. Okay. This year there is a decision package that is in our proposed budget that allows us to do another year's paving in next spring. We are in the middle of the paving project right now, and then once all of that is said and done, we'll have traded rent for the fair through 2025. So the goal is to not have to pay rent and that we can save monies for future years and be able to offset some costs. In our lottery and economic development, we see we proposed that a $100,000 grant from USDA for North Santiam Canyon and sewer and water. You'll note that there's a removal of settlement payments for what we had anticipated in the past, or what we received in the past from the Oregon Garden Foundation from the receivership, which is no longer. And our ending fund balance has been rolled into our operating budget because of large-scale projects that we are pursuing and anticipate in the coming year around water and sewer, broadband, industry cluster work, as well as agriculture innovations. And also in the economic development budget, we've included this year a rare position, so it's a resource assistance for rural environments. And that position would be working with our staff and helping 2 rural communities with broadband implementation, whether it be policy, understanding what is needed in order to make broadband become more available in those rural communities. As far as the department and its outlook, we have been working on a refined vision in this last year. As staff, we've spent some time thinking about how we take these 6 very broad-based programs that are kind of hard to knit together and explain to others. And we've refined our mission statement to lead, learn, and invest in bold and meaningful ways to empower families and communities to flourish. So this statement links the 6 programs together, yet supports the uniqueness of each of those program areas. This last year, we've had some vacancies in our in each of the program areas. However, those have recently stabilized. We do have a few things that are going to be changing, but by and large, the department it will be fully staffed and be able to expand its impact and service delivery, ranging from dog licensing to initiating the HOPE initiative, and then increasing and improving our investments for businesses, infrastructure investments for businesses and our economy. Key accomplishments, those are found on page 140. And I'd just like to highlight pretty major work that one of our staff members, Danielle Gonzalez, did with one of our canyon communities. Mill City and key stakeholders, as well as Danielle, worked diligently and effectively to bring forward a Tiger grant for $8.1 million. This was a huge feat. I think Danielle was very creative in what she was able to bring forward, as well as, there was a great listening of what was needed in that community, and they were very successful in securing that. They not only were able to make improvements to the North Santiam Bridge, they also made improvements to the historic pedestrian bridge, local sidewalks, and then construction of a new transit center for rural to urban bus riders. As a key indicator, I wanted to highlight our indicator of return of dogs to the community and increased licensing. This is on page 141. We've been doing a pretty phenomenal job in returning dogs to the community that are safe to return. Upwards of 90%, over 90% over the last couple of years, and that trend seems to be in continuance. However, we know that we are struggling with licensing in our community. It's been very difficult with some of the staff changes. We had almost a year's worth of vacancy as a shelter manager. We had a new implementation of our shelter management software, and we had some other things that were happening. This coming year, though the manager has recently been hired, excited about her leadership and how she's going to help us in addressing those issues. We also have kind of firmed up what was kind of creating some glitches with our shelter management software, in that we weren't able to connect with rural constituents in the community who are dog owners, and reminding them to relicense their animals. And we also did some changes at the shelter. We changed our dog control officers from 5-day operation to a 7-day-a-week operation. So we've expanded services with the resources that we had, and then we altered our shelter software. We altered our shelter schedule, too many S's, so that it was more available to the public to be able to recoup their dogs quickly and after traditional work hours. So now we're open till 7 o'clock versus 5 or 5:30. So public can come there. And then the last challenge that we have is online licensing. There's been a few glitches in that, but by the fiscal year, we'll be able to be up and completely rolling and having that available. I think we're just days away from finalizing a contract. Our licensing rate, we are anticipating a 6% increase in licensing in the coming year. So that is our goal. And lastly, with that particular piece, we addressed 2 of the county's goal areas. provide efficient, effective, and responsive government. And that, I believe, how that relates is that we've adjusted our staffing, we've adjusted our hours, trying to look at how we can be more responsive to the community and how they can interact with us, and not only meeting what the law says, but also how they can keep their pets safe, and then overall health of the community, which is goal number 6. Through licensing, we manage and oversee to ensure that rabies vaccines are happening in our community. So that overall is our budget, and we're here to answer any questions that you have in any specific detail.
Questions for Ms. Keck? Okay.
There's a big jump in lottery and economic development spending, and I presume resources as well, between 17-18 and then 18-19. Can you talk a little bit about that? And it looks like the spending level has continued into this current budget.
So are you talking about just the dollars available, or where you're?
Sure, yeah, so let's just, there's a couple different places, but let's look at page 129 under requirements, lottery and economic development. It looks like in 17-18 it was $1.8 million, and then in 18-19 it jumps to $4.3 million. That looks like it's
Page
another.
129?
Yep.
138.
138 has the detail.
Oh, it's just like, that's not matching mine. Yeah, okay, so page 138 on our,
That's a different one, okay, we can go there. Yep, same thing.
okay,
So in that case, it's $834,000 for material and services, and then it jumps to $2.8 million. Is that what you have?
from 17-18 to 18-19, or?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so those resources are, so you were talking about from, I want to make sure I'm addressing your question, 17 to 18 to 18-19, not 19-20, is that correct?
Yeah, this is like a little bit of like a higher level question. So it looks like in 16-17 to 17-18, the increase is not significant. It's about roughly $800,000. And there's a big jump from 17-18 to 18-19, and then it looks like we're basically the same, you know, a little bit increased from.
All right, I just want to make sure I was
Is that
addressing your question. So originally, what we were doing was looking at just the monies that we had in our, allocated in our budget. We had monies that were coming out in grants over the early parts of the years of the grant management program. However, in 18-19, we had we put a hiatus on our grants program as we looked at where we should be investing our resources. Also, we had greater interest earnings over a period of time. As the interest rates got better, we were making increased of our interest earnings. But most of those resources that we gained were then carried forward. You can see the ending fund balance. I can't like specifically tell you exactly what's in there, but I can get back with you on that. It's been a long period of time between then and now, but we are now setting aside those budget resources that much of those dollars, $50,000, $60,000 at a time, were going out to businesses and doing large investments in various businesses throughout the county.
May I also help, Commissioner? If you look at 16-17 under the debt principal, and then we had a half a year in 17-18, that was Oregon Garden. So you can take that $500,000 and we moved that up into materials and services for potential. So there's, right there is, it goes from 800 to over $1 million, yeah.
Got it.
And we won't have, this last year, we also made some large investments in grants for the Oregon Garden as well, but in coming years, we won't be having that investment out of these resources.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Thanks, Sam. Other questions for Tim? Thank you again.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming down early.
Thank you,
doesn't do any good to rush.
And I see Lori back there. We all set?
Yep.
Okay, we've changed our agenda a little bit because we're running ahead of schedule, and so the treasurer's office has agreed to come down as well today instead of tomorrow.
Perfect.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I almost said good morning.
You're working from your script.
Right. Good afternoon, Chair Vance, Commissioners, and members of the Budget Committee. My name is Lori Steele, and I'm the Marion County Treasurer. My budget begins on page 479.
Thank you, Lori, for coming in.
You bet. I'm used to adjusting the time of my budget presentation, but I think every other time I've done this, it's moved later in the day rather than earlier, so this is a first for me. There are no significant changes to the treasurer's budget for next fiscal year. Our goals and objectives, our goals have remained the same for several years in a row. They include safeguarding public funds and maximizing the effectiveness and efficiency of our banking relationships, which is the bulk of where the Treasury spends our money, is in banking services. We always tweak our objectives a little bit, but our goals have remained pretty much the same from year to year. This current fiscal year, we had an unexpected change. Our vendor that we've used to process our tax payments through their lockbox is going out of business, that business, at the end of the year. We've used U.S. Bank for probably 15 years to process tax payments for us. It has saved us a tremendous amount of money over trying to process the payments ourselves in-house. U.S. Bank is closing down their retail lockbox business nationwide, so about half of Oregon's counties are now searching for a new solution. And I'm working with our tax office as well as Clackamas County and Washington County through an RFP process to find a new vendor for this work. And the first thing we have discovered is there are no more Oregon retail lockboxes. So if we do select a vendor, it's going to be out of state. At the same time, we're investigating bringing that lockbox process in-house by purchasing significant hardware, scanners and other hardware to process these payments internally. It would require a significant buildup of staff during that time of processing. So we're exploring both options simultaneously, looking for a new vendor as well as looking at the potential of doing it in-house. And that's why U.S. Bank is getting out of the business, is with technology the way it is today, so many people are bringing those processes internal that it's no longer cost effective for the bank to continue that service because so many people are doing it themselves. I don't anticipate any other major changes in our workload this year or next year. We are looking for a new vendor for online merchant payments. The vendor that we've been using for mainly tax payments for the past several years was sold to a new company, and we've had nothing but problems since that takeover. So we are exploring a new vendor for online payments, and that won't be implemented until next fiscal year. And the key indicators I thought I would discuss today is key indicator number one. This is the dollar volume and the number of receipts posted in the treasurer's office annually. This is the bulk of the work that my staff do every day. All of the revenue that's coming into the county, we post into our general ledger and into the bank as well. Both the dollar volume and the number of receipts continues to increase annually. And I always like to point out to you that my staff continue to find ways to get all of that work done without increasing our staff load. We're always looking for ways to become more efficient, and we do that very successfully. So as those numbers continually rise, we maintain the level of staffing that we have and continue to get the work done and get it done well every day. And that's more than I usually talk during my budget presentation because I thought I had all the time I wanted today. So if you guys have any questions for me, I will take those.
Questions for the treasurer?
Yeah, I'm actually curious about the vendors you're looking at, the out-of-state vendors, and whether or
Yes.
not the counties are looking at doing that as a consortium effort, or would be individual counties be?
The individual counties are looking, we spoke at our last conference last fall when we became aware that U.S. Bank was going to be getting out of business. We talked about doing a broader program, but because US Bank isn't in all of the counties, and because some counties already had relationships with other banks that would offer this service, even though it would be out of state, no one was really interested in a consortium type of solution. In fact, Clackamas and Washington are participating in our RFP process as participants in the process, but it is not an RFP for all 3 counties. It's just a Marion County RFP, and if Washington and Clackamas like the solution that we have,
They can
they'll
get it at that
piggyback
price,
onto that
right.
contract. We sent that RFP out, I think, in March, and we had 6 responses, 5 of them from banks, 1 of them from a company called Retail Lockbox Solutions out of Washington. And 2 of the banks that responded use Retail Lockbox for processing payments. And the other ones that we had were banks that continue to do this work in-house themselves.
So if the county would take over that work in-house, what would that mean in terms of staffing levels for not just this year, but years down the
Sure.
road?
That's one of the things I've been exploring. There are a couple of counties that have already transitioned to doing this themselves. One is Jackson County and the other is Benton County. And I've gone to both of those places to watch them process tax payments and see what their workload is like, how many people they're using, and how that might translate at Marion County. Marion County would have significantly more payments than either of those 2 counties would have. And Jackson County manages to accomplish their workload with 3 staff a day. Benton County has a multitude of staff that they're rotating around from other departments that are coming in to help with the processing. I only have 1.5 employees that work for me, and the tax office is already pretty busy. It won't relieve any of their workload. So I would either be looking for help from maybe the assessor's office or hiring temp hires. And I would guess that it would be about 3 FTE for about 4 weeks a year total, that we would need extra help. That's a guess.
I'm assuming payments are coming in not just, yes, you got the peak period, but you're also getting payments in during the course of the year, and you're getting payments from mortgage companies and things like that on a regular basis.
Actually, we're only using the lockbox service right now 3 times a year for trimester payments in November, February, and May. So that's what we would be that's what we would be processing internally if we did an internal lockbox. The rest of the payments that come in throughout the year are all managed by the staff in the tax office.
Okay. But your point at this point is you don't have the proposals in, and you don't know for certain what the extra cost would be for the subsequent years.
Correct.
Okay.
We are researching that, haven't got any hard numbers yet.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
In addition to the increased staff, you'd have to have the hardware and software to make it work. So the staff isn't the only expense. Doing it yourself could be quite expensive.
Especially for something that's just a short-term episode. A bunch of them come in and.
Well, it's quarterly.
Yeah.
Now, Deschutes
sorry.
County, Jackson County, and Benton County all saved significant amounts of money. They're paying about 1/3 for their hardware and software and their staff that they bring in as what they were paying
Versus
their
contract
vendors.
price. Oh.
So for the counties that have transitioned, it has been a huge cost savings. But again, because we would need more hardware than the smaller counties, we would have a larger investment than they
Yeah.
had.
Yeah, okay.
Interesting.
Commissioner Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lori, what happens to a tax payment now when I go upstairs and just pay it across the counter? I don't mail it in, because I think the address says Portland on it anyways.
It
I
does.
don't know why I'm sending my Marion County taxes to that place.
All
We're
right,
gonna-
Chair Vance, Commissioner Cameron, US Bank's lockbox is in Portland.
I understand
so
that. No, but
For
what
15 years,
what-
they've been going to Portland. If you take it upstairs, if you mail it to the Salem office here, or you come in and pay in person, they just enter the payment into their tax system manually and send the check to the bank in a bag. They put it in a bag and send it to the bank for processing. When it goes to the lockbox in Portland, they process the payment. They send a file to the tax office that is imported into the tax system. So there's 50,000 payments a year that the tax office is not manually entering into the tax system. It's a file sent from the bank currently, and then the bank processes those checks, and it's work not being done in the tax office right now.
It's 50,000 transactions?
Yes,
And-
it's
and
over
do-
50,000 a year that US Bank has been processing for us. 56,000 maybe was last year.
Follow-up, do we know how much we spend total for 56,000
We do.
transactions?
We do. I didn't bring that file down here with me, so I'm going to try to remember. Our costs just for the lockbox, because we spend more for the mail, the checks that we send in for them to process. They charge us, of course, for that as well. But just for the lockbox, 1 year, I believe our costs are about $16,000. Between $16,000 and $20,000 a year for US Bank to process those payments.
Sounds like it would cost a lot more than that to hire 3 FTEs in software and,
But those 3 FTEs would be for 4 weeks only. And then the hardware, the 3-sided letter opener that is being used by Jackson and Benton counties was $9,000. The scanners used by Jackson, Deschutes, and Benton cost about $6,000. So if we bought 2 scanners, 1 letter opener, we would have to do something for storage, secured storage until documents are destroyed. Increased shredding. It looks to me on paper right now like we could potentially, within the second year, be in the black for what we would have paid the bank, and instead, the hardware that we bought, the ongoing software costs and the staffing. At about 2 years, we would have recouped our costs and we would be making money after that instead of paying it to the bank.
Mr. Chair, sounds like we would need a work session to even look at this in really detail.
Chair Vance, Commissioner Cameron, as soon as I have numbers for all of this, we're going to be doing an RFP for the in-house lockbox, and as soon as we get some good numbers, we'll come back to a work session with the board.
Okay, thanks, Lloyd.
Yeah.
Chair.
Chair Vance,
Yes, sir.
I was trying to think of ways we could, back to the enterprise approach, if you need somebody for a month or 3 months, that's kind of off-season, share with parks, we can look at those kind of things and see. I don't think you want to bring new people in every year, just temporary, say, yeah, just do these, because I can see, handling money, but just accounts that are going to be difficult to figure. I'm just trying to think how I would do it, and I'd want to know what I was doing before I started applying and messing up people's lives. So anyway, I think we should look and see how we could share some employees if they just need that short window.
That or...
If I may, Chair Vance, Commissioner Brentano, the assessor and I have talked about that. It is, the assessor's office will have just completed the tax roll in September. They'll be gearing down a little bit about the same time I need to gear up. So he and I have had conversations about sharing employees during that period. What Jackson County has been able to do is bring on some retired staff year after year for just those couple of weeks that they come in and they're familiar with all the systems, and it's been a real bonus for them to be able to use people that have retired and still want a little bit of work.
Yeah, I was trying to think of something for John. That'll be
Yes. I'll keep his phone number on hand.
Just make sure you get the letter opener, John.
Ain't gonna happen.
Is this something that I never even thought about a service that would open and process other than a bank. Are there other banks in the area that might respond to your RFP? I mean, Pioneer or Umpqua or somebody who has that kind of service available?
Well, Chair Vance, the banks that did respond to our RFP were Columbia and First Interstate Bank.
Okay.
They both use that retail lockbox company out of Washington. So they contract with that company.
Okay.
The other banks that responded, JP Morgan Chase responded. Their lockbox is in Los Angeles. Wells Fargo responded, and their lockbox is in Tacoma. Bank of America did not respond, but their lockbox is in Salt Lake City. So nobody has one in Oregon any longer.
Yeah, so no way you could keep it home and keep those dollars in the state. So,
Correct.
But you thought about it.
We've tried.
Interesting.
We have tried.
Okay, thanks. Other questions for Treasurer?
No, interesting.
Okay.
I got a P.O. box.
Okay. Thank you again for coming down early. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lloyd.
We've got about 5 minutes, but you're here. You wanna move right in? Okay. Again, we've shifted our schedule around, and Debbie Gregg will represent finance for the non-departmental and non-general fund accounts. We're seeing you all kinds of times today, eh?
I know. Debbie Gregg, Budget and Grants Manager for the Finance Department. I am pinch hitting for Mr. Jeff White.
And he should owe you big time.
Big time. There better be a chocolate chip cookie in it, I'm telling you.
Thanks, Debbie.
So, good afternoon. I am here, yes, to discuss the non-departmental and other funds section of the budget this year. Again, just a reminder, the non-departmental operations are activities that aren't necessarily associated with any one specific department, but benefit the county as a whole.
Excuse me, where do we find that in our?
Oh, I apologize, page 491.
491, thank you.
Yes.
Yep, 491. Oh, sure, blue tab.
Blue tab, way in the back.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. So with this one, the non-departmental is actually made up of 12 different programs, and so I'd like to just kind of briefly go through that with you. If you could turn to page 494. It starts with our Courthouse Square Debt Service Program, and this is basically just accounts for the general fund transfers necessary to make these debt service payments in accordance with our amortization schedule. And this is for the Courthouse Square refunding obligations, which will actually end in 2023, so not that far off. That'll be nice to have that one roll off the books. On the next page is our PERS debt service program, and this is to account for our limited tax pension obligations that were issued in 2002 and 2004. And this program, again, accounts for the accumulated administrative charges to departments to fund these debt service interest and principal payments. And the total amount of the payment increases each year based on the idea that the underlying payroll costs also are increasing. And any funds carried over from one year to the next year, we can always use in future payments. That'll just use in our carry forward. Last year, we actually increased the administrative charge by 1% in anticipation of kind of building up that carryover to help offset those increasing PERS costs, because we know those costs, we get a new rate every biennium, and those have been increasing, and so in order to help offset those increases to departments, we've built up a little bit of ending fund balance and carryover for future years. The next page on 496 is our capital improvement loans. These are the 3 loans that were issued in 2013, 2016, and 2018. And these are to fund our capital projects. We do, most of it's funded through general fund transfers, but we do get a couple of other fund transfers in this, specifically from the Health and Human Services Fund for their share of the debt for their recent remodeling in their building, and also from Community Corrections for their share of the debt service, basically for their new public safety building in lieu of lease costs that they used to pay. So that's helping to offset those debt service payments as well. And all these debt service payments are in accordance with our amortization and our loans with the bank. The next program is the McBee program. That stands for the Marion County Business Enterprise Enhancement Program, McBee. And that's basically our anticipated costs for our Oracle Enterprise Financial Information Management System. We call it FIMS, but it's basically our accounting system. And these, the budget for this is actually decreased from the prior year. This is just anticipating for consulting projects that we need to do to help enhance that program and help enhance our Oracle system. And the projects slated for 1920 are consulting services regarding an upgrade for the Oracle version 12.2 and continuing training for various employees on the Oracle modules. All right, the big one, the general fund program. So this program accounts for the general fund revenues and the contingency and ending fund balance and all the general fund support to departments that include both the general fund and outside the general fund, so transfers out. The most significant change in this program is an increase of $2.1 million for the estimated tax revenues, the 4.3 projected increase of the current year revenue for property taxes estimate. Let's see. There's also a decrease in charges and services, and this is really, we've noticed this declining revenue from the Justice Court and the recording fees. That's that trend. We're just trying to recognize that trend for a decrease in revenues there. We have an increase in the other funds transfers in, and that's from the traffic and safety team to help fund the Justice Court. So that transfer in used to be around $100,000, and now it's up to $275,000 this next year. There's a $3.1 million decrease in net working capital as estimated carryover from the current year we're in, fiscal year 18-19, is lower as compared to prior years. And a $480,000 increase in materials and services, largely due to consulting and contractual services for several projects that are going on. The solid waste contract negotiations, county contribution to the homeless initiative, and some continued department audits that we continue to conduct for the county. And also, the M&S also supports the county trapper and the water master. There's a $5.5 million actually decrease in transfers out, and this is primarily due to a large decrease in our transfers to the two capital funds. Most of the capital projects have been already earmarked and funded, and so those projects that are continuing on, such as the juvenile administration building, are using current funds that have already been earmarked and are in those funds. So there's no longer a need to transfer such a large amount to the capital project fund. Well, at this time. There's always needs in the capital project. All right, I think that covers it. The contingency that we've budgeted and ending fund balance does meet our minimum county policy, so we've anticipated that. The next page is the county schools program, page 500, and this program actually accounts for the Chapter 530 forest revenues that we receive. And those revenues are then distributed to the taxing districts, county school school districts, in accordance with the ORS. The next page is the criminal justice assessment program, page 501. And this, again, also counts for oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong paragraph. Oh, Jeff, where are you? This program receives revenues through direct appropriation, the criminal justice assessment program, from the state, and it's through its share of the traffic fines. It's an ORS calculation from the Justice Court and other municipal courts. The revenues are used in two areas: to fund the security at the courthouse, and then it's also budgeted. Where am I at? We do allocations to the sheriff's office, juvenile, and the community corrections program. Let's see. Contingency is slightly decreasing in that fund. We're just using those services, the costs in those services to fund those, to keep the same amount of services in that program, in the court security program. The next page is the non-departmental grants program, and this program accounts for a couple areas. There's a decrease in the intergovernmental federal revenue piece of it, and this is in anticipation that the extension for the secure rural schools funding will actually end. It was budgeted or renewed in the previous year, and until we know otherwise, we don't want to count on it. Do you know anything?
It's coming.
It's coming? Oh, okay. Well, we'll fix that in first supplemental then. The primary expenditures, again, is for the secure rural schools, and that's for the forest patrol and the search and rescue. So we've budgeted about $171,000 for forest patrol and $40,000 in the search and rescue area. And the next page, that's right. The next page, tax title land sales. And this is a program to account for the receipt, maintenance, and sale of foreclosed property that the county, that is turned over to the county due to delinquent tax payments. The funds received for the sale of these properties are turned over to the taxing districts of Marion County after providing any costs associated, any M&S costs, cleanup costs for those properties. And this program also funds an FTE for the monitoring and the auction sales and everything that has to do with administrating that program. And then the next page is the Veteran Services Program. And this was started in 1718, and this is to account for the state funding that's received from the Department of Veterans Affairs, along with the county match. The county match did increase for 1920, and this funding is spent on contracted services to Mid-Valley Community Action Agency to help administer the program, and the cost in that actually increased due to adding a third Veteran Services officer, and they also had to do a relocation of their services to help better service the clients. So those are increased M&S costs due to those. The next page is the Rainy Day Reserve Fund. This is one of our reserve funds that's used to accumulate resources in case of financial emergencies. And this is budgeted in reserve for future expenditure. Again, in case there's any emergencies, the board can act on that, and we can access those funds. Finally, self-insurance program on page 506. Departments are assessed fees to provide premium payments such as health, dental, workers' comp, life insurance, and other insurance benefits. Those charges are accumulated in this program budget and used to cover the costs related to the premiums. The increase in material services budget is reflective of the increased cost in medical and dental premiums by almost $1.3 million. $274,000 increase in general and auto liability claims, and an increase of $109,000 in workers' compensation claims. Contingency has been decreased by $2.4 million, while the ending fund balance has been increased almost by the same offset. And these are based on recommended levels from the risk program staff in the Business Services Department. So with that, I'll reluctantly ask, you can ask any questions.
Let's just start at one end. David?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's the questions. I mean, it's nice to see that the debt service payments really are relatively short-term.
Yes.
And that gives the county some options 5 years out to be able to do some other capital projects.
Absolutely.
Especially when the courthouse square bonds are done.
Yes.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
The second is probably, it gives John a chance to give me a comment back, and then Jan can react to it, and you can react to it as you wish. You had mentioned in your budget presentation, John, talking about the ending fund balance of the general fund being at 7.2%, and I think you made a reference that, gee, it might not be a bad idea to increase the county policy to go higher than the current 5% number. If you had a recommendation to the budget committee or the board, what would that percentage be?
Well, first of all, I think, excuse me, Mr. Chair, Mr. Kenny, first of all, I don't think you can do it in one big leap.
No, I don't think you can either.
You'd have to move it up over time to get a sense of, I mean, you'd have to figure out, A, what your revenues are over time and what they might continue to be. I'm really worried about where this national economy is going. If we hit another 08, we're going to be in big trouble. So the moving of the ending fund balance up gives you a cushion for another 08. It wouldn't hurt to at least get it back close to 8%, maybe even higher, depending on how the economy continues to go out over the years. I think one of the things I think the board needs to take a look at is the self-insurance fund. It's gone from 24 million in 16-17 to almost 42 million. And we do, every 3 years, we have an actuarial study of it. I think we ought to look at that a little closer, because that seems like it's pretty high. Now, we've had some fairly large lawsuits in the last few years and some big medical costs, but I don't know that it's enough to have a self-insurance fund this high. I'm not saying that it's not correct, but I don't know. I think we really need to look at it. You'll remember I said in my budget message that shortly after, what was it, 2006? 0506, we took a substantial amount of money out of the self-insurance fund because it just got so high. And we used that to rearrange a lot of other things we were doing. This is really, it's a guess and a policy decision. We have managed to not fall into a situation that you now find, for example, the city of Salem in, with a huge deficit. But we did that with a low ending fund balance. I can remember Linda Norris and I used to argue about this all the time. It was my argument that we took the taxes to provide services. She was more conservative, wanted to save the money in case there was a rainy day. And we argued about that for a long time. Now the city is in a serious situation, and because they spent money without having the revenues or the reserves to account for it. In some ways, it's a crapshoot.
And that's the issue. It's a sunny day right now. It is, you're in good economic times, and now is the opportunity, if you're going to set some policies, to start moving some money to be able to set aside reserves.
Well, you said it better than I did. Thank you.
So I guess kind of the next part of my question, which I didn't get to, was you've got a rainy day fund, which is at 2.3 million, which is not a lot of dollars for a county and the budget the size you've got.
But it's set aside for PERS.
Okay.
And I think that the county is going to have to make a strategic decision about when they spend that money, because once you spend it, it's gone. And the cost of PERS won't be. So, I don't know what this legislature is doing with PERS, but I understood they were lengthening the amortization period for those costs. Well, that means we're going to be paying PERS costs forever. Except when I die, that'll go away. But we've got 7.2 in there now this year. I would think next year you'd want to make a strategic decision about where you would like that ending fund balance, depending on what the economy does over this next year. You never know, with an election year coming up, anything could happen, but there you go. I won't be here to second guess you.
So Debbie and Jan, any observations you want to add to this?
Chair Vance, members of the Budget Committee, yes, I would agree. It is a good time. It is a good time to increase our ending fund balance as much as we can. I do think, like John mentioned, we do have the rainy day fund, $2.5 million. We have $2.8 million, I believe, in the debt service for PERS. Mm-hmm. So we have $5 million there for PERS costs coming up in the future. But I'd much rather increase it at least to 8% if we could as we move forward, because I think, the economy will go back down again, and we need to be ready for that.
I'm not clear. You talking about this year's budget and
No.
what we do here or next year? What are you talking about?
I'm really talking about coming up with a strategic option to say, how do you in the good times, start making some very definite policy decisions to increase that number if you can over time.
Well, I'm just making things
Yeah.
up, and excuse me for interrupting, but if you really feel that way, then I would instruct them to find something to even contribute this year. The sooner, the better. Yeah, I knew I'd get that kind of look, but if you're serious, do it.
We'd have to find places to cut to do that. This budget provides a 7.2% ending fund balance. That's fairly healthy for us. I would be willing to bet at the end of next fiscal year, when we get the audited financial statement, you'll see that it's really probably a good 5 or 6 million higher than that.
Okay, that's good.
Because we won't spend everything. There's salary lags that pile up over time. So, but you don't know. We've been really lucky, I think. We've been very conservative in the way we've financed the county. We've provided good services, don't get me wrong. We haven't shortchanged the public, I don't think. But we haven't gotten ourselves into the kind of situation the city of Salem now finds itself in. I just hope you don't do that. And a good, strong ending fund balance helps you not do that.
I was just going to piggyback on what Jan said, where I think maybe in part because of the concern that the commissioners will spend all the money if they get their hands on it. I'm impressed that John and Jan have multiple different pots of savings throughout the budget if you look carefully. So I think
don't look carefully.
If a crisis does come and we need extra money, I think there are multiple different funds.
Right. I think it's important to have the public discussion about it, and that the staff really has been prudent and conservative in the use of the county's dollars. But I do think it's imperative for the Budget Committee and the board to look at that, especially in times like today.
Absolutely.
Again, it's a balancing act, because we are taking tax dollars. And those tax dollars are supposed to go to services. So you have to balance it fairly carefully. You're looking at current good days at what might be bad days, and still be able to provide the services like we did from 08 to, or 09 to about 13. So who knows?
Mr. Chair. Yes, sir. Since we have the time, right? Are we in a hurry?
Okay.
We have the time.
We got lots of time.
So if we look at the summary, just so that we all understand, that maybe I need to understand, when it says the summary, which is on page 31, total county resources, including the general fund, it's all resources, right? It shows that we're estimating, where am I looking? Wait, I'm on page, 29. And it shows that the proposed 1920, okay, so we're showing that we're going to end up with a net working capital of 129 million.
That's all funds.
All funds.
Right, so you have the funds that are kept in the solid waste fund. A lot of that is required by state.
There's some of it that you cannot touch. Right.
Another big one is the road fund that you can't touch.
Right, so where is that same number on the
Page
general fund?
498.
That's what I'm looking for.
I was afraid you'd find it for me.
Did you say 198 or
498?
498. 498. So, is that the 6?
The ending fund balance of 6.5 is the 7.2%.
Okay, and so
The
we
general
are,
fund. So
based
we're-
on, of course, 18-19 is not over yet,
Correct.
right? That's our budget of 5.2. And what you're saying, John, is you think that 5.2 is going to finish higher than that when we actually reconcile 18-19?
It has in the past.
by 5 or 6 million.
Correct.
Right.
So
So the net working capital will be higher.
Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. See, there's Debbie shaking her head.
But listen, but no, so, and what would we say at the beginning? This is a forecast, right? I mean,
Right.
This is a forecast. But if what you're saying is that ends up, let's say it ends up at 8 or 9 million,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's what, we have $8 or $9 million, so we would have $3 or $4 more million than what we've allocated over here when we do the first supplemental.
One of the things that's been happening, though, is we have been spending our money, particularly in materials and services,
Sure.
more than we have in the past. So we probably will not have quite as much as we have had in the past, rollover money.
So I understand that, and maybe it's a policy decision for this committee or for the commissioners, but if in the first supplemental budget, we end up with a couple extra $1 million or $2 or $3 extra $1 million, we make sure that we say, no, we're not spending that, we're gonna put that towards any rainy day or ending fund balance so that we get closer to that, we'll be above that 8% basically, starting next year. Am I accurate in saying that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And that would do what Commissioner Brentano was just saying, which is set aside some dollars in this current fiscal year budget to anticipate to be prepared for the next year. And the other option, the other thing that I think the Budget Committee and the board in particular has done in the past 7 years is when you've had excess dollars, you have committed those dollars to capital projects and those one-time expenditures which are necessary, which positions the county to be in a much better position in a down economy, but also for just operating costs because you've reduced some of the other expenses that you would have had for outdated equipment, outdated buildings.
But keep in mind, you have got some very large expenditures coming up. We have systems at the sheriff's office, and particularly the jail, that have not been updated for ever.
30 years. Since it was built.
They need a new jail management system. Now, the jail management system is really important, because if you make mistakes of letting somebody out before the term is up, or you keep them too long, you're going to be in trouble. I mean, it's a very complicated thing because they have people going in and out of that jail all the time. And then you have, RMS. Records management. So you have to keep those records up to date all the time. Then we have, that jail was built in 89. And the doors in that jail, listen to this, those doors are opened and closed pneumatically with rubber tubes going through the jail. I mean, they're beginning to fail. So it's going to be very expensive to upgrade that, and they need to make them electronic. And we had some guys that jammed the lock and got out and attacked a female guard and really did some damage to her. So those kinds of things have to be taken care of over time, all the time. Then we've got, we build all these new buildings, and we did this building, refurbished this building. What we're finding out is that you need a different gauge wiring for the new IT equipment that's being put in place. It's called Cat 5 or Cat 6 versus Cat 5. And so we're going to have to redo the wiring in all of these buildings for future IT equipment and processing. And those kinds of things come up all the time. Right now, the computer people make their money off of software, and they make a lot of money by making sure that you have to put it in the cloud because you rent the cloud. Every month you rent the space you have in the cloud. We've got a lot of things to do to manage that whole thing so we don't have as much data as we now do. We have people, nobody I'll talk about, who has 20 years of data sitting on their laptop computer. Emails, for example. We have emails that have been sent to maybe 20 people in the county, and they all have kept it, the same email. So we've got to begin starting to manage all of that kind of thing, or it'll cost us a fortune in the future. We have another thing we've got to do that we've talked about just about ever since I've been here, records management. We have not been able, they're very expensive to do, a good records management system, but we're going to have to get there one of these days. If you go to court and somebody wants a particular email or some other data and you can't get it, the judge will say, well, you should have had it, you pay. I mean, it gets to that level of a problem. I wish we could have done all this before I left, but we didn't. So you can just blame me when I leave. But it's going to have to be done eventually. There are some huge costs coming up in the future, and you got to be ready for them.
So, oh, sorry.
He has his hand up.
Well, Mr. Chair, I also want to throw into this, and I know John and Jan came to the conclusion that at this point we can't sustainably open and run the G-pot of our jail. But I think that's something that we need to look at and plan. Oh, sorry. I think that's something that we need to look at and plan on doing. I think, our population's growing. Our jail's already under pressure. I think we have to find a way to open those beds. So that has to be part of our plan as well, I think.
Yeah, I think you really do need to plan for what an increased population is going to do to us. We've already seen evidence of it in what's going on in the North County and in the Canyon and in and around Salem. The pressure look at the pressure that was put on Woodburn to try and to increase their urban growth boundary. Those kinds of pressures we have more cities than any other county in Oregon. The pressure on those cities, the growth pressure, is going to be enormous because people can't afford to live in Portland. So they're going to move down here. And that will give us more revenues in the long run. But it'll also trigger a lot more services that they're going to want. I mean, Commissioner Cameron has been at those, and Commissioner Brentano have been at those meetings in North County where the people are just hammering them about the roads and the sheriff services and all of those kinds of things. We've had meetings about the interchange on I-5 and what it's doing to those communities. So it's just going to keep going. But you've got to keep those reserves so when you finally get to the point where there's a breaking point that you can meet that need. Does that make sense?
Well, Mr. Chair, and I think a lot of things you talked about, John, are on a list someplace.
Yep.
And there's a budget, and we're forecasting those, and I think those are the things that we need to keep in front of us, as commissioners as well as a budget committee, and say, are we on track to get those things done, and what are the priorities that we need to choose as we do those? I think what got us into this conversation right here was if we end up with an extra, $2 million or $3 million, in our first supplemental, are we going to make sure that we use that as an opportunity to build the ending fund balance so that next year or in other supplementals this year, we can make some decisions whether we keep it there or we spend it on something that's important.
Keep in mind, the budget is a policy. You're making a policy choice when you do that. Do you increase your ending fund balance or do you open the G-pot? I mean, those are tough questions
because that G-Pod, there's 11 people that will manage that G-Pod. They have generally higher average salaries than other county employees. They also have higher costs because their PERS costs are higher. And they just keep going up. So you've got to be aware of that as part of your policy decision. And it's a tough one. I didn't come here to give you easy answers.
But I think what's great about sitting here, and there's obviously some turnover sitting up here and there, you're going to leave. But I think what's really good about the opportunity that we have is that we've got stable leadership, stable management, unlike somewhere, 500 yards from here, where it turns over and you spend every dollar. We have an opportunity to make sure that we've got a strategic plan long-term to do some of the things and know what to say no to, because we can't do it all. And I think that this is a great discussion.
I watched the city of Salem and their budget and had these discussions with Linda Norris when she was manager. They began not doing the work they needed to do in their parks. They had problems with roads in Salem, so they had bonds for roads. We weren't maintaining our highways, were we, Commissioner Brentano?
No.
And then the feds added a road tax and money, and we did, the state did, and now we're really beginning to go at our roads and bridges like we should have been
Except for
doing
Scotts Mills.
all the time.
Coming.
Yeah, we're even going to get one at Scotts Mills, maybe. That's an old joke, folks.
Yeah,
Anyway.
got 1 year to get it done.
Yeah, but what are you going to do with a bridge with a wall in it?
So, it is a tough choice. I think you can make some very good decisions because, again, you're making decisions for the residents of Marion County, and it's important that we have enough jail beds. And the other problem we have is we live in the capital city. We have all of those state institutions right here in our backyard. The state hospital, the prisons, and quite frankly, a lot of those people get here and they don't seem to leave. So we have an enormous issue that other fairly large cities or counties like ours don't have. We also have a lower average income in Marion County than, say, Clackamas or Washington. So we're dealing with that problem. We're an agricultural county. And so our ag industry is really important to us. And we have to maintain that. For the people who watch us do this, I think they need to understand that we get these kinds of tough choices put on us day and every day, all the time. And this board has been able to manage those choices over the years very well, and I think served the people of Marion County very well. Boy, it's a tough balancing act, though. And I think Dave Kenny knows that because he's worked with local governments for years and years. They run into the same kinds of situations. And right now, Salem is a classic example of what happens when you spend more than you've got. So, but we're doing okay. And eventually, if you think that we can manage the 11 people it would take to open the G-Pod, have at it. It's a policy choice.
I don't know where I'm going to go with it, as usual, but policy choices, priorities, but you ought to make them and stick with them.
Yeah.
You two know all year what I tell you I want, the most important thing. But then when it comes down to reality, the most important thing was to reopen G-Pod. And it takes Colm to remind me that I wanted that. Well, I still do, but reality steps in the way, and doesn't let that happen. So I don't know how you do those things, but you really gotta, if you gotta prioritize and say, yes, this isn't just what I'd really like to do, this is what we really must do, and get that list made up and stick with it.
Well, you make priorities every time you do this budget. Do you fund the county fair? Do you fund the dog shelter? Do you fund, what are some other general fund stuff we do? Most of our public safety is out of the general fund. And that's what we're talking about here. But we have other small things. We also do elections. That's not inexpensive. We also do, we do for every taxing unit in the county, we do their tax, their assessment and their tax collection. So we got to do that.
Oh, just because I'm thinking of it, because you did. So I'm still looking for mosquito control in the county. No, and the county trapper. Are they in here somewhere?
Oh,
Will
yeah.
you just tell me that?
Oh,
See,
yes,
that's the
they're
other
there.
thing I always really want. And who's going to fight for that when I'm done?
Colin, you need to understand, I've been on the budget committee for what, 10, 11 years, Patrick, something
Yes.
like that?
Yeah.
I can't think of a time when Sam has not asked that question.
Well, you're going to need them. By golly, you'll be happy they're there.
Yeah.
Well,
They're there, Sam.
Thank you.
going back to ancient history, I remember a time when we had angry citizens in here when there was a notion about cutting back on the trapper, because that's very important.
Oh, boy, did we.
Remember that? It's very important to people up the canyon,
Yes,
and
it
people,
is.
you know,
Very
ranching and raising sheep and stuff. Yeah, not to be forgotten.
Well, we went, when we did 9, 10, and 10, 11, we had to make some really tough choices. And some of them people didn't like. And
Verbally,
we heard about it.
Very,
didn't we?
very vocally they didn't like, yeah. But it makes sense to watch, and the point that you made earlier in your introduction, John, is at a point where you're making 3 budgets because you couldn't see over the near horizon to see where the economy was going. And about the time you got to that cliff, you couldn't tell where the next cliff was going either. And so this is a policy decision, but it has to be steered as new indicators from the economy come in.
I wanted to tell you a story about that. When I was doing that 9-10 budget, we had promised the court that we were going to refurbish the courthouse
That's right.
with their HVAC and system, heating system. And we just didn't have the money. So I took it out of the budget. I went to a meeting over there with the judges. Holy Toledo, I thought I was gonna go to jail. There were 3 of them that took me over the, oh boy. Ask Jason sometime about that, because he was there. Fortunately, none of those justices are still there. But
Every year.
one of them was the husband of the presiding judge at the time, Judge Dickey. Boy, he was not happy.
It was dramatic, huh?
It was dramatic. I just sat there and took it. I wasn't going to argue with him.
That's right. That's right. Well, the next item on our agenda, barring any further discussion from this group, in this group, is public comment at 5:15. Would it benefit the commissioners especially to do a 15-minute recess, let you catch, I mean, we can't go anywhere.
Fine, somebody could leave, perhaps David going back to state. We need 4 of us
And we
here.
need 4. You gonna be here? Okay.
Or you.
And I'll be here. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, good. Can I go?
Recess till 5:15.
Recess until 5:15. Okay, it's 5:15, and we will come back to order. Purpose of our coming to order now is to conduct a public hearing, take testimony and comment regarding the budget. We'll open that hearing. I just was handed the public comment speakers list, and I see nobody is here. Have we had any written submission or text messages or anything from anyone? Nope. Okay. Then I guess what we will do is
Wait a few minutes?
Want to recess and then reconvene? If nobody's come up, we can always recess, go offline. Let's do that. Let's do that, and we can get some other work done here that doesn't require public comment, et cetera. So we will be recessed to reconvene if somebody comes in to testimony. Is that, can I do that, staff? Okay, so we'll go back into recess and only to reconvene between now and 5:30 if members of the public come in or if there's received comment. Okay, we'll come back to order. Purpose of our meeting this afternoon is a public hearing to take testimony from the public. There is no one on this list to sign up. Have we heard anything, correspondence or emails from anybody? Staff answers no. So we will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. Aye. Okay, the motion carries and this public hearing is closed. By way of notice, we will reconvene a public hearing comment period tomorrow morning at 8:45 here at the Senator Hearing Room, 555 Court Street Northeast in Salem. That period will be 8:45 until 9 o'clock. And until then, ladies and gentlemen, we are in recess.